Now today, we're going to see, what if Harry Potter time traveled and loved the fifth year Luna loved good? Join Patreon for early access of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry Potter awoke and jackknifed it up from his laying position. He had thought he had died, but then he realized he was alive. He had dislodged the snake that had been on his chest. She had been there for as long as he could remember, so it was not an unusual situation. Except they weren't supposed to be asleep in the first place. They were supposed to be walking in a cavern in a jungle. They had been in South America, exploring ruins. It was part of their job as curse breakers. "Damn it, Harry," she hissed, climbing back up his chest. "What the heck did you do that for?" "I think we died," he hissed back at her, running a hand down his face. "Now we're not where we're supposed to be." He could tell they were indoors. "Why would you think that?" she said, wrapping the bottom part of herself around his waist. "Look around you," he said, feeling a bed underneath him. He could feel that he was wearing a t-shirt and some boxers, and not adventure gear. There wasn't the smell of jungle around him, nor was there the sounds of one either. It was dark where they were, though his eyes were adjusting. He could vaguely make out furniture. She looked around and realized that she was in a room she had never been in before. "Where the fudge are we?" she asked, moving her head around rapidly. Her tongue was darting everywhere. She was confused as to where they were as much as he was. He peered around the room, squinting his eyes, and realized that he could not see well. Everything was a blur. He could tell they were indoors and in a room, but little else. Something that had not happened to him since he was around 18 years old. He had had his eyes fixed the first time it had been offered to him, when he was given the opportunity to be a curse breaker. They hadn't wanted anyone with glasses doing the job. They said it was a liability. He patted the bedside table next to the bed he was on and came across some glasses. He clumsily put them on his face and soon could see around the room, realizing that he was in his old room at number 4 Privet Drive, a place he had not been since he was 17. He thought that he'd seen the last of this place. "It looks like we're in my childhood home," he said, with a great deal of bewilderment and distaste. "What the fudge we're doing here, I do not know." He had left here and not looked back when he went on the horcrux hunt. He had not seen his aunt and uncle since. He didn't look forward to seeing them now. She looked at him and said, "You look to be around 15 years old. How the heck did that happen?" She smelled his nose and laughed at him. He smelled like a hormonal teenager. 15? "Are you sure?" he asked, picking up his hand, looking at it and seeing that it was indeed much younger than his 38-year-old hand. There were no scars or wrinkles on that hand. It was as smooth as a baby's bottom. "How the fudge would I know? I don't know what you humans look like when you're teenagers, but yeah," she said, flicking her tongue out at him. "You sure smell like one too," she stated, laughing at him again. He jumped out of the bed, making her fall to the wayside, and rushed to where he remembered the bathroom was, and looked in the mirror and said, "What the fudge?" Then he stopped, realizing that he was being really loud, and listened to see if he had woken anybody in the house. There was some rustling of sheets and blankets, a snort or two, but other than that, nobody moved. He snuck back to the bedroom and contemplated what to do next. "I think we've traversed back in time," Harry said, looking at her in amazement. "How?" she asked, staring at him. "How the fudge should I know?" he answered, running his hand down his face again. "Should we stay here and see what's going to happen?" asked the snake, flicking her tongue in the air like it had the answers. "I'd rather not stay here. These people are not very friendly," said Harry, sitting on the bed and contemplating that statement. He was only 15 years old right now, and he didn't really have any other options as to where to go. Well, he could somehow get to, Grimmauld place. What was it called again? That place of Sirius's. But would anyone be there? He didn't know. Yes, but if we change too much of history, then we won't know what happens. "We won't know what's going to change," came the wise advice. She was the smarter one of the two of them, in her humble opinion. Harry was the one who always ran off doing dumb stuff. If she didn't talk him down, they would always get into trouble. She was sure this was somehow his fault. "We've changed history just by you being here," he said, looking at her crossly, as if he could hear what she was thinking. "I didn't meet you until after I turned 20. You were not part of my childhood," he added, pointing out the obvious. That's true, she said, nodding her head and cuddling up with him, glad she was here. He'd get into too much trouble without her. And I'm glad you did meet me, but I don't know why I came back with you, or how the fudge we came back in the first place, she added. She looked around the room again and flicked her tongue in distaste. This place smelled like Jim's socks and mold. Didn't he ever clean up in here when he was a kid? Look, Isobel, I don't know what we're going to do. I don't remember what happened when I was 15 years old, let alone what's going to happen next. I do remember there were Dementors, and I'm not sure I want to stick around for that, Harry said, though he was changing his mind about that. There were things that did have to happen the way they had happened. He was sure of that. Dementors? Why the heck were there Dementors in an area like this? She asked, completely gobsmacked. Of course, she knew about Dementors. She was a magical snake. That mean person Umbridge sent them after me, he said, shrugging like it was a normal thing to happen. And for Umbridge it was. She was the one who set up those camps during the war. Why wouldn't she send Dementors to kill an inconvenience? That woman was just too inflated in her ego. She was way above her station. She was only the senior undersecretary. It wasn't like she was the actual minister. Why would she send Dementors after you? And who is Umbridge? She asked, sniffing around the room with her tongue, as if the woman was there for her to bite. She'd kill anyone who hurt her, Harry. I told you about Umbridge. I know I've told you about Umbridge. She's the mean person who put the scars on the back of my hand. Then he looked down at his hand and noticed that the scars were not there. Oh, that's right. That happened this year. He snapped his fingers in remembrance and vowed that wasn't going to happen this time. He wasn't some shy, snot-nosed kid this time. He was a war-torn vet that had seen two dark lords and lived through countless ruins and curses. Do you remember when the Dementors happened? Isobel asked, peering at his face like he would have to remember. And, no, you never told me about this Umbridge mean person. But you had better, she added, snaking her tongue at his face. I don't even know what day it is, he pointed out. Heck, he wasn't even sure what year it was. I'll tell you all about Umbridge when we decide what we're going to do, he promised. There was a hoot and bark by the window that reminded Harry that his owl was there. Hedwig, he cried. He placed the snake on the bed and ran over to his owl and pet her. Oh my, Hedwig, how I've missed you, he said, running his hands down her back with loving affection. Who the heck is that? Said Isobel with much jealousy. Harry never paid any attention to another animal besides her before. This is my very first friend in the whole wide world, said Harry. I'm sure I've told you about her, he said, still pouring affection on the owl. He hadn't seen her since she died in that flight to the burrow. He had grieved for years until he found Isobel. He still remembered getting her as a gift from Hagrid when he was 11. It was one of the memories that fueled his Patronus. Your first friend in the whole wide world was an owl? She asked with a bit of scorn. She knew the man had had a bad childhood, but darn. My best friend in the whole wide world is now a snake, he countered with a smirk. Touché, she said, touching her nose with her tail. Hedwig, I want you to go hunting and then go to, what was the name of that place? Sirius's place. Grimmauld. Grim and old. I can't really remember the name of the place. I think it's under Fidelia's charm already. See if you can find Sirius and stay with him for a while, he said, settling on the best way he could to get her somewhere safe. He'd catch up with her when he got there. Whether it was today or later this month, he'd make it up to her. Hedwig hooted at him, bit at his fingers affectionately, and went out the window. He watched her until she was out of sight, and then went to join Isobel. It was really good to see her again, said Harry, settling on the bed again. He petted his best friend on the head, making sure she understood that he still loved her just as much as he did Hedwig. Now we need to figure out what we're going to do, said Isobel, slithering onto his lap. Are we going to stay here and face the Dementors, or are we going to leave? She asked, snuggling into his warmth. It was nice to know that he cared, even if she did have to share him with the owl. I really don't want to stay with the Dursleys, but I really don't want to change history too much either, Harry said, tapping his thigh with his fingers. He'd face the demons, then leave, he decided. But he wasn't going to put up with his relatives' shucks either. I'm not going to put up with the Dursleys, but I'll stay. I could just scare them, she said, climbing up his torso and putting her head on his shoulder. We could do that. They are pretty terrified of magic, and you are a magical snake, he agreed, nodding his head and scratching her head right between the eyes, where she liked it. That would set them right, he stated, thinking of the ramifications of having Isobel terrifying the Dursleys. I could just petrify them, she said, with some menace in her tone. I'll keep my deadly gaze behind my eyelids for now, she added, knowing that now that she was among the muggles that would be best. She'd been keeping her deadly sight hidden for years now. It was no big deal for her. It paid to have 2 eyelids. There is that. We could leave them petrified for quite a while, he said, knowing the potion to unpetrify them if need be. It would teach them to mess with him. He might have to repeat the lesson a few times, but he'd get it across sooner or later. He didn't plan on being here for long anyway. I think we'll do that then, she said, nestling in his neck. We really don't want to change history too much, but we don't want to let anybody push us around either. She practically purred under his ministrations. Isobel was about 5 feet long but rather thin. She was in her smaller form, which was good because if she was in her larger form, she could fill up the entire house. She was a basilisk and therefore could shrink and enlarge at will. Being a magical snake and all, she could also lighten her weight and hide her deadly gaze. That was the extent of her abilities. Well, that, and she could sniff out magic, but most magical creatures could do that. She was very venomous as well, but that wasn't magical. Harry had found her when he was around 20 years old. He had been raiding a tomb in North Africa when he had found her. He had been working as a curse breaker for Gringotts. He found he hadn't liked being an Auror and decided to go into curse breaking. He found her on a job, and since he was the only one who could speak to snakes in the entire bank, they'd let him keep her. Well, that and she threatened to kill anyone else that tried to touch her. She had fallen in love with Harry when he rescued her from her loneliness. He was the first to talk to her in decades. It had been a beautiful friendship ever since. The two of them spent the rest of the morning planning about what they would do to make their stay more pleasant. Harry looked at the clock and noticed that it was 5 in the morning, and so they got ready for the day. Harry was about to use magic to shrink his clothes to fit him, when Isobel reminded him that he was only 15 and couldn't do it without getting in trouble. He cursed his luck and contemplated calling a house elf, but he decided to hold off on that for a moment. He called Dobby later, when he had a better idea on what he remembered. Harry went downstairs and started cooking breakfast for himself with the snake wrapped around his waist and up around his neck. He remembered the years after Hogwarts as he cooked. Well, in a vague way, things had gone well after the fall of Voldemort. They hadn't gone 100% well, but the Muggleborn had gotten fair rights and other people had done well. There was peace and prosperity throughout the land for quite some time until another Dark Lord popped his head up and another war broke out. That had been around 15 years after Voldy had bitten the dust, but the new idiot had been a weakling and not something that had to be overly worried about, and not something that Harry was responsible for. So he had just done his job and gone on with his life. After the fall of Voldy, Harry had gotten back with Ginny, but had not married her. They found they weren't compatible. That was when Harry discovered that he loved curse breaking, and Ginny discovered she didn't want to marry a curse breaker. She remembered all the harrowing stories her brother had told her and wanted no part of it. He had maintained his bachelorhood since, deciding that he preferred the life of adventure to the life of marriage. Once he had picked up Isobel, he couldn't find a woman that had taken to the snake. Isobel didn't like any of his female companions either. Therefore, he stayed single. That wasn't to say he didn't have his dalliances. She wasn't a cock-blocker, per se, just a marriage stopper. He had plenty of one-night stands. He always made sure that he didn't have any children from those liaisons. But he did have a good time. There were even some short-term relationships, but they didn't go very far because he never was one to give up his snake, which seemed to be the demand of many of the women in his life. But back to the present time, he was currently making his breakfast with the snake wrapped around his waist and neck. He could hear his relatives getting up and getting ready for their day. He knew that any moment now his Aunt Petunia would come downstairs and see him, thinking he was making breakfast for her family. Boy, would she be surprised. As he heard her walk down the stairs, he plated his breakfast and sat at the table. He was currently eating when she came into the dining room. "Boy, what do you think you're doing?" she screeched upon seeing him eating his fill at the table. He had never done that, and she could see there wasn't enough for the rest of her family to eat. "Eating my breakfast," he said calmly, not even looking at her. Just then Isobel poked her head from around his head. She hissed at Petunia. The woman screamed bloody murder and backed away from the table. She went to the wall and plastered herself against it, never once stopping her screaming. Harry was surprised the windows didn't break. She was so shrill. That caused Vernon to come running down the stairs as fast as his fat arse would carry him. It sounded like a herd of buffaloes falling down the stairs. While Petunia was thin as a rail, Vernon could compete with a whale. "What is it, pet?" he called as he came bumbling down the stairs. "Snake! A snake!" she screamed, waking the entire neighborhood. Harry was sure. They must think the woman was insane, or that Harry was terrorizing his family again. They did think he was going to a school for the criminally insane. The Dursleys shouldn't have propagated that information. "Where?" the lard ball called, still tumbling down the stairs. "The freak! The freak has the snake," was the shouted answer, complete with finger-pointing. Isobel hissed at her. She was laughing her snake laugh. She wanted to bite the woman, but Harry had told her she couldn't. She hated it when he put restrictions on her, but she understood why he didn't want her to hurt his relatives. Harry just sat calmly eating his breakfast as the snake hissed and swerved her head back and forth in a mesmerizing way. Inside, he was laughing his arse off. Isobel was cussing up a storm. Petunia was still pressed against the wall. She had a terrified look on her face and was pointing at the snake hissing at her. She was dressed for the day in her stylish housewife's clothes, looking for all the world like a woman from the 1960s. Which for some reason she felt was the norm for a housewife. Vernon came barreling into the dining room with a shotgun. He pointed it at the freak and his snake and was about ready to pull the trigger when Isobel petrified him. He looked absolutely ridiculous standing there with a rifle pointed at Harry in his nightclothes and a grotesque look on his face. That caused Petunia to screech even further. "What did you do to him, you freak?" she screamed, all but jumping up and down in anger and fear. "I didn't do anything to him," said Harry, putting some eggs in his mouth. "They were good. He was a darn fine cook. He was sure it was the seasoning. He made sure to use just the right amount of salt and garlic. He had been cooking since he was 6 years old. He'd better be good at it." "You? What did you do to Vernon?" she screamed again, louder this time. "I didn't do anything to him," repeated Harry, swallowing and this time getting some bacon. It was cooked to perfection, just the right amount of crunch. And that's when Dudley came hurrying into the dining room with a baseball bat. He was about to take a swing at Harry's head when Isobel froze him too. He too was in his night clothes, but he only wore his bottoms, which was gross considering how overweight he was. It was like looking at the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man only in flesh color. That caused Petunia to scream even louder if that was possible. "Dudley!" she cried, running to her son and hugging him, only to be met with hardened skin. "You freak, undo him!" she bellowed, tears streaming down her face. This impacted her more than her husband being petrified. "Oh, do shut up," said Harry, putting his fork down and turning to her. "They're fine, or they will be fine once I brew the potion to make them better." He turned to her and kept his face blank and met her eyes. "I knew you did something to them, you freak. Undo it. Undo it now," she demanded, coming towards him, only to back away when Isobel hissed at her. "Stay away from him, you mean person," Isobel hissed. "I'll undo it when I'm darn good and ready," said Harry, leaning back in his chair, patting his tummy. Well, what he could reach between Isobel's coils. "I'm sick and tired of you treating me like a house elf in this house. And there's going to be rules that need to be changed, and it's going to start with these two being petrified." He closed his eyes and stretched like he didn't have a care in the world. He yawned in a casual manner and looked at her with lazy eyes. Isobel was keeping a wary eye on Petunia. She wasn't going to let the woman sneak up on Harry, while the man/teen ate his fill. "I'm keeping my eye on you, you fudging shrew," she hissed. "How dare you?" his aunt shrieked. "How dare you do this to us?" She was trembling from head to foot. "After everything we've done for you," she added, like they had given him the world. "You've done nothing for me. Don't bother trying to tell me differently. I was the one who lived my life," Harry stated, giving her a cold look. "Besides, I could petrify you too," he said, looking at her with a flat face, while Isobel hissed at her again. "You wouldn't dare," she said venomously, though there was a nervous look about her eyes. "Oh, I definitely would," said Harry, lifting an eyebrow. With that, Petunia looked at his face and realized that he would petrify her and walk away. She realized that all the abuse they had perpetrated on the boy was coming back on them at this moment. She had wondered when it would happen, but thought that it would be far into the future, or not at all. She had thought the boy was too cowed. Now she realized that just how much they had fudged up by messing with a wizard. "You can't do magic outside your school," she said. "You'll be expelled." She was much calmer now, though she was terrified. Her hysterics had run their course. "At the risk of repeating myself, I'll say it again. I'm not doing anything." With that, Harry rose and got himself some more breakfast. He was still hungry. Isobel was still wrapped around his waist and shoulders, keeping her eyes on Petunia. She was hungry too, but there was nothing here to eat but the people. Mrs. Dursley looked at the snake and realized that it was the reptile that was doing the petrifying, and that the boy would not get into any trouble. Her eyes got even wider. "Your snake, it's your snake that's doing it all," she said lamely. "If you want me to unpetrify your menfolk, then I suggest you listen to me, and you listen well," the man/teen said, going back to the table and setting his plate down. "I'm not going to do your housework anymore. I'm not going to be your mean person boy. I'm going to do what I want, when I want, where I want, and how I want. And you're going to leave me alone," he stated in a clear and concise voice. "Now you see here, young man," she started, moving forward only to move back when Isobel hissed. "Back off, mean person," the snake said, lunging forward and snapping her jaws at the woman's nose. "No, you see here," he said, cutting her off, not in the mood to listen to her vitriol. "You're going to do as I say, or these two are going to stay just like this forever. There will be nothing any muggle can do to undo what Isobel has done." He stared straight into her eyes, making sure she understood that he was serious. "Well, that will blow your statute of secrecy right out of the water," she said smugly, knowing from Lily that it was their highest law. "Do I look like I rightly care?" "They'll just be one of those strange mysteries that'll never be solved," he stated, just as smugly. He knew from the last past that it was something that happened all the time. There were just things that went unsolved. "You'll get in trouble with your government," she said, nervously, fiddling with her necklace. "Again, I don't care." She looked at his face and realized that he really didn't care. "Fine, I'll let you do what you want, but undo this to my men," she finally said, slumping her shoulders defeatedly. Their treatment of him was now coming back to bite them in the arse. They would never be able to cow him again. Maybe if they got rid of the snake? "I need to go to Diagon Alley," he said, taking a bite of his eggs. "You're going to have to take me there." He could take the night bus, but he wanted to put her out. He was being petty. "Fine," she said again, going to get her purse. "I'm going to finish my breakfast first. Then I'm going to get dressed, and then you're going to take me to the alley. I'm in no hurry to undo what Isobel has done. When I've fixed them, I suggest you have a long talk with Vernon and Dudley, and make sure that they understand that the rules have changed. And if I find them coming after me again, I'll petrify them again. And I could leave them there until I leave," he stated, looking her dead in the face. He was tired of their shucks, and he wasn't going to take it. She was going to understand that, or it was going to be a long, interesting summer. Isobel finally settled down and put her head on Harry's shoulder. She didn't take her eyes off Petunia, but she wasn't weaving her head anymore. "I'll make sure they understand," said Petunia, huffing that they weren't leaving now. She was going to have to get used to this new Harry. She was too used to being the one in control. And with that, Harry turned back to his breakfast and started eating, while Petunia fretted over her two boys. She poked Vernon in the face and tried to push his arm down. It didn't move. He was like a living statue. "Oh, by the way," Harry said, cutting up some potatoes, "what is the date?" He was thinking he might as well get some information. "It's July 29th. "What year?" he asked, still not looking at her. 1995. "Have you gone crazy?" she said, glaring at him as if he had finally cracked. "No," was all he said, and he went back to his breakfast. About 2 hours later, Petunia took him to Diagon Alley, where he picked up the ingredients he needed to make the Mandrake Restorative Draft. It wasn't cheap, and it wouldn't be easy, but Harry had enough money, and he had talent. He found he had the talent after Hogwarts. He needed it to be a good curse breaker. Well, if he wanted to do his own healing, that is. Which he did. All alone in the jungle, you needed to know how to heal yourself of minor wounds. It was kind of mandatory. He left Petunia in the car because he knew how much she didn't like magic, but she wanted to see it. However, he wasn't going to satisfy her curiosity about what Diagon Alley looked like after all these years. She could just stuff it for all he cared. While she rarely raised a hand to him, she never stopped Vernon or Dudley. And in his eyes, that was just as bad. They went back to the house, and he brewed the potion. He instructed her on how to get it down their mouths, which was difficult without magic. He handed it to her and went to his room. He was going to wait until she had a talk with Vernon and Dudley. If they didn't take it well, he'd have Isobel petrify them again. And this time he'd leave them that way for a while. And then he'd let Vernon tell his boss why he hadn't come to work for a few days. Maybe he might give them a few warnings. Vernon was a bit of a hardhead. He didn't know when the Dementors were going to show up. He knew it was sometime after his birthday. He had a vague notion of just staying in the house and letting them leave without him out there, but he also knew that it was slightly important that he let them find him. But he couldn't remember why. Something about a trial? He tried to remember what all went down in his 5th year, but all he truly remembered was Umbridge. Well, he remembered the Dementors, but that was all he remembered. He had a vague notion of flying across the sky, but he remembered doing that twice in his school years, so he couldn't remember which time this one was. He remembered the trial, but that was also a vague notion, and he knew it had to do with the Dementors. Then he remembered the horcruxes. He had to get rid of the horcruxes, but he couldn't remember what they were or where they were. Then again, he never really knew where they all were anyway. Hermione was the one who kept track of all that, and they had nothing to do with this year. He remembered flying the dragon, and he knew there was no way he was going to break into Gringotts again. That just was not going to happen. There had to be another way to get the one out of Bella's vault. Sirius could get the horcrux out of Gringotts and the one out of his house. Those were two that Harry didn't have to hunt down. And again, nothing to do with 5th year. And then he remembered Sirius was alive. That was something he was going to change, the man dying. He was not going to let that happen again. He remembered the circumstances that led up to his dying. Survivor's guilt was great for that. That happened this year too. Damn it. Which led him to remembering the prophecy. But he didn't remember it word for word because he thought it was hooey in the first place. He didn't understand why Dumbles and Voldy put so much faith in that darn thing. After all, it was given to them by a drunk and a fraud. Didn't she predict his death every day for years? Still, was Isobel right? Did they let this play out the way it was supposed to, or did they change things? He didn't know. He was bad at making these decisions. He was going to let it play out the way he thought it should play out. And if things didn't go the way they were supposed to, oh well, he'd just wing it. He did things better when he win it anyway. It's how he won just about everything. So, into the breach he went. It's still not as funny as I'd like, but I'm hopeful that it will turn that way soon. His birthday was lackluster. He got a few gifts from his friends at midnight as usual, but he noticed that he wasn't getting any letters from them that said anything important. He tried writing to Sirius and Remus and Hermione and Ron, but none of them were telling him anything of importance. Just how are you, and be safe, and do as you're told, and stuff like that, but nothing of significance. So, he wrote them back telling them to get bent and go to heck and other such platitudes. He was so done with the information blackout. There was a reason for that, but he couldn't remember what it was. He was sure it had something to do with the headmaster. There was a reason he didn't like that man. Well, that was harsh, but possibly valid. He was sure his memories of the man were bungled. He didn't have many fond memories of him, but there really weren't any bitter memories of him either. Just an overwhelming emotion of distrust. He remembered being sad over his death and how the man died. But there was information that came out after his death that made him angry and distrustful. His feelings were confused for a while, until he decided the man was dead and there was nothing to be done about it. Today, he read the back issues of the Daily Prophet he had laying around in his room and realized that this was the year that they were satirizing him and Dumbledore in the newspaper, calling him mentally unstable and attention-seeking. They were claiming that his saying that the Dark Lord was back was all propaganda to get noticed. It didn't make sense, but that is what they were saying. His was the most well-known name in the wizarding world. Why in the world would he need more attention? Anyone who knew him knew he hated that fact. Isobel kindly reminded him that he was barmy. What a nice snake she was. Never one to let him get a big head. Though he did have to concede the point, he was touched in the head a bit. He was a time-traveling, 38-year-old curse breaker in a 15-year-old body. There had to be some mental issues there. The articles in the Prophet made him understand that this was going to be a bad year at Hogwarts. He vaguely remembered that his 4th year was just as bad with the torments and the jeers, and he lived through that, so he didn't think his 5th year would be so terrible either. If he remembered correctly, which he doubted, there was a lot of tension in the dorms this year. But he had Isobel this time, so it would be okay. He hoped. It only took petrifying Vernon twice more for him to get the hint. Dudley was too terrified of snakes to come anywhere near Harry if he thought the snake was there, which she always was. Isobel was rarely far from Harry's sight. She would go hunting at night, but she would do so within a block radius of the house. She ate one of the cats in the neighborhood. Harry yelled at her for that. There were plenty of squirrels and rats. She didn't need to eat the pets. It was August 2nd when the Dementors came. He was arguing with his cousin in the playground, who thought the snake was at the house. His cousin's gang had disappeared for the night, and it was him and Dudley walking home. They weren't in any way compatible. They were fighting as usual. They just happened to be going the same way at the same time. The clouds came suddenly and filled the sky thoroughly, and it got bitterly cold. That's when he remembered the Dementors were coming. The frost filled the air, and their breaths were coming out in puffs of mist. That's when Harry looked around and saw them floating towards them. 2 ghost-like beings that were black-cloaked and foreboding. They looked like the depictions of death, only floating and ragged. Isobel was wrapped around his waist under his oversized shirt. "They're here, Harry. Get that fat fudging lump out of here," she hissed as she snuck her head outside of his collar, causing Dudley to scream. "Dudley, run. Run. Go home as fast as you can," Harry said, waving his arms frantically above his head, making shooing motions. He could see them coming down from the sky. They were making the entire area freeze and depressing. The overwhelming urge to live out your worst nightmare was there. Dudley didn't even think twice. He turned and ran as fast as he could, which wasn't very fast considering how out of shape and fat he was. But it was faster than Harry thought his cousin could. It was almost comical watching the boy run, but this wasn't the situation to think that. Harry turned and ran the other way, hoping the Dementors would chase him and leave his cousin alone. He, of course, was much quicker than his cousin, meaning he outran him considerably. He ran into an alley away from everybody, including any muggles that were around. It was nighttime, and most were in their houses tending to the evening meals or watching the telly. "What are you doing, Harry?" "They're following you," Isobel hissed in his ear. She was feeling the cold pressure of the demons worse than any human. "I'm getting away from the muggles," he said as he continued to run. It was getting colder by the second, not to mention the emotional depression he was feeling. It was getting harder to put one foot in front of the other. "Oh," she said, tightening her coils around him as she felt the cold. It almost paralyzed her. She was a cold-blooded animal. She required heat to survive. Harry's warmth helped a small bit. The fact that he was running made his body warmer, and that contributed to his heat. There was sweat pouring down from his head and neck, which helped, but it was cold sweat. When he got further into the alley where there was nobody to be seen, he stopped and waited for the Dementors to follow him. There were 2 of them, and it got so cold that he could see his breath. He readied his wand and waited for them to approach. He could hear a woman scream and knew that it was his mother. He could hear his father saying to take him and run. He heard the entire scenario play out the day his parents died. Just like every time he was around these demons. He relished it in the fact that it was the only memory of his parents' voices that he had. It was a sad notion, but there it was. "Snap out of it, stupid. You need to cast the spell, or they will kill us both." Isobel snapped as well as a snake can snap. She lifted her head and stunned the demons. She couldn't kill them. They were already dead, insofar as they were not living creatures, but she could stupefy them. They stayed there floating in the air, still emanating the cold, but the overwhelming feeling of pending doom was gone. They looked like large black ghosts just dangling there. Harry almost laughed at it, but decided it wasn't the right time. "Expecto Patronum," Harry yelled. His Patronus charm erupted from the end of his wand. Prongs pranced around the alley, larger than ever before and more solid than he was during Harry's school years. He pranced over to the demons and started killing them where they were floating. He was strutting on their remains until there was little left. Only the cloaks stayed as they drifted to the ground when the bodies disappeared after the Patronus killed them. "Take those," Isobel said to Harry, nudging his head with hers. "They may be the proof you need." She was thinking there might be repercussions for the events tonight. If Harry was right about that Umbridge woman, she might try to put some trumped-up charges on him for it. Proof of what? The confused man/teen asked, looking at his snake. He was still too dazed over what his Patronus had done. He'd been told there was no way to kill a Dementor. When had he gotten so powerful? That you needed to use magic, stupid, she hissed, flicking her tongue in his general direction. Oh, he said, dumbstruck. So, Harry picked them up, folded them as small as they would go, and shoved them in his oversized pants leg. He trusted she knew what she was talking about. She was usually right. Having done what he needed to do, Harry dismissed prongs, left the alley, and started walking home, only to run into Mrs. Fig. She was his neighbor from a few streets down that used to watch him whenever his relatives left without him. She would give him biscuits and talk about her cats. She was the nicest neighbor to him, and he liked her for that. If he remembered correctly, she was there under Dumbledore's orders. She started chastising him for casting spells. She hadn't seen the Dementors, only the Patronus charm. She had felt the cold and the overwhelming depression, but she didn't know about the demons. She was going on and on about the strange weather phenomenon of the summer. The news had been on about it all season. Strange cold snaps and other weird weather-related things. Who the fudge is this busybody? Isobel hissed in his ear. She never liked the nosy neighbor. She did like the cats, though, if only to eat them. You ate her cat, Harry whispered back. Now hush. He was listening to the woman prattle on about his using magic and was trying to remember just how much she knew. Why'ever did you cast the magic, you stupid boy? Mrs. Fig was saying, grabbing his arm and pulling him along. She didn't see Isobel, who had wrapped herself around Harry's waist again. Only her head could be seen, but it was on the opposite side of the woman. You didn't see the Dementors? He asked, vaguely remembering that she was a squib. If he remembered right, she had been at his first trial. Not that she did any good, since she couldn't see the Dementors. If he recalled that correctly, Dementors? What foolishness are you talking about, boy? She said, dragging him along. She was in her housecoat and slippers and looking around like something spooked her. There were 3 cats trailing along beside her. There were Dementors here. Why else would I cast the Patronus charm? He asked indignantly. He thought about showing the cloaks, but decided not to. She would have to take his word, or not. It wasn't up to him to prove himself to a nosy neighbor. I thought you were showing off for somebody, she said, as if it were obvious. It's what teenagers do, she said, waving her hand in a vague way. You've known me for how long? When have I ever done that? He asked, looking at her like she was barmy and with a bit of hurt. She'd known him since he was a toddler. Just how petty did she think he was? Well, that's true, she said, looking around, seeing nobody else. Then she gathered her housecoat around her and agreed that it was rather cold. It is rather chilly out here, she said. I'll have to take your word for it that there were Dementors. Oh, I could just kill Mundungus Fletcher. Her voice took on a furious tone. Who's that? Harry asked, having a fleeting memory of a dirty man and a thief. There was something about a necklace as well. He's supposed to be watching you, she said, still dragging him along. Watching me? He asked, having forgotten about that. The Order of the Phoenix. He remembered them now. Useless bunch of wankers. He wondered why Isobel hadn't smelled them, then realized she wouldn't look out for anyone just hanging around outside. They might be neighbors. That and she rarely left his side, and then only to hunt. Why would she care if there were people hanging about? They were going to have to be more on guard. He didn't want people watching his every move. Yes, he's supposed to be keeping an eye on you to make sure things like this don't happen, she explained, stopping pulling at his arm and letting him walk himself since they were in view of his house. I didn't know anybody was watching me, said Harry, folding his arms in frustration. He was upset about this. He had been going about his business, not knowing there were people observing him. They might report his doings to the headmaster. He didn't want that. Not that he was doing anything as of yet, but he might in the future. Don't you worry about it. You just get home and wait for word from Dumbledore, she said, like it was the only thing he could do. I'm going to be having words with Dumbledore about this, said Harry in a firm tone. You just get home and wait for word, said Mrs. Fig. She marched him to his house and left him there. Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Dudley were sitting in the living room. Dudley was telling them that Harry had scared him. They were about to confront him when Isobel poked her head out and hissed at them. Fuck off, meanies, she hissed, snapping her jaws at them. making them sit back down and disregard Harry. The magical man/teen just ignored them and walked up the stairs. He made it to his bedroom unmolested, and an owl flew in with a letter saying that the ministry was going to come and take his wand. He tore it up and waited for the next letter to come. He waited a minute. Then he waited 10 more. There was no letter from Dumbledore. He was sure there should have been a letter from the old man, but there was not. So, he did the only logical thing he could think of, and he packed up his stuff and headed for Sirius's place. He didn't know exactly where his godfather lived, but he had a vague general direction because he had lived there himself for 10 years after Voldy had died. He caught the night bus to the park he hoped was near the house and waited outside Grimmauld Place. All he had to do was look for the house number that wasn't there. He was sure it was the correct place, but he was getting uneasy when the wait went on. He didn't have the secret, so he just sat there and waited for somebody to recognize him, knocking on the wards. He had been a curse breaker for over 18 years after all. Of course he knew how to knock on wards. He might have to explain how he knew how to knock on them, but that was for later. He could feel them, and he could probably tear them down if he wanted to, but that would give up the game way too soon. While they waited, Harry and Isobel had a small talk. "No petrifying anyone," Harry said to his snake. She loved to stir up trouble for him by doing things like that. If people thought he was petty, they had not met his snake. "Why the fudge not?" she demanded. It was something she enjoyed doing. She just loved seeing Harry dig his way out of circumstances when she did it. To her, was fudging hilarious. "Because I want to save that for emergencies," he stated, sighing in frustration. "Like Snape and Umbridge," he added. "Besides, we might run out of Mandrake Potion." He was thinking of Molly Weasley and her tendencies to piss off anyone who didn't conform to her ways. Or Ron and his close-mindedness and jealousy. Or Hermione and her know-it-all ways. Each of those individuals might make Isobel twitchy. And when Isobel got twitchy, things got interesting. "Fine, but I'm going to threaten to bite anyone who pisses me off," she stated, and then curled around his waist again. It was warmer there. "Biting them is worse than petrifying them," Harry whinged. But she was ignoring him now. Harry, glad at seeing his godfather, patted the dog's head and smiled at him. "It's good to see you, boy," he told the dogman. He knelt down and ruffled the dog's fur. He then stood up and looked at where the house should be again, judging rightly that Sirius couldn't let Harry in. He vaguely remembered now that Dumbles held the secret. Why Sirius let the man do that, he had no fudging clue. But now he had to play the power game. Padfoot sniffed and smelled the snake, but he didn't say anything. He would wait until his godson told him why he smelled like the reptile. There had to be a good explanation. He wondered if he had picked up a gardener's snake to keep him company. He knew the boy was a Parselmouth. He then just sat by Harry's side and waited until Dumbledore came and let them in the house. They waited for about 10 minutes until the headmaster showed up with a note saying that the Order of the Phoenix assembles at number 12 Grimmauld Place. "Come quickly," the old man said, escorting them inside. The four of them went inside the house after number 12 appeared out of nowhere, moving the two houses on either side out of the way. It was quite a sight to see if you had not seen it before. Harry made sure to make the appropriate noises, as if this was his first time seeing it. They weren't noises of appreciation, either. Well, the magic was mind-boggling, but the house was unimpressive. It looked like it had been condemned. The roof was in bad shape, and the siding needed to be painted or replaced. The windows were either broken or so dirty that they were impenetrable. Harry was sure the sun hadn't shone in that house in years. They made their way up the broken walkway and into the dingy door. It had a knocker on it shaped like a snake's skull. "Whyver are you here, my dear boy?" asked Dumbledore as they came into the grayish hall. It was a dark hall with peeling wallpaper and dim lighting. It looked like no one had cleaned the hall in decades. Even the portraits were dirty. You couldn't see who was in them. They were so grimy. Harry could hear them complain that they could not see them, and he was itching to clean them just to see who was talking. He remembered when he lived here that the house elf in his employ and creature had cleaned the whole house until it shined. It was a far sight better than it was now. He'd have to get Dobby here soon. They were standing crowded in the entryway and not moving forward, like the old man didn't want Harry to go any further. It was a power play on his part, Harry was sure. That was the Dumbledore that they talked about after the man's death. "There were Dementors that showed up at my place," said Harry, setting down his trunk and shrugging. They tried to suck up my soul. I had to use magic to defend myself. He wasn't going to tell them he killed them. He was saving that for later. Or he might save it for just Sirius and his trial. Dumbledore was always against killing, if he recalled correctly. Dementors, you say? Asked Dumbledore, stroking his beard and peering over his glasses as if the teen were lying. When he saw that the boy was not, he added, "That is most unusual." He was confused. That was knowledge that he should know. Something that should have been told to him right away, either by Snape or Arthur, or even Arabella. Where was Mundungus? Then again, Arabella couldn't get a hold of him here. No one could. The place was an information null. They had to come to the house to feed him things he needed to know, and all of them were doing other things at the moment. Though Arthur could have come at any time. Yes, I came here because the ministry said they were coming to take my wand, Harry stated. He handed them the note. It was a simple thing that he didn't need. He had taped it back together when he realized he might need it. Dumbledore took the letter and read it. He then tucked it into his pocket and turned his attention to the boy. "How did you know where here was?" asked the old man, peering over his spectacles at the teen. As far as he knew, Harry had no knowledge of this place. "I told him," said Sirius, covering for his godson. He'd not let Harry get in trouble if he could help it. He'd get it out of Harry later how the boy knew. "That was most dangerous of you, my dear boy," said Dumbledore with a chastising look to the escapee. He knew Sirius was a rebel, but to defy him in such a manner was unprecedented. He'd have to figure out how the man was getting information to the teen. He was sure that he had caught all the missives out of the house. "He is my godson," said Sirius, glaring at the old man, who was not his favorite person right now. The headmaster had let his house be overrun by order members. That harpy had taken over, and arguments were a daily thing now. Well, it did make for non-boring days, so there was that, and that did break up the monotony. Still, it was stressful to always be arguing with the woman. "Yeah," said Harry. "I'm his godson. I'm allowed to know where he lives." He grinned at his godfather. Even if he was mentally older than the man, he did still think of him as his godfather. There was still a twinge of guilt over the man's death, but darn, it was good to see him alive. And fudge all if he wasn't going to keep it that way. Dumbledore just shook his head sadly, took the note out and read it again and said, "I will go and see what I can do about this. Stay here for now." He then turned and started to walk away. "Like I've got anywhere else to go," Harry grumbled, making the old man pause. "You have your aunt's house," Dumbledore stated jovially. With that, he left. He was good at that. It was a strategic play on his part. To have the last word. "Not bloody likely," the man/teen mumbled. "Come on, Harry, I've got a place for you to put your stuff," Sirius said, leading him up the stairs. He still wanted to know why the boy smelled like snake. That, and he was just happy that Harry was here. Harry grabbed his trunk, dragged it behind him, patted Isobel on his waist, and headed up the stairs. They started to pass a portrait behind some curtains. However, the curtains suddenly burst open, and the woman in the picture started screaming. She was a hideous woman who looked deranged. Her hair was black and was in a mess of curls that looked like they had never seen a comb. Her black dress was torn and tattered, and her eyes were yellow and rolling around her head. Her skin was pale and shallow, and her mouth was full of rotten teeth. Isobel poked her head out and petrified the portrait when the first shrill shriek sounded. She ducked her head back into Harry's shirt unnoticed by everybody but the man/teen. "Dear Merlin, what happened?" asked Sirius, seeing his mother frozen solid. It was blessed silence. The dogman looked on with awe. It was something he had dreamed about since he had come to this cursed house the second time. They had done everything they could think of to quiet that blast-darn portrait, but nothing had worked. "Beats me," said Harry with a shrug. "I just got here." He tried to look innocent. He really didn't want to have this conversation in the hall. He was more than willing to tell Sirius all about Isobel, but not the rest of the occupants of the house. Not yet anyway. They would find out soon enough, but he wanted to give his dogfather a heads up. "That's my mother. We haven't been able to get her to stop screeching since I got here. Here you show up, and she suddenly stops." "What did you do?" Sirius asked, not the least bit upset, just curious. "I didn't do anything," said Harry, completely honest. He was giving his godfather a later look, but the man was missing it. "You had to have done something, Harry." He was looking at Harry with awe and a bit of worship. He'd have given anything to shut his mother up since he was 3 years old. I swear on my honor, I didn't do anything, the man/teen said, making an I promise gesture. I've got my eye on you, said Sirius, jokingly, even though he really was going to keep an eye out for any other miracles. Just let's go to my room, said Harry, sighing in relief. He was glad his godfather was letting it drop for now. However, it was a plain room that was done up in browns and golds. There was a twin bed, a chair, a nightstand, a lamp, a dresser, and a desk. The curtains, linens, and rugs were clean and in good condition. Here you go, Harry. It's not much, but it's clean, which is more than I can say for the rest of the house. I knew you'd be coming sometime this summer, and had the house elf creature clean it. He's not much of a house elf, but he does what he's told if you yell at him enough, Sirius said, plopping down on a chair and waving around the room. That doesn't speak well of you, that you have to yell at your house elf to get anything done, said Harry, letting his trunk hit the floor and sitting on the bed. Let's just say me and my house elf don't like each other, said Sirius, leaning forward and getting an intense look on his face. Now tell me what you did to my mum's portrait. He sat up and leaned forward a bit to get the gist faster. I've got a secret. Well, it's not going to remain a secret much longer, I suppose, but I'll tell you first, so you won't be shocked with the rest of the household. Well, I'll show you. Isobel, show yourself, said Harry, looking down and speaking to his shirt. Isobel poked herself out of the garment and showed herself to Sirius. Boo, she hissed. Oh, dear fudging Merlin, is that a bloody basilisk? The dogman said, falling from his chair, scrambling up and slamming himself against the wall. He knew there was a snake, but not a fudging basilisk. Yep, said Harry. He was entirely too smug about the ordeal. It did show a great deal of strength that he was in control of a basilisk. Not really since he was a Parselmouth, but to other magicals it did. How do you have a bloody basilisk hanging around your waist? And how am I not dead? The dogman yelled, brandishing his wand. She's my best friend in the whole wide world, said Harry, petting his familiar. She doesn't kill anybody unless I ask her to. Which I would never do, he added quickly. Well, maybe Voldemort, he mumbled. He'd pay to see that. He got a dreamy look on his face for a moment thinking about that scenario, and then shook his head and came back to the present. That would be one way to kill him, conceded Sirius. But he was still backed up against the wall and not coming any closer to Harry. While he trusted his godson, he did not trust the snake. I promise you, Sirius, she will not hurt you, Harry said, beckoning him forward. Standing and holding stock still. Harry, that is the deadliest snake in the world. One of the deadliest animals in the world. I'm not coming anywhere near, no matter what you say, his terrified godfather stated, still holding his wand in front of him. He knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he didn't know what else to do. He felt foolish standing there helpless, only relying on his godson to keep him alive from his pet. Don't you trust me? Asked Harry. He wasn't hurt. He'd gone through this with many people in the future. Very few people trusted Isobel. They had good reason not to. There were too many stories of deadly encounters with basilisks to trust her. Of course I trust you, Harry. It's her I don't trust, Sirius whinged. He didn't want Harry to think he didn't trust him, but darn, it was a basilisk. Then trust me when I say that she will not hurt you, the man/teen stated one more time. He was still holding out his hand in a come here gesture. She stuck her tongue out and smelled him, and then just stood still. Fucking wuss, she hissed good-naturedly. She too was quite used to this. She had gone through it many times. She was a cruel animal by nature, but for Harry she complied. Okay, I take your word that she's not going to hurt me, but it doesn't mean I like snakes any more than I did 5 minutes ago, he said, withdrawing his hand and moving away from the snake. Then he quickly stepped back and sat in his chair. Point, said Harry. He backed up until he was sitting on the bed with Isobel on his lap. Okay, so you have a basilisk. How are you going to keep that a secret? Sirius asked, hoping the teen was going to do just that. It was bad enough that the paper was validifying him. The last thing he needed was to be branded a Dark Lord for having a deadly snake curled around his waist. I'm not, said Harry with a nonchalant shrug. They're going to try and kill her, said Sirius, trying to use something that would appeal to him. She's my bonded familiar. They can't, Harry said, smugly. He knew that for a fact. He'd gone through that in his last pass too. It was the law. How did you bond with the basilisk? How did you even find her? was the incredulous question. That's a tricky question that I can't answer yet. My story is that she appeared at my relative's house and bonded with me, and I'm going to stick to it, Harry said, shifting his eyes to the side many times. His body language was such that it was not a true story, but one that he was not going to change. Is it the truth? Was the question. How good is your clemency? Asked Harry out of nowhere. Not as good as it could be since Azkaban, but not bad, was the answer. Once you get shored up, I'll let you know, the time traveler stated, petting Isobel on the chin. I can keep out Dumbledore, but I can't keep out Snape, Sirius said proudly. It was quite a feat. Are you saying that Snape is a better Legilimens than Dumbledore? Harry asked, quite shocked. He thought it was the other way around. Believe it or not, yes. Well, I'll be buggered. Not by me you won't. That's not even funny, godfather of mine. I thought it was fudging hilarious. You've got a sick sense of humor, Harry said, turning a bit green at the images that were conjured up in his head at the joke. Anyway, let's go to the dining room and see if there's anything left to eat, Sirius said, getting the boy's mind off said images. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't that funny either. He liked Harry well enough, but he didn't want to bugger him. If there's not, I can always cook something. I'm a really good cook if I do say so myself, and I didn't eat dinner, said Harry, his tummy grumbling. He remembered he needed to feed Isobel soon too. There had to be a rat around here somewhere. Maybe that house elf creature was it? Could scrounge one up. Right. The Dementors. I'd forgotten about that. What were Dementors doing in Little Whinging? His godfather asked, looking at him to make sure he was okay. Beats me. All I know is they were there, Harry said, with a shrug. He knew well and good why they were there, but he couldn't tell Sirius that without giving up the game. Sirius needed to protect his mind before he could let him in on that part of his story. I think there is more to this story than you're telling me, Sirius said, giving him the stink. Aye. Sure. Shore up your clemency, and I will tell you, his godson promised him, giving him a compatible pat on the shoulder, like he would a comrade in arms. Give me a day or two, and I promise you I'll keep out Snape, was the promise. He'd do anything to know what was going on. It had been dead boring here. He was useless in his own house. The Order of the Phoenix didn't have a use for him, and he was darned if he was going to be useless to his godson. That's all you'll need? A day or two? Harry asked in disbelief. It had taken him weeks to get his mind protected, and that was with studying night and day. I'm telling you it's not that bad, the dogman said. He only needed to shore them up. He had been quite proficient when he went to prison. Fine, I'll tell you after dinner then. Works for me. Good, let's go. I'm starving, Harry said, his stomach letting them know he was speaking the truth. Telling Sirius. With that, the two of them went down to the dining room to find something to eat. Isobel was still wrapped firmly around Harry's waist. She would stay there until such time as she was needed, where he called her. She was tired and hungry. She would just sleep for now. There was nothing left to eat for Harry and Sirius, though. Molly Weasley was more than willing to cook for them. Harry decided he would cook something himself. He knew that if he gave Mrs. Weasley an inch, she'd take a mile. He needed to exert his independence now and keep it there throughout his stay. Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley, I've got this, he said. He actually loved to cook and thought his cooking was better than hers. She tended towards greasy, whereas he tended towards nutritious. Well, maybe not nutritious, but much healthier as in far less greasy. He had traveled extensively and found that he liked many things, and most countries didn't like the heavy foods of Britain. That, and they were spicier and more flavorful. That wasn't completely fair. It was just different and exotic. But, Harry dear, I know where everything is in the kitchen, she said, wiping her hands on her apron. She stood to go and whipped something up for him and Sirius, but he waved her down again. She backed off with a huff, but was not happy about it. She was gearing up to argue when Harry talked over her. No, really, I know what I like, and I know how to cook. I've been doing it for a long time, Harry said already at the door. He pushed his way into the kitchen and was already putting pans on the stove while she was still in the dining room. Actually, Creature knows where everything is in the kitchen too, but you never let him cook in it, said Sirius to Molly, getting behind Harry and blocking her way to the kitchen. He was miffed over that fact. She was a real domineering person, and he was tired of it. And for good reason. You work that poor house elf to the bone, she huffed, like he was a cruel taskmaster, as if she didn't work her children just as hard. She stood with her hands on her hips and looked ready to push him out of the way. The kids and Mr. Weasley were all staring at the arguing trio. Mr. Weasley was ready to step in if it got out of control, but so far in their stay it had been just words. He knew his wife was overwhelming and could be a bit bossy, but he saw no harm in it. "That's his job," said Sirius, getting heated under the collar. "And while you two argue over this, I'm going to fix me something to eat," said Harry, turning away and rummaging through the cupboards. "Did you want something, Sirius?" he asked, wanting the man's input. "I'll take whatever you're cooking, Harry," the dogman said, shoving past Molly and taking a seat at the table. "Great," said Harry from the kitchen as he pulled ingredients out. He decided to make something simple like spaghetti bolognese. He was shocked Sirius had the ingredients for that. It didn't seem like something wizards would eat. But there it was. Then again, Sirius was a rebel. He had been known to go against the normal wizarding society many times. He liked jeans and rock t-shirts and motorcycles. He liked many things Muggle just to piss off his family. Harry remembered there were scantily clad women posted on his walls in his room. He had to have done that when he was a teenager. Didn't he run away when he was around 16 or something? Something about living with his dad? He vaguely remembered Sirius telling him something about that. Harry cooked the meal quickly. Creature was doing the dishes and grumbling the entire time the human cooked, but Harry ignored the house elf for now. Harry knew he had to talk to the elf, but he couldn't remember why. Didn't Creature have a necklace? Wasn't it a horcrux? Something about Sirius's brother? Yeah, that was it. He remembered now. He'd have to confront the elf about that. The rest of the people at Grimmauld Place were sitting around the table, talking about their day, and trying to figure out what Harry was doing there. They were waiting for him to finish cooking his meal. They were talking about it amongst themselves, though, asking Sirius why he was here. Sirius was telling him he didn't know. They were a nosy bunch of busybodies. Soon enough, Harry appeared with 2 plates of steaming noodles. He placed one in front of Sirius and sat next to his godfather and started digging in. He moaned in pleasure at the first bite and then chowed down. Ron looked on like he'd snatched the plate from him. As he started eating, Hermione asked, "Harry, what are you doing here?" The fact that she had waited so long astonished Harry. He had heard her ask Sirius earlier and had thought she'd come into the kitchen and harass him. "Had a bit of a bother back at the Dursleys and decided I would come here early," he said, taking a bite of his meal and humming at the deliciousness of it. He really was a good cook if he did say so himself. "What kind of a bother?" she asked, an anxious note in her tone. Everyone leaned forward to hear what he was saying. They weren't even trying to be discreet. Even the twins were all ears. "Nothing really troubling. I had it taken care of, but the Dursleys were spooked, so I came early like I said." He decided that if they weren't going to tell him anything important, he wasn't going to tell them anything. And they were just teenagers. They really didn't need to be involved in matters that were better handled by adults. He never understood Dumbledore's obsession with leaving it in the hands of babes. The old man had a group of adults that did nothing while kids did all the work. That never stood to reason with the older Harry. Well, he could tell the 3 adults at the table, but he really didn't feel like it. 5 if he included the twins, but it was really hard to think of them as adults when he'd known them as teenagers for so long. "You realize you can tell me anything?" she said, giving him a disappointed look. She was far too used to Harry telling her everything. He had never kept secrets from her before. "I just don't feel like telling you anything since you kept me in the dark all summer," he stated, twirling his pasta on his fork and moving it to his mouth. "I thought I made that clear in my return letters," he added, smiling at the thought of her reading his bugger off letters. "That's really not fair of you, Harry. We were told we couldn't tell you anything." "You were told no such thing," she said, like it was significant. "And how do you know that?" he asked after he swallowed. He returned his fork to his plate without pause. He really was hungry and wasn't going to stop eating to sate her curiosity. "Why would anybody tell you not to tell us anything?" she huffed, like it was the most ludicrous thing she had ever heard of. "I could ask the same of you, because you're an important person and you don't need to know such things." That made more sense to her than it did to him. "I beg to differ. I think I need to know all sorts of things if I'm going to do the things that are being asked of me." Then he cut a look to his godfather and said, "Maybe there's things I shouldn't tell you either if you've been keeping things from me." He was going to make the man squirm. He had sent him some bugger-off letters this summer as well. "Don't be like that, Harry. I tried to send you letters, but they were all confiscated." I and the twins both, the older and body man stated, in an almost pleading tone. I'll make a vow to that if I have to. He even went so far as to lift his wand. Harry just shook his head at the man, so Sirius lowered his wand and smiled. That's right, Harry. We tried to send you letters too, but Mum stopped them all. The twin he thought was Fred said. His brother nodded along with him. It twisted something in Harry's heart to see the twins together again. It was a good thing, and one that made him more determined to change things. Seeing Sirius alive, and now Fred, made something firm harder in his spine. Dumbles wasn't going to like the fire that was now burning in his soul. I see, said Harry, glaring a bit at Mrs. Weasley as he ate another bite of his meal. It really was a bitter pill to swallow that they conspired to keep him in the dark like this. He remembered now how betrayed he felt the first time. The second time, he was mad and just a bit confused. If they knew he had to fight the Dark Lord, why did they keep the information from him? Oh, that's right, Dumbles thought the dark idiot could read his mind. He remembered that now. Why was that? He forgot. Oh well, he'd remember when it was important to. Don't you take that tone with me, young man. I'm under Dumbledore's orders, the older red-headed woman snapped, using the same tone she used with her own children. Ah, so it was Dumbledore who gave the orders that I'm not to be told anything. I'll be having words with that man, Harry stated for the second time that night. You will respect Dumbledore in my presence, said Mrs. Weasley, slapping her hand on the table in anger. I'll do as I please, Mrs. Weasley, said Harry nonchalantly, finishing off his meal. He pushed his plate to the middle of the table, where it promptly disappeared, supposedly by Creature. I will kindly remind you that you are not my mother, and I have a godfather sitting right next to me. He jerked his thumb at said man, who was just finishing his meal too with a satisfied groan. Yeah, Sirius said, grinning like a fool. He pushed his plate into the middle of the table too, and was rubbing his full tummy. Nevertheless, Molly started. It was about that time that Isobel decided to make her presence known. She poked her head out of Harry's shirt and looked around, hissing at everybody. Boo, she hissed again, causing Harry to chuckle. Everybody screamed or shouted and flung themselves away from the table, many of them brandishing their wands, bar Sirius, who did get up and move to the wall. He didn't like the snake and didn't want to be near it if it was going to do anything nefarious. He was the only one on Harry's side of the table. Everyone else had jumped the table or scrambled over it. What the heck are you doing with the bloody snake at the table? Yelled Ron, spittle flying from his mouth. He was scared shucksless and was terrified that he and his family were now in mortal danger. He was angry as heck that his best friend was the one to put them in that danger. He didn't know what kind of snake it was, but it looked deadly. Ginny was pale white and trembling from head to toe. She knew by the crest on the head just what kind of snake that was. She was the most affected by the sight of the basilisk, and Harry felt bad for her. But he wasn't going to put Isobel away for her either. The last basilisk she had seen was over 60 feet long and had been dead. It had not tried to kill her, but it had tried to kill Harry. Still, it held bad memories for her. What with the Dark Lord trying to take over her in her first year and controlling her into controlling that basilisk. Had it not been for Harry killing it, they might have killed the Muggleborn, or even the entire student body. This is my bonded familiar, Isobel, Harry said, petting her head. Hello, sweetie, he hissed at her. He was cooing at her like she was a cute little baby. I don't give a fudge what its name is. It's a bloody snake, and it's at the table, said Ron, pointing his wand at the snake. You are putting the lives of my family in danger. Quit cooing at it. Watch your language, said Hermione, her voice shaking, and so was her wand. I will not watch my bloody language, said Ron. It's a bloody, deadly fudging snake. At the bloody table, where my family eats. He was shaking so hard in rage and fear that his wand wasn't holding still. It was moving all over the place that if he tried to cast, he would have hit the walls behind Harry and Isobel, and not them. She's my bonded familiar, said Harry once again. And if you do her any harm, I will see you brought up on charges. He turned angry green eyes at his best mate. You should know by now that I would never endanger you or your family, he added, looking at Ginny and the twins like they should understand. Arthur and Molly were trying to herd their children behind them, but they were too petrified to move. And there were too many of them. Isn't that a basilisk? Inquired Hermione, still shaking like a leaf. She took in the crested head and knew that it was indeed the king of snakes. Or in this case, the queen. How are we not dead? She asked in wonder. She was looking right at the snake and was not petrified or dead. Why, yes, yes, she is, said Harry, smiling proudly. That's my secret, he answered her. Second question. Just know that as long as you don't threaten me, or her, you will be safe. He was still petting the snake, looking like a dark lord with his pet snake. You can't have a basilisk as a bonded familiar, the bushy-haired girl stated, primly, her fear forgotten for a moment. By this time, Ginny had gone to her mother and hid behind her. There was a whimpering noise from behind the woman. Ron was still standing next to Hermione, and the twins were up against the wall next to Arthur. Says who? Asked Harry, looking between Isobel and Hermione like he was right, and she was crazy. Well, I mean, it's not written anywhere, but it's not written that you can either. There hasn't been a bonded magical familiar in decades, centuries even, Hermione stated, quoting some obscure book. That doesn't mean you can't have one, said Harry in a condescending manner. Obviously you can. He pointed to Isobel. Stupid mean person, hissed Isobel, moving forward towards Hermione and snapping at her, causing her to scream and back up to the wall. Harry caught her and hissed back, "Quit scaring my friends." He looked to Hermione and said, "She's only trying to scare you." He chuckled, which was really out of place given the situation. "She's doing a good job of it," Hermione grumbled, not moving an inch. She didn't take her eyes off the basilisk in front of her. At this point in time, she didn't trust Harry to keep her safe. "Are you sure they are your friends?" Isobel asked, looking at the terrified faces. "If they were your friends, they'd trust you more." She looked at each and every one of them and hissed. That made them all tighten their grips on their wands. "They are just young," he defended them, though he was a bit hurt at the lack of trust in those eyes. He thought they knew him better than this. He was the most hurt by Ron and Hermione. They were supposed to be his best friends. They had been through so much together. "Whatever," the snake said, settling down. She coiled up around his neck and rested her head near his ear. She stopped looking at the scared people in the room and just settled down to rest. She was still hungry. "You will take that snake out of my dining room right this minute," yelled Mrs. Weasley, holding her trembling daughter with one arm behind her back, while keeping her wand trained on the snake. "My dining room," said Sirius in a firm voice, "and he can have the snake here if he wants to." Even though Sirius looked disgusted at having the snake at the table, he moved forward and put his hand on Harry's shoulder in a move that showed he had Harry's back. Mr. Weasley, who had been quiet up till now, looked at him and said, "You're going to need to have to register that snake, young man." He was being far braver than he felt, but duties must be fulfilled. As a familiar, it needs to be registered. "I know this, Mr. Weasley," the man/teen said, keeping his voice calm. "I plan on doing that as soon as Dumbledore tells me what I need to do about them trying to take my wand. If they're going to take my wand, I'm not going to do anything about registering Isobel. We will need to see where we need to go to keep my magic," he added, looking at his godfather as if they needed to plan. Country, then he was going to go with him. He was not going to abandon his godson again. He already had a few locations in mind. "Very well then," said Mr. Weasley, moving forward and resting his hands on a chair. "Everybody calm down and either sit down or leave the room. He is within his rights to have his bonded familiar wherever he goes." His tone held a ring of finality. It wasn't often that Mr. Weasley used this tone, but when he did, it was the end of the conversation. With that, the twins sat down, though they moved very slowly. Ron left the room as quickly as his legs would take him. Hermione stood as if she couldn't figure out what she was going to do. Mrs. Weasley stormed into the kitchen, taking Ginny with her, and Sirius sat next to Harry. Mr. Weasley followed Mrs. Weasley, trying to calm her and Ginny down. Harry, meanwhile, thought that went rather well. Isobel just laughed at the antics of the humans. Hermione determined that Ron needed to vent more than she needed her questions answered. That, and she didn't want to be around the snake. It was a deadly snake after all, and how could Harry bring such a thing around other people? Didn't he know that was irresponsible? She thought better of him than that. After everyone, bar the twins, left, Harry decided that he wanted to talk to his godfather. "Sirius? Let's go back up to my room so I can talk to you," he said as he got up and started leaving the room. He was quite full and ready to talk with his godfather. He wanted to get it out of the way so he could sleep early. It had been a few stressful days, and he was looking forward to sleeping in a well-warded house, where he could finally sleep without worry. The Fidelius charm was a wonderful comfort. The only people he had to worry about were Snape and Dumbles, and those two wouldn't make a move on him here. They thought he was on their side at the moment, which he was mostly. He and Isobel were quite tired, traveling back in time and trying to remember stuff that had happened 23 years ago was not conducive to a restful night. He had racked his brain, trying to remember the nitty-gritty of his 5th year, but it was a no-go. He just didn't have that kind of memory. "Wait, what about us?" "We wanted to talk with you too," said Fred, who had just sat back down at the table so he could sit and talk to Harry. He and his brother had been waiting for him to show up all summer. He knew that Harry had something to hide, but he didn't think he had been hiding a basilisk. That was just something new and exciting. He wondered if his friend would let him have some of the shed skin and venom for experiments. "I'll talk with you two in the morning," said Harry calmly. "Right now, I need to have a talk with my godfather," the man/teen said, grinning at the twins. It really was good to see those two together again. George had been a shadow of himself after Fred had died. He had never recovered from the loss of his twin. "But we want to meet your snake," said George with a pout. "She'll be there in the morning too," said Harry in a taunting tone. "Do what you usually do and make with the mischief," said Sirius to the twins, getting up and joining his godson now that his meal was done. "I and Harry need to have a serious talk," pun intended. He wanted to know what the boys' secrets were. They left the room and went up to Harry's room and sat. It was silent for a while, and Harry was petting Isobel, and Sirius was looking at his godson and contemplating what to ask. "So, are you finally going to tell me what actually went down this evening?" asked Sirius after a few minutes of silence. "I didn't lie. The Dementors did come, and they did try and suck my soul out. I killed them. I even have their cloaks to prove it," Harry said, with a wry grin. He could have glanced at his trunk, which is where the cloaks were. "You killed the Dementors?" his godfather asked with a bit of awe in his voice. "It is my understanding that they are unkillable." His brow furrowed as he thought about how powerful his godson must be to have killed a Dementor. "Well, my Patronus did, but yeah," Harry said with a shrug of his shoulders, as if it was a typical day in the neighborhood. "How did you kill them?" Sirius asked, shaking his head as if to clear the cobwebs. This bit of knowledge went against everything he'd been taught. Yet, here Harry was telling him that he had killed an unkillable demon. "I just told you my Patronus did it." "Well, Isobel stunned them, and then the spell did it," the time traveler said, tilting his head to the side, wondering how the man was going to take the rest of his news. "Your snake can stun Dementors?" was the next question. There was a note of incredulity in his tone. "Well, she can't kill them. They're already dead," was the answer. "Well, at least they aren't alive in the animal sense. Which means they can still be killed like vampires can. I guess that makes sense. So, she stunned them, my Patronus killed them. But that's not what I had to talk to you about," Harry said, taking a breath and then looking his godfather deep in his eyes. "First, I need a vow that whatever we talk about doesn't leave this room," he added, not going to budge on that. He loved his godfather, but he wasn't going to take the chance that his secret was going to get out. They'd lock him up and experiment on him. "What could you possibly say that would need one of those?" the man asked, wondering what could be more dangerous than the basilisk, or killing a Dementor. "I can't elaborate until you've taken the vow," Harry said, settling further into the bed and adjusting Isobel on his lap in a more comfortable position. "On my life and on my magic, I do swear," he intoned. A light shrouded him, and the vow took. Harry lifted his wand and stated, "I, Harry James Potter, do hereby swear all I tell in the next hour is nothing but the truth as I know it." A light shrouded him as well. "You didn't need to do that, Harry," Sirius said, looking at him queerly. "You'll see," Harry said, fidgeting a bit. "About 5 days ago, I was 38 years old and in a jungle in South America. We, Isobel and I, were about to be crushed by a boulder when I woke up in my 15-year-old body at number 4 Privet Drive, with Isobel on my chest." When he finished saying this, he sat and stared at his godfather, seeing how the other man took what he was saying. "Yes," was all Harry said. "And I'm to believe you because..." The voice trailed off still with a great deal of skepticism. "Besides my vow? I don't know how else to prove it to you. I could tell you things that only you know," the man/teen said, rubbing the back of his head, trying to figure out how he could convince the other man in front of him he was indeed a time traveler. There are many things he knew about Sirius, but he couldn't remember exactly what his godfather had told him about himself and what he knew from the future. Like what? The man asked doubtfully. Your brother Regulus was a Death Eater? Harry said, snapping his fingers together. That's common knowledge, Sirius said, rolling his eyes. Not for me, it's not. You never told me that. I could tell you that he tried to leave the Death Eaters and Creature has a horcrux that was given to him by your brother, and that only you can get it from him, he added, looking at him with something akin to horror. A horcrux? From whom? That got the man's attention. If there was anything he knew about, it was those vile things. His family may be dark, but that was something they didn't delve into. The only reason he knew about them was because he had studied them in his 5th year. It was something of a rebellious thing. His father had told him not to sow. Voldemort created a horcrux? Sirius asked incredulously. He knew the man was crazy, but he didn't think he was that insane. More than one, Harry confirmed, nodding his head. And Regulus tried to kill one? Sirius asked, hoping beyond hope that his brother had redeemed himself before he died. He knew his little brother had good in him. Yes, and Creature has it. Call him and ask him about it, the older in mind man said, looking at him as if daring him to do what he said. Creature, called Sirius, dreading what he would find out in the next few moments. Master is calling Creature. The diminutive house elf came in, bowing low to the ground. He was as dirty and as scruffy as ever, looking as if he hadn't washed himself in over a decade. He was as grouchy as ever, too. There was a sarcastic tone when he said his greeting. Harry here said that Regulus defied you-know-who and tried to kill a horcrux? Is this true? Sirius asked the house elf in a menacing tone. He really did hate the Creature. They had a history that spanned 2 decades. Creature was the same house elf that tormented him in his childhood. He was as an unpleasant creature then as he was now. It is as the boy says. Creature has tried to kill this vile thing since Master Regulus has given him the duty of it. But Creature has failed over and over again to kill it. Creature will punish himself. The house elf wailed and cried, pulling on his ears in frustration and woe. You will do no such thing, Creature. Bring me the horcrux now, Sirius demanded, not wanting to put up with the elf's mood swings right now. The elf popped away and was back a few minutes later with a necklace that was rectangular that had a diamond S in the middle of it. He bowed low and handed it to Sirius. There were tears still rimming his eyes. Is this what you're looking for, Harry? Asked Sirius, holding the evil-feeling necklace to his godson. It was positively a horcrux. Nothing else would feel that malevolent. Yes, that's it, the younger-looking man confirmed. It was the same necklace that drove them crazy on the hunt. Hadn't Mundungus stolen it? Something about Umbridge, too? Oh well, it wasn't important now. He had it, and that wouldn't play out the same. Isobel hissed at it, wanting to kill it right now, but Harry stopped her. It's fudging vile, she said. Let me kill it, she begged. We can destroy it now, or we can wait until we get all of them, and that way Voldemort won't know that we are killing them. He took it from Sirius and held it out at arm's length. He didn't want to touch the disgusting thing. He was petting his snake with the other hand. She really was riled. You think he can feel it when we destroy them? Was an astute question from Sirius. Wouldn't you know if somebody were destroying a piece of your soul? Harry asked, not really knowing if the Dark Lord could feel it or not, but not wanting to take the chance. They're linked to him. It's how he stays on this plane of existence. I wouldn't know. I've never created a horcrux, Sirius said, shivering at the very thought. He didn't even want to contemplate the creation of one, let alone more than one. Neither have I, but I don't want to take that chance. There's another one I need you to get, which means that you need to get free, or at least get to Gringotts, his godson said, putting his snake to the side. He got up and put the necklace in his trunk under his invisibility cloak. He didn't want anyone to see it. Why do I need to get to Gringotts? Sirius asked, dreading the answer. No good could come of him going there. They were more than just a bank. Just about every legal thing happened there. If it didn't happen at the Ministry, it happened at Gringotts. And Sirius didn't like the implications of his needing to go there. Because there's one in Bellatrix's vault that you need to get. The only way to get that is for you to become Lord Black, Harry said, making Sirius's world crash down around him. The man/teen settled back on the bed, and Isobel curled back around him. I don't want to be Lord Black, the other man whinged. He had been fighting off becoming Lord Black since he was 16 years old. It was something he really did not want to do. The only way for you to get into her vault is for you to become a lord. It's something that needs to be done. We need that horcrux. It might be the only way to end the war, Sirius, Harry said, looking at his godfather with penetrating emerald eyes. Fine, how do I get to Gringotts? His godfather said, sighing in defeat. His shoulders slumped. He knew there was no way he was going to win this argument, not if there was a war to be won. I'm not quite sure yet. We'll have to figure that out. If I remember correctly, Dumbledore is supposed to give me a trial, or at least a hearing in front of Madame Bones. When I go to that, you can sneak into Gringotts using my cloak, Harry offered. It wasn't something he normally did. Very few people got to use his invisibility cloak, but he trusted his godfather to give it back to him, unlike other people. That sounds like a plan. Now tell me about the future, Sirius said, settling down in the chair like an eager kid about to be told a ghost story on Halloween. What do you want to know? Well, what's going to happen this year? I don't really remember much about what happened this year, Harry said, taking up a posture of somebody trying very hard to remember something very vague. What do you mean you don't remember? Do you remember your 5th year? Now that you ask, not really, the other man said, getting a thoughtful look on his face. There were girls. I remember lots of birds and snogging. However, I don't remember much else, Sirius confessed. I rest my case, Harry said, then added. I know that mean person Umbridge is going to be the dad teacher, and that she's going to try and torture the students. I'm going to stop that. I know that Voldemort is going to try and trick me into going to the Department of Mysteries by pretending to torture you. I haven't decided on how to play that yet, he added thoughtfully. I hope you don't fall for that, Sirius joked. Of course, not knowing that was when he died. Oh my God. That reminds me, I have a horcrux in my head again, Harry said, putting his head in his hands. It hit him now that he remembered the fight with Voldy in the Ministry. That's why Dumbles didn't want him to know anything this year. It was the bloody horcrux. Fuck. What? Sirius yelled, jumping to his feet. A charming breakfast. Isobel isn't British, so she will not cuss in British slang. How could you forget you have a horcrux in your head? His godfather all but yelled, staring at him as if he were the craziest person on the face of the earth. Who forgets something like that? That was insane. Well, I simply forgot. It's been gone for 21 years. I didn't need to think about it, did I? Now it's back. Damn it. I had to die to get rid of it last time, Harry said, defending himself. And he honestly, truly did just suppress the memory. It was something he had put into the recesses of his mind, where he couldn't sleep at night. It was one of the reasons he became a curse breaker, so that he could go out and forget about the distressing event of him dying. He didn't so much forget as just didn't think about it. That's it. He didn't think about it. We're going to have to figure out a way to get that out of your head without you dying this time, Sirius said, taking some deep breaths and calming himself down. He put on his thinking cap and tried to figure out what they could do to prevent that. He was having a hard time grasping the concept that his godson was a time-traveling horcrux. It was surreal. He had enough to deal with being an escapee and an order member. Here Harry comes with horcruxes and basilisks. Well, he did say it was boring around here, Molly's arguments aside. I would very much appreciate that. I don't want to die again. It was traumatizing the first time around. I don't want to do it again, Harry said, shuddering hard. He too would be thinking of ways to not do that. He was a curse breaker after all, though he never worked with living beings. It was the dead he specialized in. He never even ran into any other horcruxes. He tended to shy away from them. Too many bad memories tied with that lot. He left them to people like Bill. Maybe you should ask the oldest Weasley boy. That was a thought. Isn't basilisk venom one way to get rid of a horcrux? His godfather suddenly asked, looking at Isobel, who hissed at him and snapped her jaws. She lunged at him and made him jump back as far as his chair would let him. Harry grabbed her and held her tight. I'm not biting you, she said to Harry. Even if there were times she wanted to, she wasn't going to do it now. I'd rather not stick venom in my head. Thank you very much, Harry said, petting his agitated snake to calm her down. Don't worry, he said to her in Parseltongue. I'm not going to let you bite me. It was a thought that he was going to put on the back burner. Good, I like having you around, Meanie, she hissed back at him, curling around his body. Those two speaking to each other freaked Sirius out something fierce. Parselmouth still had evil connotations. Seeing the large snake twist itself around his godson did a number on him as well. It took him a couple of minutes to calm down. Finally, he said, "No, I'm going to get rid of the other ones." It wasn't what he meant, but that was my plan. I was going to gather them all up and destroy them all at the same time, the man/teen stated, going over the plan in his head. He still had to remember where the other horcruxes were. He knew one was in Hogwarts, but he didn't remember where. Maybe the Room of Requirements? He vaguely remembered flying for his life. Didn't he save Malfoy's life? He remembered that part. There was Fiendfire? Crabbe or Goyle had said it, hadn't they? He remembered that now. Now that he remembered where, he just had to remember. What? Wasn't it a crown of some sort? He never knew where the one Dumbledore got was, and he couldn't remember what the last Horcrux was. He knew Neville got it, and he knew it was a living thing, but he didn't remember what it was. A snake? Yeah, that was it. It was Nagini. Maybe Isobel could get her last. That sounds like a good plan. It's a good thing you have your snake, Sirius said, interrupting his thoughts. Don't worry, Harry, we'll think of something, he added, shuddering as Isobel glared at him. At least he was sure that's what she was doing. It was hard to tell with snakes. What else did you want to know about the future? Harry asked, changing the subject away from his untimely demise. He really didn't like thinking about it. He had suppressed it for a reason. That and the conversation he had had with Dumbledore in the in-between. That was not worth remembering. It just brought up conflicting emotions. How did I die? Sirius inquired, not making Harry feel any better. He was bouncing like it was an easy conversation. You don't really want to know that. It was kind of pitiful, the younger and body man said. He still felt survivor's guilt over Sirius's death. You mean I didn't die heroically, fighting for my life? Questioned the other man in a joking manner. You did die fighting for your life, all right, but it wasn't in any way heroic. You were fudging around and not taking anything seriously, Harry said with an angry bite to his tone. He was still very upset about the way that fight had gone. He was upset at himself, Remus, Dumbledore, the Death Eaters, Voldemort. The list went on. He was upset at everybody involved with that fight. Even Fudge, in a way. Especially Bellatrix and Sirius. I'm always serious, joked the younger in mind man. I'm not bloody well joking, Sirius. You were not taking the fight seriously, and it got you killed, Harry said, slamming his fists onto the bed in anger. Not that they made much sound or emphasis, but there wasn't anything else to slam his fists into. He looked at his godfather with such anger in his face that Sirius jerked back. Calm down, Harry. It was over years ago, Isobel stated as she tightened around him in a hug. She didn't like it when he was this angry. He tended not to think clearly. It was up to her to calm him down, so he didn't do anything stupid. She did her best to do that now. We're in the past. It can happen again, he reminded her in Parseltongue, causing Sirius to shiver. Fine. I wasn't paying attention, and it got me killed. At least tell me it was somebody important that killed me, the other man said, holding up his hands in a placating manner. He was eyeballing the two on the bed, wondering what they were saying. It wasn't fair they could talk to each other and not share with him. Only if you consider Bellatrix important, Harry said, taking deep breaths, trying to calm down. Isobel loosened her coils and relaxed. Her head was draped on his shoulder, while her body was dangling down his torso and coiled in his lap. I was killed by my own cousin? Sirius asked derisively. That was the last person he ever wanted to be killed by. Voldemort he can handle. Heck, Lucius he could handle. But Bellatrix? No. Sure, she was quite the heckfire in her own right, but she was his baby cousin. He remembered when she was in her nappies. Yup, damn, that's what you get for fudging off, Harry said in a chastising manner. He really wanted to get his point across that his godfather needed to pay attention to what he was doing if he was going to get into a fight again. He did not want to lose him in the same way. Hell, he didn't want to lose him at all. I'm going to have to stay away from Bellatrix, I guess, Sirius said in a teasing manner again, which kind of annoyed Harry off. Or just bloody well pay attention when you fight, the other man spit out. War is coming unless I can stop it. And you need to pay attention to that, even if we can't get you free, which I'm going to do my very best to try. I just have to find that stupid rat, he said, taking another deep breath. Speaking of rats, creature, we need to find something for Isobel to eat. He was done with the subject of death for the night. Creature will do what he can to find something for the snake to eat, said the house elf, who had been quiet up till then. He had been enjoying someone taking his master to task. He missed the days when his mistress would do just that. Thank you, hissed Isobel. She was quite hungry. There wasn't much to eat at the Dursleys. She had picked off one of Mrs. Fig's cats, but Harry had yelled at her for that. It had been the only thing that had ventured into the yard, and she hadn't wanted to go far from Harry. She says thank you, said Harry to the elf. He might not like the elf much, but he didn't dislike him either. Well, not as much as Sirius did. Still, he was a grumpy old sod. If he remembered correctly, the elf's disposition should improve from now on. Mistress Isobel is too kind, said Creature. With that, he popped away to look for something for the snake to eat. He returned a few moments later with one of the dead ferrets that they use for Buttbeak. Will this be working, he asked, only for Isobel to snatch it right out of his hands. She moved so fast that she startled Sirius right out of his chair. She left Harry's lap and curled up on the other side of the bed to enjoy her treat, working her jaw to swallow the ferret down. Usually she preferred her meals alive, but she'd eaten dead before. She thanks you, Harry said, watching her work the ferret into her mouth. He laughed as Sirius stood from where he fell. Well, I'm knackered, he told his godfather before the man sat down again. You've learned all you can from me tonight. Just remember to shore up your occlumency so that nobody can get anything out of your head. He was very concerned about this. The last thing he wanted was Snape or Dumbles knowing he was from the future. Don't worry, I'll definitely be working on that, said Sirius, tapping the side of his head. I don't want Snape rummaging through my head any more than you want him to learn about you. Good. How is your occlumency? Sirius asked him, tilting his head as if that thought had just occurred to him. Airtight. Not even Snape can get in. As a matter of fact, I have him to thank for how airtight my occlumency is, Harry said with a chuckle, remembering the disaster those lessons had been, though he was unsure when they had taken place. Was it this year or next? All he remembered were the headaches from those lessons. That and a pensive? Wasn't that how he learned his dad and Sirius were bullies? Oh, how so? Sirius asked, sensing a story he wanted to hear. If he wasn't such a shucksty teacher, I wouldn't be as good as I am, was the only answer he got. That doesn't make any sense, the other man said, frustrated. He really wanted to hear that story. Anything that brought Snivellis down a peg or two was good in his books. And I'm not going to tell you tonight, I'm knackered. I'm ready for bed, the time traveler stated, pointedly making for the door to hold it open. He wasn't going to have that confrontation tonight. He'd take Sirius to task another night about his bullying ways. Fine. Good night, Harry, Sirius said, going to the door and leaving. Good night, Sirius, Harry said, closing the door behind him. Well, that went as well as could be expected, he said, going back to the bed and picking up Isobel. It didn't go as bad as I thought it would go, she said, curling back up on his lap, having finished swallowing the ferret. There was a telltale lump in her coils. She would be good for a few days. It wasn't a large meal, but she was in her small form. I thought for sure he was going to take it much worse than he did, said Harry, putting her down and getting his nightclothes. He really was tired. He didn't even know if Hedwig had made it here. He'd have to check in the morning. He did joke quite a bit, said Isobel, coiling up in a tight ball to keep the warmth of his body heat in her body. She too was tired now that she had food in her. No, that's what I expected him to do. He jokes about everything. It's one of the reasons he got killed, remember? He reminded her. How come you can remember his death, but you can't remember your own? She asked, agitated that he never told her about him dying over a horcrux. His death was traumatic, but mine was much more so. Besides, I remember it. I just don't think about it, he said, pulling on his pajama bottoms and coming back to the bed. He put her back on his lap and started stroking her back. I'm thinking about it now. I'm going to have nightmares tonight for sure. I expect you to wake me up when I start thrashing around. He just knew it was going to be a long night. We're going to have to do something about that fudging horcrux in your head. I don't want you to have nightmares. We won't know if they're yours or his, she pointed out, going up to his scar and sniffing around with her tongue. It did have a taint to it that it hadn't before. It smelled like the necklace from earlier. Don't tell me about it. I already know. Now that I realize that it's in my head, I have vague memories of him being in my head all through 5th, 6th, and 7th year. That's one of the reasons I remembered. It's how Sirius died, he said once again. He was still petting her, more for his comfort than hers. Yes, you said that earlier when you were talking to him, she pointed out. So, your plan is to collect all the horcruxes and then get rid of them all at once. And you expect me to bite them? Have you ever eaten a fudging horcrux? Those things are fudging yucky. If she could have made a face, she would have. But her tone was enough to convey her disgust. I'm sure I could just milk your venom and drop it on them. You don't have to actually eat the things, he said with a chuckle. He could just imagine her trying to bite all the artifacts. She'd have to adjust her size. In her bigger form, she could swallow them whole, though she might get a belly ache. Oh well, thank you then, she said with great relief. She had eaten artifacts before, they didn't digest well. You're more than welcome. Let's get to sleep. It's been a long day, he said, putting her on the bed and laying down so she could get comfortable on his chest once he was settled. And with that, the two of them went to bed. They'd figure out the rest in the morning. Harry, surprisingly, slept through the night without nightmares. He chalked it up to Isobel's presence. He wanted to think that her being there chased the nightmares away. First, he wanted to see if Hedwig had made it here. Noting that she had, and spending a few minutes with her, he went downstairs to the dining room to see if anybody was there. This time, Isobel was proudly displayed upon his shoulders. Must you carry that snake with you everywhere you go? Asked Ron, throwing his napkin on his empty plate. He must have been the first down. He was already done eating. Isobel seemed to be making him not want seconds. That would be a first. Yes, I absolutely must. I told you she's my bonded familiar, said Harry, petting the snake as he sat down at the table. Shut up, you fudging moron, said Isobel, hissing at Ron, moving her head towards him. She wasn't going to do anything to him, but scare the bejesus out of him. You tell your snake to leave me the heck alone, said Ron, leaning back as far as his chair would let him. There was fear in his tone. Why wouldn't there be? It was a deadly snake. Anyone would be scared. Isobel, leave Ron alone, said Harry in a condescending manner. He doesn't like snakes or spiders. That's because he's a fudging moron, said Isobel, coming back to rest on Harry's shoulder, making everyone sigh in relief. Ginny was whimpering, but holding her seat with Gryffindor courage. She had fear in her eyes, though, as they never left the snake. She was silent as she watched. She didn't want to attract attention to herself. She, unlike Harry, did have nightmares all night. Harry just chuckled and served himself up some eggs and bacon. He wasn't going to hide Isobel from them. They would have to deal with her sooner or later. What the heck did your snake say about me? The belligerent boy said, pointing an accusing finger at the snake. None of your business, said Harry, taking a bite of bacon. It was crispy, a bit overdone in his opinion, but not everyone liked it the way he liked it, so he endured. He understood that Mrs. Weasley was cooking for her family and not catering to him. I'm making it my business, said the redhead, thumping a fist on the table. She's probably talking about me after all, he grumbled. What is said between me and my snake is between me and my snake. Besides, you wouldn't like what she said, so I'm not going to tell you, said Harry, smiling at the other teen in a kindly manner, which bordered on contemptuous. You just keep her away from me, said Ron, slumping in his chair. He folded his arms in a mulish manner and looked at the table in defeat. He really didn't like this new Harry, or his snake. If you leave her alone, she'll leave you alone. It's as easy as that. Do you think your simple brain can handle that? Asked Harry, getting tired of the hot-headed redhead. What did you call me? Ron asked, snapping his head up so fast it popped. I called you simple because you seem to be having a hard time grasping this basic concept. Leave her alone, she'll leave you alone, the time traveler stated, eating some of the greasy eggs, wishing he had cooked his own breakfast, and vowing to either get Dobby here or cooking for himself next time. Ron just huffed and left the room. He wasn't going to win this argument. He was plotting on how to rid Harry of the snake, though. He was positive it was the reptile's fault that Harry was being such a bastard. I don't see why you have to have that snake here anyway, said Molly, watching her humiliated son leave. She was upset that Harry was standing up to Ron and not cowing like he normally did. Mollywobbles, we've been over this. It's Harry's bonded familiar. He is allowed to have it here, and anywhere he goes, said Mr. Weasley, putting a hand on her arm in a placating manner. They had talked about it for the better part of the night. However, his wife was as hard-headed as they came. That's the reason they had 7 kids. She was stubborn enough to keep going until they got the girl she wanted. He shouldn't be allowed to have a dangerous animal around us normal people, said Mrs. Weasley, she too throwing her napkin on her half-full plate. Wow, you sound just like my Aunt Petunia, said Harry, making his eyes widen in shock. He wasn't really surprised. He always knew there were similarities. Don't compare me to your malicious aunt, said Molly heatedly. But you sound just like her. Normal people, indeed. What constitutes a normal person? What makes me abnormal? Is it because I have a snake? Is it because she's my bonded familiar? If that's the reason, then I'm glad to be abnormal, Harry said, petting Isobel on the neck and cooing at her, just to piss people off. Thank you, Harry, she said and moved to hiss at Molly, bitch, who moved back but grabbed for her wand. Here, here, said the twins, banging their forks on the table. Oh, hush, you two. You two aren't any more normal than he is, said Molly, waving in the general direction of Harry and Isobel. She stood and scowled at the twins. Hermione and Ginny were watching with wide eyes, yet they didn't dare interfere. Molly would handle this. Arthur was just shaking his head and eating the last of his breakfast. He was running late as it was. While he felt sorry for the twins, it didn't do any good to get in the middle of the fights between them and Molly. The twins usually came out on top anyway. And we're proud of it, said Fred, puffing out his chest. Very proud of it, said George, copying his brother. We'd rather be abnormal than normal any day, said Fred, grinning at Harry. Isn't that the truth? Said George, glaring at his mom. Hear, hear, said Sirius as he came into the room. What am I agreeing to? He asked as he sat next to Harry, on the opposite side from Isobel. The fact that everybody here is normal except me, Fred, and George. And now you, I guess, replied Harry, still petting Isobel. What the fudge am I? Chopped squid? She asked, flicking him with her tail. Sorry, I thought you were normal, Harry hissed back, making everyone tremble, even the twins and Sirius. It was going to take time for them to get used to him speaking in parcel tongue. Being normal is overrated, said Sirius, grabbing a plate and some food. He too had some nightmares last night. They involved Harry being swallowed by his snake. They're complaining about my snake again, warned Harry, looking sorrowfully at his cooling food. Greasy food was even more unappetizing cold. Let them complain. This is not their house, and I already said you could have it here, Sirius said, warming up his plate of food and chowing down. He was late coming to the meal because he slept in. Damn bad dreams. Well, I'm off, Mr. Weasley stated, getting up from the table and kissing Mrs. Weasley on the cheek. I have to hurry. I'm already running late. Behave yourselves, children. And with that, he left. Harry, you'll be cleaning with the rest of the children today, said Molly as she waved her wand and started gathering up the dishes from the table. The plates all floated to her and started stacking in a pile. Harry grabbed his plate as it started floating away. He wasn't done with it yet. He would get Sirius to warm it up. He was starving. No, I don't think I will, said Harry, setting his plate in front of him. I've got other things I need to do, and not one of them is cleaning. Besides, there's a house elf in residence who's supposed to be doing that. That house elf is old and needs to have his rest, the older woman stated as if that were fact. Well, that's easily solved. Dobby, he called into the air. He wanted the elf here anyway, and now was as good a time as any. He missed the little guy. He was glad that he was alive and, well, too. As long as Dobby wasn't actively trying to save his life, he was a great guy. That wasn't fair. That was how his little friend had died. He shouldn't think that about him. And Pop Dobby. What can I be doing for you, Master Harry? He asked. He was looking particularly colorful today. He was wearing an orange and green striped child shirt with purple and pink plaid boys slacks. The socks were nothing to sneeze at either. They were multicolored monstrosities. See this house here? Harry asked, making a circular motion indicating the house. It needs help. Do you think you can be hired for the summer to finish cleaning it? Dobby would be more than happy to work for Harry Potter, sir, the tiny, excitable elf said, bouncing up and down at the prospect of it. Harry Potter, how could you enforce a house elf to work for you? Said Hermione, completely affronted that he would do such a thing. Did you hear me enforce him to do anything? I just asked him if he wanted to be hired for the summer. Hired? Did you not hear the word hired? Harry asked, looking at her with disdain. Speaking of Dobby, how much do you want to charge me for hiring you for the summer? He asked, turning his attention back to the elf and ignoring the bushy-haired girl. Her crusade was going to get her killed one day. Dobby will be charging you 2 sickles, Dobby said, looking like it was far too much. 5 sickles a week, Harry stated, looking firm. 3 sickles for the month, Dobby said, wringing his hands. 6 sickles a week, Harry said, giving him a smile. Master Harry is not being knowing how to negotiate, the elf said, giving him a shrewd look. I'm just going to keep going up unless you take me up on my offer, the man/teen said, folding his arms in a don't mess with me manner. Master Harry is being driving a hard bargain. Fine, Dobby will take 5 sickles a week, the elf said, his ears drooping at not winning. Wonderful, said Harry, clapping his hands together. Then Dobby noticed the snake around Harry's neck and froze. His eyes went wide, and his mouth hung open. He looked like a rabbit in view of a predator. His large ears started quivering. Don't worry, Dobby. She's not going to hurt you. You must trust me on that, Harry said, as Isobel sniffed the air around the elf. She had heard so much about this elf. She wanted to get his scent. Dobby best trusting Harry Potter. Dobby is not sure if he'd best trusting what is on Harry Potter's shoulders, Dobby said, trembling from head to foot, as most were wont to do when a large deadly snake was sniffing them. Just trust me. She's not going to hurt you, and you don't have to do anything for her except occasionally find her something to eat, the dark-haired man said, patting Dobby on the back in a reassuring way. As long as she not best eating Dobby, Dobby squeaked as the tongue of the snake came closer to his head. I like him, Isobel said, withdrawing from sniffing the elf. She didn't mean to make him so scared, but she really wanted to know someone that Harry had nothing but good to say about. I promise you, she won't eat you, Harry said, petting the snake and winking at Dobby. You have my word as a wizard. Dobby will take you at your word, the elf said, nodding his head decisively. With that, Dobby popped away and started cleaning number 12 Grimmauld Place. He would trust the great Harry Potter. Why did you go and do that? Asked Molly from her place near the kitchen entrance. Now I have nothing for the children to do. She looked at said children, who were all slumped in relief that they didn't have to clean anything. They're teenagers, Molly. I'm sure they can figure out something to do on their own, said Sirius as he continued to eat his breakfast. I have things I need to do anyway, said Harry, still tending to his familiar. And I'm not going to be cleaning this house. What could you possibly have to do? Asked Hermione. Not that she wanted to clean the house. She'd rather be reading what's in the library. However, she had to have Sirius's permission, and she didn't have that. Well, for one, I need to get my homework done, said Harry as he started lamenting over his cold breakfast. Why on earth would you need to do your homework? You've had a month to do it, she asked. To her, that was unforgivable. I didn't get much time to do it at the Dursleys, and I needed to revise, he stated. It was something he had done over the last few days, under Isobel's advice. She said he would appear too smart if he did his usual work. He needed to know what level a fifth-year student was supposed to be at. Why would you need to revise? Asked the bushy-haired witch. She's had to know everything. That's my business, said Harry. He elbowed Sirius, who looked at him quizzically. You do know you can tell me anything, said Hermione. She went to reach for his hand, but Isobel hissed at her. Back off, mean person, the snake said, snapping at the reaching hand. She didn't want the girl to touch Harry. She was a nosy girl, and Isobel didn't want her anywhere near her friend until such time as the girl stopped asking questions that were none of her business. So, you've said Harry. Yet I find it strange that you don't feel you can tell me anything. Are you going to keep throwing that in my face? She asked, getting shirty. She snatched her hand back and huffed that she wasn't getting the answer she wanted. Every second of every day, he confirmed. She just grumbled and left the room, Ginny hot on her heels. There seems to be a lot of that going around, said Isobel, watching her go. You're just making fudging friends left and right, aren't you? She was laughing at him in her tone. Not that you're much help. What with your hissing and snapping at them? Besides, do I care what they think? He hissed back. They're just teenagers. Yes, and you're a big bad 38-year-old. How do you feel about making teenagers cry? She asked, still laughing at him. They're not crying. They're just being pissy, he said, elbowing Sirius again. So, Harry, do you really have to do your homework? Asked Sirius, looking at him questioningly. Why does his godson keep elbowing him? Actually, I really do, Harry said, gesturing to his plate which held cold food. I thought you were going to let us know what went on this summer, said Fred, who had been waiting patiently all morning to hear about the snake and Harry's summer. George nodded along with his twin. They weren't known for their patience. I suppose you could talk to me while I eat, said Harry, looking to Sirius to cast a warming charm on his food. The man did so, and said, "You know you can do magic here, right?" "Shite, I forgot," Harry said, remembering they were in a magical household. They all settled down to talk about the mundane things that had happened during the summer. Harry told them the story about Isobel coming up to his relative's house and meeting him and how they bonded. It was their story, and they were sticking to it. A talk with Dumbles. It was about midday when Dumbledore showed up. He came in with a flourish of robes, as he always did. This time he was wearing blinding pinks and purples in a flowery spread with matching hat. He called Harry to the parlor and asked him to come alone, which he did not. The man/teen brought Sirius and Isobel with him. Isobel was hidden under his still, oversized shirt. The headmaster had yet to meet the snake, and they wanted it to be a surprise. "Harry, my boy, I thought I asked you to come alone," Dumbledore said, sitting in a chair opposite the trio. He was regal and sitting as tall as his height would allow, which was quite high. His long white hair and beard combed to perfection, looking like the gentlemanly aged grandfather that he tried to personify. "I want Sirius here," said Harry with a shrug, settling down in a comfortable manner befitting a teenager. He had to remember to act his body's age, not his mind's. Well, he slouched as much as Isobel would let him. It was hard to do with a snake wrapped around his middle. "Whatever for?" said the old man, his eyes twinkling madly. He didn't look it, but he was miffed that his orders were not followed. He was quite used to being obeyed by everyone. There were only a few people who defied him on a regular basis, and Harry wasn't usually one of them. "He's my legal guardian," said Harry, tilting his head to the side, like he didn't understand the concern. "He is a convict," said Dumbledore, as if that were a grave concern. "As far as I know, he has never been convicted of any crime," said Harry pointedly. There was no doubt in that tone that Harry laid some of that blame at the old man's feet. "Yeah, I never got a trial," said Sirius, leaning forward in his chair and in an angry voice. "Therefore, I've never been convicted of anything. Which, well, you know. Besides, James put me in charge of Harry's life. If you want to talk to Harry, you need to talk to him with me around." He too was making it clear that he blamed Dumbledore for his current predicament. "Very well," said Dumbledore, settling back in his chair and running a hand down his beard in an all-knowing fashion. "I have acquired you a hearing in front of Madame Bones 1 week hence at 9 in the morning. She will be discussing why you use magic in a Muggle area." He said that as if he was disappointed in him for some reason. "Did you tell her about the Dementors?" the man/teen asked. Though why he wouldn't have was a mystery. "I thought I would leave that up to you," the old man stated, giving him a wink as if this was a secret between them. "Why wouldn't you tell her?" "That doesn't make a lick of sense," Harry snapped, making an angry gesture like any teen would. He didn't know what the old man was playing at. "I did not think she would believe me," the headmaster stated, blinking at the sudden anger from the young man. He thought he had done the right thing in letting Harry tell his side of the story. "But you thought she believed me? You have a better reputation than I do," was the response. "Alas, my reputation is not at its best right now," Albus said, trying to placate the teen. It was the reason he didn't say anything. It had been hard enough to get the hearing to just Amelia. Fudge had wanted a full trial. "And whose fault is that?" "You're the one who's letting the papers tear us apart," Harry said, bitterness and accusation in his tone. He knew the old man could stop the articles if he wanted to, but for some reason was letting them run their course. "There is nothing I can do about the newspapers, young man, and do not use that tone with me," Dumbledore stated. This time there was a bite in his voice. He was not going to be spoken to that way by a mere teenager. It was at that time that Isobel thought she should make her presence known. She poked her head out of Harry's shirt and hissed at Dumbledore. "You leave my friend alone, meanie." "Now, Isobel, don't be mean to the headmaster," said Harry in Parseltongue, shocking the old man. Not that Dumbles didn't know that Harry could speak to snakes, just that the boy was carrying one around. "What is this?" Dumbledore asked as he pulled his wand and pointed it at the duo. His courage was one to be admired. He didn't even flinch at the use of Parseltongue. The snake, though, gave him pause. Unlike other people, he kept his seat. "This is Harry's bonded familiar, Isobel," said Sirius, grinning like a fool, though he still quivered when Harry spoke to the snake. "You cannot have a bonded familiar," said Dumbledore as if his word were law. This would not do. It would ruin some of his plans. It would give Harry a reason to live. The owl was bad enough, not to mention his godfather was getting too close. But this? What do you mean I can't have a bonded familiar? Of course I can. I'm a wizard, Harry said as if the man spoke gibberish. That was just ridiculous. It was like saying he couldn't have a pet. You cannot have a bonded magical familiar, is what I meant, said Dumbledore, still pointing his wand at the two. And a basilisk at that. You are not a dark wizard. His brow was scrunched up in thought. If word got out, the ramifications would be astronomical. He didn't know if he could keep it silent, though. Harry was in his rebellious phase. That was denoted by his having a familiar and his constantly defying him at every turn. She came to me at my relative's house and asked me to bond with her, and I said yes. Obviously, you are wrong, and I am not a dark wizard. Again, you are incorrect, Harry stated with much sarcasm. Dumbledore looked perplexed. He went to cast a spell on them, but Harry and Sirius both stood and pointed their wands at him. Just what the fudge do you think you're doing? Said Harry. He yelled Protego and put up a shield spell. It covered the three of them. Isobel was hissing and moving her head in a weaving pattern. Just try it, you fudger, she was saying with many other profanities. I simply meant to see if your familiar bond was real, the old man said, knowing he could pierce the shield if he wanted to, but that would make the boy distrust him, and that was the last thing he needed. You don't go casting spells at people without asking their permission first. Not unless you were trying to start a duel or fight, said Sirius, not lowering his wand. I thought you were smarter than that. Why would I tell you I had a familiar bond if I weren't telling the truth? Asked Harry, putting Isobel, who was still cussing up a storm, in his shirt. It's easily verified. That would just be stupid of me. The Ministry is not going to like this, warned Dumbledore, putting his wand away. He contemplated what to do next. That's not my problem, said Harry, petting the lump in his shirt where the snake was fussing. He dropped the shield now that the old man put his wand away. He and Sirius sat down. She is my bonded familiar, and there is nothing they can do about it, he restated for what seemed like the 100th time. He knew this for a fact. He had gone through the whole process in the future. She is a class XXXXX creature. She is considered to be put to death on sight, the old man stated, quoting the law. Again, she's my bonded familiar. There is nothing they can do about it, the man/teen said, this time with much exasperation. He felt as if he had to state it again, he was going to explode. What did he have to say to get it through people's heads? You're going to have to go and register right away, young man, the headmaster said, looking over his half-moon spectacles to the boy's face. He was looking into those emerald eyes but couldn't read anything from the mindscape. That was unusual. The boy was normally an open book. Was it the bond with the snake? I will do that on the day of my hearing, said Harry, nodding his head in agreement. I'm taking her with me. He was still petting the cursing snake. She was not a happy camper. You cannot take a basilisk into the Ministry, Dumbledore stated, aghast at the very thought of it. I can take her wherever I want to go. She is my bonded familiar. Dear Merlin, how many times do I have to say this? Harry said, throwing up his hands and then running a hand down his face. Dumbledore just rubbed his forehead to stave off the headache he could feel coming. He had to let Harry take his basilisk into Hogwarts, where hundreds of children resided. The parents were going to be up in arms over this. He had to figure out a way to prevent a mass exodus from the school. If I were you, I'd get started on those letters now, said Sirius, as if reading Dumbledore's mind. He was laughing his arse off. He did not envy the old man's plight. Dumbledore just closed his eyes and rubbed his head harder. This was not going to end well for him. Sirius was right. He was going to have to send those letters out now if he was going to stave off any hot water he was going to get into. He was going to have to look up the laws about familiars and quote them in the letters. Perhaps he could get away without telling them it was a basilisk and just say that it was a large snake. Not many people knew what a basilisk looked like anyways. Harry, my boy, is there any way we could disguise your snake for her foray into the school? He asked, hoping the boy would cooperate. I suppose we can put a glamour on her. I don't want the children to be upset, said Harry. Then he hissed, Isobel, is that okay with you, darling? I don't want to scare the children either, she said, poking her head up and rubbing it on Harry's cheek. Besides, they're just a bunch of fudging wusses. She says that's fine too, said Harry, petting her head. Wonderful. I will see about creating an amulet that will disguise her as just a boa constrictor, Albus said, glad that was done. It would make life much easier at Hogwarts. I have no issue with that, Harry stated, still petting his snake. It would be easier for him and Isobel as well. However, if any harm should come to the children, I will hold you completely responsible, the old man said, trying to come off as menacing, but to Harry he just came off as tired. Isobel knows how not to harm anybody, but if anybody attacks me, she will retaliate, the man/teen stated, not looking up from his ministrations on his familiar. You might want to stock up on Mandrake Restorative Potion, he added, not elaborating any further. Of that I have no doubt, sighed Dumbledore. Alas, I must be off now. I have many things to do, including writing that letter and getting that amulet invented. You have fun with that, said Sirius, laughing like an idiot. He thought it was funny as heck. And with that, Dumbledore left the way he came, in a flourish of robes. He's always fun to talk to, said Harry, watching the old man leave. He still had many different emotions on that man. They were all conflicting too. Yeah, he's just a barrel of laughs, said Sirius. So, are you really going to have a sit-down with Madam Bones? He asked, getting up and stretching. He had been sitting for too long. He never was one to sit for more than it took for class to end. Even then, he was a fidgeter. Nope, it's going to be a trial in front of the Wisengamot. Possibly. Things have changed. However, they might try and expel me. Fudge should go all out. Then again, Dumbles didn't manage to get a time last time. Not that I remember. I'll keep my ears out, the time traveler said, grinning. He was going to do his best to come out on top on that count. He needed to brush up on the laws. Therefore, he needed to get into the library here, but he didn't think Sirius would deny him. Well, what are you going to do about it? His godfather asked. I don't remember much about the trial. I know he's going to try to railroad me, and I'm going to see if I can't use it to my advantage, Harry stated, getting up and moving towards the door. How are you going to do that if you don't remember much of it? Sirius asked, walking next to him. They were headed to the library. Oh, things changed from the first trial, the man/teen stated, moving up the stairs. The library was on the first floor. They were on the ground floor. First of all, Dudley wasn't there. And secondly, Mrs. Figg isn't going to be my witness. She didn't see anything. That, and I don't know if Dumbledore is going to show up. You don't remember your trial, but you remember all that? Sirius asked, following behind. I remember as I go, Harry said, taking the stairs two at a time. I know Arabella, Sirius said, remembering the old squib. She was there in your last past? He asked, then confused himself with his turn of phrase. Yes, I do remember those three things from the first trial, but not much else. So, things are going to be different. It's just going to be me and Isobel. That, and I have the cloaks of the dead Dementors, he finished as they landed on the first floor landing. You're really going to show them that you killed the Dementors? They might accuse you of destruction of government property, his godfather warned, not wanting Harry to get into trouble. Well, if I can prove to them that the Dementors were there and after me, then I could prove to them that I had the right to use magic to defend myself. Besides that, Madam Bones will listen to me, Harry said, knowing the woman would stand up for him if he were in the right. He was actually hoping things changed enough that he got his hearing with her. Yeah, she's a fair woman from what I've heard. Do you think you can use your trial to prove that Voldemort is back? Sirius wanted to know as they entered the library. I'm not sure. I'll see if I can swing it that way, but this is a trial for underage magic, not proving that I'm not a liar. Heck, if I could swing it, I'd see if I can get Umbridge in jail. She's the one who sent the Dementors after me in the first place, Harry said, anger in his tone. He really hated that woman. If you just fudging let me, I'd just kill the mean person, said Isobel from her place on his shoulder. If you have the chance, by all means, darling, go ahead and kill her, Harry said, rubbing under her chin. Do you mean it? Do you really, really mean it? I can fudging kill her if I can, she asked, happiness in her voice. Harry never let her kill anyone, not even those trying to kill him. It was always stun them, and he'd kill them. He was always concerned the authorities would kill her if she took a life. No, because then they'll take you from me and kill you too, Harry said, making her deflate. But you can petrify her. Sure, they'll just restore her with a Mandrake potion, but it will give us a reason not to listen to her. And it'll prove to everybody that you're not as deadly as they think you are. Don't you dare call me not deadly. I'm the deadliest fudging animal in the world, she hissed, getting right in his face. Her nose pressed against his nose, making him go cross-eyed. That's not how I meant it, and you know that. I meant that you had control of yourself, he said soothingly. He moved his hands up and down her coils in a calming gesture. You are the deadliest animal in the world. Oh, she said, all but purring at his hands moving up and down her body. I really wish you two wouldn't speak in parcel tongue around me. I don't understand what you're saying, and it's kind of creepy, Sirius said, doing a full body shudder. That's just something you're going to have to get used to, Sirius, Harry said, with little sympathy. He wasn't going to stop for the man's delicate sensibilities. Anyway, the dogman stated, changing the subject back to the previous conversation. So, you're going to be tried in front of the entire Wisengamot? Do you know what time it's going to be held? He asked, knowing that Harry's memories of the timeline were sketchy. No, I just know it's going to be earlier than the time the hearing with Madam Bones is supposed to be held. I'll just have to make sure to show up early that day, the time traveler stated, making note to do just that. That makes sense, said Sirius, tapping his finger on the table they had taken seats at. The library had a few of these tables among the stacks. They were 4-seater wooden tables with comfy chairs. If they're trying to railroad you, then they're going to try and make sure you're not there on time. That sounds like fudge, he said, glowering at the thought of the man who had put a kiss on sight order out on him. Yeah, this time I'll just make sure I'm early, Harry said again, vaguely remembering not quite making it on time last time. Or did he? He couldn't remember. He just had a sense of being late. How are you going to get there? Sirius asked, thinking Dumbledore was supposed to take him. I think Arthur is supposed to take me, Harry said, remembering something about money and Mr. Weasley not knowing it even though the number is printed on the top. Don't forget you need to go to Gringotts that day, he reminded the man. Shy. Oh, you forgot about that, didn't you? Well, I didn't. You're going to Gringotts, he said, poking a finger in the man's chest. And with that, the two of them made their plans on what to do on the day of the trial. Sirius needed to brush up on his legal jargon, and Harry needed to brush up on his legalese, only in a different branch. Time went on, and there was much argument, but not so much that anything happened. Dobby and Creature cleaned the house, much to Molly's disappointment. She didn't have anything for her kids to do, and so they did what they wanted throughout the house. The twins stayed mostly in their room or with Harry, either creating pranks or trying to get his secrets out of him. They did ask him for venom and shed skin. They got the venom, but since she wasn't shedding anytime soon, they didn't get any of Isobel's skin. Ron and Hermione stayed far away from Harry because of the snake. They just couldn't seem to talk to him, and that annoyed them off. Well, it made Hermione sad, but there was little she could do about it. She did get permission from Sirius to take a few books out of the library, but she wasn't allowed to peruse it at her leisure. He limited her to a few of the books he knew that were not dark or dangerous. Ginny stayed mostly with her mom and away from the snake and Harry. This disappointed her more than anything because she still had a major crush on the boy. But seeing him with the snake was making that crush go away quicker than anything else could. Mr. Weasley was at work most of the time, so he didn't have much to say about anything. The Order of the Phoenix was still using the place as a headquarters, but they were there very rarely and only there for meetings, and that was only once or twice a week. When the order did come, the children were hustled out of the room and up the stairs. Harry, not caring what the order did because he found them useless, spent most of that time in his room. Don't you want to know what they're doing? Asked Isobel on the second occasion they were sent away. It was the day before his hearing, and he was relaxing after many days of research for the big day. Not particularly, said Harry, flopping down on his bed with a fourth-year Dada book. They're just gathering information, he said, flipping a page and not really reading what was on it. He was just skimming through anyway. He wanted to know the wording more than the context. He was trying to dumb himself down. Don't you want to know what information they're gathering? She asked, putting her head between him and the book. She was like a cat when she wanted to be. A talking one, but one, nevertheless. If I remember correctly, they're just watching the prophecy, he said, lifting the book and putting it where he could read it. What prophecy? She asked, worried about this. She didn't like the sound of it at all. Prophecies were never good news. She imposed herself between him and the book again. Some stupid prophecy about me and Voldemort, Harry said, dismissively, once again putting the book where he could see it. There's a fudging prophecy about you and Voldemort, she hissed in great agitation. If she could have yelled, she would have. This time she knocked the book from his hands. He was going to pay attention to her if she had to bite him to make him do so. I just said so, didn't I? He said, looking at her with worried eyes. She got creative when she was upset. Why the heck didn't you tell me? She demanded, flicking him on the head with her tail. Because prophecies are bloody hooey, he sighed, making indifferent gestures as he sat up. Don't say that. I've known prophecies that have fudging come to pass, she said, getting into his face and flicking her tongue at his nose. This one did too, but it's still hooey, he stated firmly. Why do you say that? She wanted to know. After all, he had experienced it once before. He even said it came true. How could he say it wasn't real? Because it was given by a bloody drunken fraud, he said, like that was the end of the conversation. Just because she's a fudging drunk doesn't mean she's not a fudging prophet, Isobel said, in a tone that said she would be rolling her eyes if she could. Most prophets are drug addicts of some kind or another. It's how they reach the ethereal planes, you fudging moron, she hissed in agitation. I guess. Still, what does the darn prophecy say? Asked Isobel in a no-nonsense tone. She'd get her answers one way or another. I don't remember it word for word, but it has something to do with something about a boy being born when the 7th month dies, and them being the only one who can kill the Dark Lord, Harry said, scrunching up his forehead with concentration. You need to know the words of that prophecy, the snake stated as fact. There were always hidden meanings in between the lines. Must I? Harry whinged. Yes. She flicked her tail and hit his head again. How could her friend be so stupid? It was important. Fine. We'll go to the bloody Department of Mysteries and find out what the fudging prophecy says, he said, slumping his shoulders in defeat. We can do it after your stupid trial, Isobel said smugly. Fine. Can I read my book now? He asked, picking up the book and flopping down on the bed. Whatever. You fudging baby, she said, coiling up on his stomach. That night at the dinner table, Sirius tried the same tactic that Isobel had tried to get Harry interested, but with less luck. As in badgering him, not in getting in between him and his meal. You're not interested at all? The dogman asked, shocked. Nope. What you lot get up to is not my business, Harry said, eating the meal Dobby had prepared. It was far less greasy and much lighter, even if it was fish and chips. Maybe it was magic, Harry didn't know, but it was better. But Sirius whinged. He was really looking to tweak Molly's nose, but Harry wasn't playing ball. I'm not interested, Sirius, Harry said, continuing to eat his dinner. You bloody coward, Ron stated out of nowhere. What? Harry said, astonished at the accusation. You're trying to stay out of the war, the redhead stated, pointing a finger at him. No, I just don't care what the Order is doing, the man/teen said, tilting his head at Ron. They're part of the war effort, was the rebuttal. They're information gatherers. How do you know that, young man? Molly demanded, looking at Harry with determination in her eyes. Logic, was the stoic answer. Explain, she said, like she wouldn't take no for an answer. No, Harry said, eating a piece of fish. It really was good fish. Dobby was a very good cook. What did you say to me? She shrieked. I said no. You are not my mother. I don't answer to you, Harry stated, finishing off his meal and putting his fork down. She really was a harpy when she got going, and he was going to have his wits about him. You will answer my question, she stated, making everyone cringe at the volume of her voice. No, Harry said again. Molly, he doesn't have to tell you any more than he already has. He said it was logical. You figure it out, Sirius said, glad her nose was tweaked after all. Molly went to reach for Harry as if to discipline him, and Isobel came whipping out of his shirt and petrified her. The woman was petrified in her reaching stance. Don't you touch him, you mean person, the snake hissed, moving her head back and forth in an agitated manner. Everyone froze. Shite, Harry said, grabbing Isobel to keep her from petrifying anyone else. What did you do? Yelled Ron, also reaching for him, only to freeze when the snake turned his way, her beady eyes bearing into his like they would kill him. They weren't the yellow of legend, but a cloudy amber. Maybe that was why he wasn't dead. They were the wrong color. If you don't want it to happen to you, I suggest you don't touch me, Harry said, glaring at the room. He had had enough of being pushed around and talked about. Isobel, don't petrify anyone else unless I give the command, he hissed at her. Sirius will keep them in line, he added, petting her head. Fine, she hissed back. They look like an evil overlord and his pet standing there like that talking to one another. Can it be undone? Mr. Weasley asked, touching his wife's arm. It was solid, yet warm to the touch. He had tried to warn her not to antagonize Harry and his snake. She was so stubborn though. The Mandrake Restorative Potion will do it. I have some in my room. However, you will need to talk to her. She needs to understand that she is not my mother and does not have the right to lay hands on me, Harry stated, giving the man a deadpanned look. If she tries that again, you lot will be kicked out, Sirius stated, glaring at the petrified woman. That was a step too far in his books. He loved a good argument, but to lay hands on his godson was out of line. I understand, Arthur stated, nodding his head in agreement. Dad! Ron yelled. How can you let him do that to Mom? She was out of line. Harry is not her child, Mr. Weasley said, looking at his son with a dad look. Besides, she is not hurt, just frozen. Undo her now, you arsehole, the youngest Weasley male demanded, taking a step forward. Back off, Mother Fudgear, Isobel hissed, diving forward, making Ron jump back and hit the wall. Ron, quit antagonizing the snake, Arthur stated, shaking his head at his foolish son. Me? Ron said indignantly. Yes, you, Harry said, glaring at his former friend. Whatever, the redhead said, and stormed out of the dining room, followed quickly by Hermione and Ginny. Can you get the potion for me? Mr. Weasley asked, looking at Harry with pleading eyes. Dobby, Harry called, and when the elf appeared asked, Can you go into my trunk and grab one of the red potion bottles? He knew from past experience to have many on hand. He had brewed up some to keep for when Isobel did such as this. Petunia had not been happy with him when he commandeered her kitchen that day. That and potions brewing was a smelly and messy process. Dobby can, Dobby said, and popped away, appearing back moments later with a red bottle. Stomach transfer will be the fastest, Harry said, going to leave the room after handing it off. The two adult Weasleys would need the time to talk. Yes, I am familiar with the process. I have 7 children, the older man said with a chuckle. He got his wand ready, but waited until the others left. He was going to have a long talk with Molly. This fighting had to stop. I'll see you in the morning then, Harry said, leaving the room, followed by Sirius and the twins. Talks with Amelia Bones. They went up to Harry's room and closed the door. Sirius sat on the desk chair, the twins sat on the trunk and floor, and Harry sat on his bed with Isobel. It was crowded, but not too much so. They had elbow room, but not much else. There's really not enough room in here for 4 people, said Harry as he adjusted his large snake on his lap and shoulders. It's better here than in our room. We really don't have enough room for 2, but we make do, said Fred, settling on the trunk. His brother was on the floor next to him. Hey, don't knock my house, Sirius said jokingly. Purebloods don't double up there. Children, he added defensively, sticking his nose in the air. He and Regulus hadn't shared rooms. Most purebloods didn't even have 2 children. We do, and we're purebloods, stated Fred, grinning at the man, reminding him how different the Weasleys were to other purebloods. Touché, Sirius said, grinning at him. I can't believe you petrified Mum, George stated, not sure how he felt about that. On one hand, it was funny as heck. On the other hand, it was his mom. Sure, they fought all the time, but they were family. She should have known better than to piss off a basilisk, Harry said with a shrug, petting Isobel on the head as the snake stared at George. She's lucky that Isobel can control her gaze, he added. That's right, Fred said, not the least bit upset that his mother was frozen. There was no love lost between him and her. He hated the way she could never tell them apart. That and the fact that she thought they were not normal. She was truthful in her accusations. She thought he and George were freaks. How do you think you're going to do at your hearing tomorrow? Asked George, changing the subject, knowing the way his twin felt. He was also hoping for some juicy gossip. It was truly boring in this dreary old house. More so now that they weren't cleaning. There was a loss of gathering potion ingredients. Not that they didn't try, but it was hard to do when they didn't have the excuse to be where they were. It's going to be easy. I've got proof enough to prove that I needed to use magic, said Harry with a mysterious smirk. That was going to throw a few people for a loop. Oh, inquired George, wondering what the other teen had up his sleeve. Yeah, I've got the Dementors cloaks, said Harry, gesturing to the trunk. Didn't I tell you about that? He asked, tilting his head inquiringly. He could have sworn he had. No, you didn't tell us what happened. You just told us how you acquired Isobel and the boring parts of your summer, said Fred, folding his arms with a snort. Harry always underplayed his exciting adventures. He still didn't know what happened in the Chamber of Secrets. Ginny wasn't talking about it, and Ron wasn't there. Harry had just said that he killed a huge ruddy snake. He didn't even tell what that snake was, though rumor had it that it was a basilisk. Oh, said Harry, and proceeded to let them know what went down with the Dementors. He then shooed Fred off the trunk and took the cloaks out and showed them to them. See, you can still feel the cold on them, he said, holding them out for the three others to feel. They passed them around and could indeed feel the chill of the fabric. There was even the residue of helplessness about them, which made Sirius shiver and hand them off quickly. Blimey, said Fred, giving the cloaks back to Harry to put back in the trunk, which he did. You actually killed the Dementors. There was awe in that tone. Yeah, it wasn't that hard, said Harry, going back to the bed and settling down with Isobel again. Of course, if I hadn't had Isobel, I would have been dead, probably. Kissed at the very least, he added, with a full-body shudder. He wouldn't have. He was much too talented for that, but they didn't know that. Well, the twins didn't. Sirius did, or at the very least could have guessed from what he had told them about his future. That's probably true, said George, taking back a seat on the floor. Still, I can't believe you actually killed 2 Dementors, said Fred, reclaiming the trunk. There are times I have doubts about it myself, said Harry with a self-deprecating smile. Yet, there are the cloaks, and you're going to show these to Madam Bones? Sirius asked. He already knew this, but he was still doubtful that he should. He didn't want to see Harry get in trouble for killing them. Yep, that's going to put a craw on her foot, the dogman said, chuckling. He didn't want the woman to be mad, but the Dementors were government property. Well, I don't want to piss her off. I just want her to know that I had reason, the man/teen said, sighing at his godfather's antics. The man would never grow up. Then again, when had he had a chance to? He had spent most of his adult life as a dog. Well, there is that, said Fred, nodding in agreement with Harry. Anyway, I need to get back to reading, said Harry out of the blue. He let out a large yawn, which caused Sirius to yawn, and then the twins. Heck, even Isobel yawned. They all gave him a dirty look. They were not tired. You lot clear out, he said, setting his familiar aside and getting up to open the door. Oh, come on, said Fred, whinging but getting up from the trunk anyway. He held out a hand for his brother to help him off the floor. We just want to chat a bit more. I have to get up early so I can go to the ministry, said Harry, not budging from the door. I want to read a bit more before I go to bed. You're no fun, said George as he got up off the floor with Fred's help. Come on, boys. Let's go think of some pranks you two can pull when you're at Hogwarts, said Sirius, clapping Fred on the back as he passed him. Fine, said George, going out the door, poking his tongue out at Harry. Let's let the fuddy-duddy get back to his work, Fred said with a smile on his lips, which took the bite out of his words. With that, the trio left, leaving Harry and Isobel alone in the room. Harry was glad for the reprieve. He had been around people too much this evening. He really hoped that Molly learned her lesson. He did not want to have Isobel petrify her again, but he would. She was very overbearing. With those thoughts, he settled down to read the 4th-year Dead-Out book one more time until he fell asleep. The next morning, he got up bright and early, and only he and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were down in the dining room. Well, Isobel was around his waist. He wore his best clothes with a wizarding robe and was carrying a satchel today. He needed it to carry the Dementors' cloaks. Mr. Weasley had to be at work at 7 o'clock in the morning, so he was going to take Harry there. He worked in the Department for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, which was an offshoot of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He liked his job and had been there for many years and didn't see the need to go elsewhere. How are we getting there, Mr. Weasley? Harry asked as he put some eggs on his plate. Dobby must have cooked. They were light and fluffy. He started eating with a healthy appetite. I thought we'd take the Muggle Underground, said Mr. Weasley, bouncing up and down like an excited kid at Christmas. I don't think that's a good idea, sir, said Harry. He still had the vague memory of the out-of-place Arthur on the Underground. And I want to see how wizards travel. I don't get to do that very often, and I sorely need the practice, he added, trying to appear like an excited teenager who wanted to attempt something new. Oh, said Mr. Weasley, clearly disappointed. Very well then, we'll go the way I normally go. Through the flue. Harry could tell the man was not happy about it, but was willing to concede this time. Don't worry, Mr. Weasley. I'll take you through the underground on the way back. Or I'll show you this weekend if you wish. We can do both. I just don't think it's a good idea to do it when we're in such a hurry, Harry offered as a compromise. He didn't like to see the man upset. He liked Arthur, even if he was a henpecked fool sometimes. Very well then, Harry. I'd very much appreciate that, said Mr. Weasley, smiling at the thought of them taking a trip through the weekend. He started eating his breakfast with gusto. You will do no such thing, said Mrs. Weasley, who had kept silent until then. You are not to go gallivanting around London on the weekends. She was glaring at Harry's midriff as if daring Isobel to show up. However, the snake was sleeping. She didn't like mornings, especially cool mornings. Again, Mrs. Weasley, you are not my mother and cannot tell me what I can and cannot do, said Harry, petting the bulge in his shirt, which could barely be seen through the robes. He knew Isobel would awaken if she thought he was in danger. Molly Weasley was not a danger to him, her treatment of him last night notwithstanding. No, but I am his wife, and I can tell him what he can and cannot do, she said, shifting her ire to her husband. Molly, I am not a child. I will do as I please, said Mr. Weasley, growing a backbone. He was not going to put off a trip to the underground on her pettiness, even if that meant sleeping on the couch for a while. Fine, she said, huffing and going to the kitchen. Pay no mind to her, Harry, said Arthur, grimacing a bit. She just doesn't like to be told no. I can see that, said Harry, looking at the door the woman had stormed through. She's going to have to learn to be told no from me, though, because like I said, she is not my mother. With that, the two of them ate their breakfast in compatible silence until it was time to leave. Arthur had a fixed time he had to leave from the flue, which was 6:47 a.m. exactly. He took Harry to the flue just before that time and showed him how to use the powder as if he had never taken it before, even though he had shown him once before at the Burrow. However, he remembered the last time Harry used the flue and how he had gotten lost, so he went over the instructions one more time. Harry listened patiently, as if he had never done it before. When it was time, he took the powder, threw it into the fire until it turned green, and called out Ministry of Magic. He went through the flue network and landed perfectly in the atrium of the Ministry building. He had perfected landing in the future, and it seemed to have followed him into the past. There were a bunch of Ministry workers running back and forth trying to get to their offices or leaving from the midnight shift, of which there were only a few. Everyone was rushing everywhere. It was organized chaos. Arthur came through just after him, almost running into him because Harry hadn't moved out of the way. Come along, Harry. We'll go to my office until it's time for you to go to your hearing. Okay, Mr. Weasley, Harry said, and followed along after him as he went to his office. On the way, they ran into Kingsley Shacklebolt, who Harry had not really met yet. He remembered him from the past, but they had not met in this timeline. Shacklebolt was a large black man who looked like a bodyguard more than an Auror. He had an earring in his left ear and was bald. His voice was very deep. Mr. Potter, Madam Bones said that if I ran into you early that you should go up and talk to her. I figured you would come in with Arthur, so I waited. She said she has an emergency Wisegamot meeting that she needs to get to today and wanted to talk to you if you came in early, the black man said, taking Harry's arm and leading him to the lifts. He had his orders and wanted to follow them through. Oh, said Harry, surprised. He knew what the Wisegamot meeting was about. He was just surprised that Kingsley wasn't telling him he needed to hurry up to his trial. Perhaps the other man didn't know what the Wisegamot meeting was about. So, he followed Shacklebolt to the lifts to Madam Bones's office. She was sitting behind a desk that was cluttered with parchment, ink, and quills. There were some knickknacks here and there, and a portrait of her niece, Susan, who Harry vaguely recognized. And the poor woman looked very harried, like she had been working hard this morning and was already overwhelmed. Come in, Mr. Potter, have a seat in front of me. We need to get this over with. I'm going to hurry this morning. Thank you for meeting me earlier than our appointed time, she said as she scribbled the last few lines on the parchment in front of her. She blew on it and set it aside. No, thank you, Madam Bones, for seeing me early, Harry said, taking a perch on the seat in front of the desk. Now, it is my understanding that you performed magic in a muggle area, she said, adjusting her monocle on her left eye. She was a comely, middle-aged woman who wore her brown, gray-streaked hair in a loose bun. There was an ornate monocle on her left eye. "Yes, ma'am," Harry said as politely as he could. "And you know you're not allowed to do magic outside of school?" she asked, pulling a blank parchment in front of her and taking notes. "This would need to be recorded." "Yes, ma'am," Harry said, still being polite and humble, like a chastised teenager would react in front of an authority figure. "Well, one trying to stay out of trouble. Can you tell me why you performed this magic if you know this?" she asked, looking at him sternly. "You must have known you would get caught," she added. "There were Dementors, ma'am," the man/teen stated as fact. "Dementors? In Little Whinging, Surrey?" she questioned in clear disbelief. "Yes, ma'am," Harry said with a nod. "Do you have proof of this?" she asked, writing down what he said and looking back up at him. "Well, ma'am, I can offer you my memories, but I do have their cloaks from when I killed them," he said, reaching for his satchel. He pulled them out and handed them to her. She shivered as she touched the cold fabric. "You killed them?" she asked, clearly shocked. Her monocle dropped from her eye as it widened with awe. It dangled in midair like it was hanging by magic. "Yes, ma'am," he said, keeping his tone respectful. "And how did you do this?" she asked, putting the cloaks to the side to be examined later. They were evidence now. She grabbed her monocle and replaced it on her eye. "Well, first Isobel, my snake, stunned them, and then my Patronus killed them," he said in a casual manner, like he was discussing how to bake a cake. "What snake?" she asked. Isobel took that as her cue to come from around his waist and poked her head out from his shirt. "Me," she hissed. "This snake," Harry said, putting his hand on the reptile's head. "Isobel, meet Madame Bones," he hissed, hoping his darling behaved. "Pleasure," Isobel hissed and nodded her head. She tried to appear non-threatening, but that was impossible for her breed. To say Madame Bones was shaken was an understatement. She flew from her chair, knocking it down, and slammed her back against the wall, pulled out her wand, and had a spell on her lips before she noticed the snake was not making any aggressive movements. "Why the heck do you have a bloody basilisk around your waist?" she yelled, pointing her wand at first the snake, then him, then the snake again. "Why am I not dead?" she asked as an afterthought. "Isobel is my bonded familiar," Harry said, petting Isobel on the head. "She has two eyelids. One blocks the deadly eyes," he told her. It was the first time he'd explained it in this timeline. Amelia dropped her wand down to her side and rubbed her forehead with her free hand. She closed her eyes and sighed. She said, "You have a basilisk as a bloody familiar? Didn't that beat all? The boy who lived had a basilisk for a familiar." "Yes, ma'am," he said, trying not to laugh. "We're going to disguise her for Hogwarts." He felt that was information she needed to know. She had a niece that went there, didn't she? Susan, wasn't it? "As what?" she asked, looking at the 5-foot-long snake. "A boa constrictor, herians virid." "Good call," she said, wondering how long that would hold. "Have you registered her yet?" was the next question. "No, ma'am. I was going to do that after our hearing here," he stated, looking around the room for something to get him out of doing it. But alas, there was nothing for it. "You will do that right this very instant, young man," she said, going towards the door, but keeping her distance between her and the young man with the deadly snake. Harry got up and followed her, making sure to respect her personal space. They went to the familiar registration office, which was on the same floor, and Harry registered his basilisk as his bonded familiar. There was a lot of chaos at first. Screams were heard. Then there were a ton of questions and a whole lot of parchment work. Even more so because Isobel was a magical familiar, and they had to look up the parchment work for that because it hadn't been used in over a century. "Let me apply that glamour on your snake now," Amelia said, coming up to Harry when they were done and had left the office. "It won't last for more than the day, but I don't want to cause panic in the ministry," she added, lifting her wand questioningly. "Sure, go ahead," Harry said, holding Isobel's head up. "Sure, don't fudging ask me." Isobel groused as she felt the magic wash over her. Her scales were resistant, yet the glamour took. It wasn't harmful magic, so that was probably why. Her crest was hidden, making her look like a normal snake, though her eyes were still amber. "Thanks," said Harry, petting Isobel. "I find you innocent of using magic in a muggle area," Bones stated, going toward the courtrooms when she noticed the time. "Try not to do it again, but protect yourself if you must," she added, hurrying her steps. "Thank you, Madam Bones," Harry said, getting on the lift with her. They rode down to where the courtrooms were, making Bones look at him queerly. He just shrugged and waved her to exit. She went one way towards the back rooms to the Wisingamont's member rooms, and he went to courtroom number 10 and waited outside the door for about 5 minutes. When he figured he had waited long enough, he stepped inside, only to hear Fudge say, "You're late. Considering I didn't get an invite to this little party, I'd say I'm just on time," said Harry, standing in the middle of the room where the accused chair sat. He wasn't going to sit in it, and he couldn't conjure one with all these people looking at him. The chair that was there had chains on it that rattled like they were itching to just encase him. "Don't get mouthy with me, boy," said Fudge, banging a gavel at him. He looked ridiculous in his pinstriped lime green suit and bowler hat. "I'm just saying," said Harry with a shrug. He was just glad that Isobel was within his shirt. He hoped she behaved. He wanted to save her for emergencies. "Besides, I was with Madam Bones all morning," he added, nodding in the woman's direction, who had just taken her seat and was picking up the parchments in front of her. "Is this true, Amelia?" inquired Fudge, turning his wide girth towards Bones, who was beside him. "Yes, he was with me, answering the charges of underage magic. What I want to know is, why are we here?" Amelia asked, reading the docket and not believing what she was reading. A full trial for underage magic? That was not normal. The Wisingamot was for hardened criminals, not misdemeanors, of which this charge was. It didn't even break the statute. "He's being charged with underage magic," said Dolores Umbridge in that sickly sweet voice of hers. A muggle might have seen him. She looked even more ridiculous in her pink suit with the tiny pink pill hat. "Shut it, Dolores. He's already answered those charges with me, and answered them to my satisfaction," said Amelia Bones, glaring at the woman and then the minister. "I have dropped the charges." "Oh, and what was his story?" asked Cornelius, not believing anything Harry Potter said. "The boy said the Dark Lord was back after all. I am sure it was a doozy," he added with a sneer. "He said that there were Dementors in his neighborhood, and he showed me proof," the head of the DMLE stated, firming up her face and staring them down. "Dementors?" In little whinging Surrey was the disbelieving questions from Fudge. "Yes, and what proof did he have?" Dolores asked, still simpering. She was looking at Harry like he was a bug that needed stepping on. "He had their cloaks," was the answer. "That got many people whispering and talking." "And how did he get those cloaks off a Dementor?" "I call shenanigans," Fudge stated, banging his gavel to get quiet. "No, they were definitely the cloaks off of 2 dead Dementors," Amelia stated, still feeling the coldness and helplessness on her hands. She rubbed her hands on her legs to get the feeling off. "And how do you know this?" asked Umbridge. Her eyes looked very shifty. She was appearing more and more guilty, but Amelia only had her suspicions. "I think I've been around Dementors enough to know what their cloaks look like. Besides, both cloaks radiated coldness and helplessness. I have them in evidence and plan on testing them. If a Dementor can be killed, we need to investigate. Though I doubt we can recreate Mr. Potter's method," she said, not elaborating. "And just what was his method?" Fudge demanded, bolstering his courage and turning an interesting shade of violet. "If he could find out Potter's method and use it for his own gain." "Family secret," Harry shouted out before she could answer. "It has been declared a family secret," Bones said smugly, knowing that it would die with Harry. "Are we done with this farce now?" "Can I go?" asked Harry, getting bored with the back and forth, even though it was fun seeing Fudge flounder. "No, you may not go," said Fudge, banging the gavel again. Now his face was red with anger. "You're here to answer these charges and face the punishment, which is expulsion from Hogwarts and the snapping of your wand," he added with glee. "But I've already answered the charges to the satisfaction of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." "I think her word should be enough," Harry protested venomously. There was no way he was going to let them near enough to him to snap his wand. If they tried, he'd let Isobel eat them. Besides, I was within my rights. My life was in danger. By the law, I could defend myself, he added, pointing his finger at the man. "Yes, Cornelius. Are you saying I do not know how to do my job?" Bones said, standing and glaring at the man. "The boy was within the law, so I say," she stated, staring him down. "No, of course not, Amelia. I'm just saying," the coward stated, cringing at the sight of an angry Amelia Bones. That now said, this trial is a miscarriage of justice and is no longer valid. Everybody, go home, Amelia said, waving for the Wisengamot members to leave. They should have never been called for this in the first place. Here now, you can't do that. You're not the chief warlock, Dolores said, standing up and facing Amelia. She wasn't scared of bones. I don't see a chief warlock anywhere, which also makes this trial not valid. You definitely are not the chief warlock. Again, this is a farce. Everybody, go home, she said again, twirling around and leaving through the door behind her. Many of the other Wisengamot members decided to do the same. There were many grumblings about time wasted and being called for nothing, but they all left eventually. Now see here, said Fudge, stamping his foot, turning the color of an eggplant. He was so upset. Harry just smiled. He didn't even have to bring Isobel out. He waved at a few people and just smiled at them. Umbridge glared at him with hatred in her eyes when he waved at her. She was as pink as her cardigan. He was disappointed that he didn't get her for sending the Dementors after him, but he'd get her sooner or later. He knew she was going to be at the school, so she wasn't going to get away with sending them after him, and there was no way in heck he was going to let her get away with torturing anybody. Whistling a merry tune as he left the courtroom, Harry was going to Arthur's office to hang out until the man went home for lunch. He'd take him home on the underground like he promised. He had brought a few school books to read, so he wouldn't be too bored. You just wait, Harry Potter. I will get you, he heard Dolores Umbridge simper behind him. You are welcome to try, was all he said without breaking his stride or turning around. That was when he spotted Dumbledore hurrying along the hallway. It's over, you're too late, he told the old man. You got expelled? Albus asked with remorse in his tone. No, of course not, Harry stated, still moving down the hallway to Mr. Weasley's office. I was found not guilty before the trial even began. He didn't elaborate any further. Well done, my boy, Dumbledore stated, eyes twinkling like mad. Come along, and I will see you back to your godfather's domicile, he said, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder and trying to lead him to the flus. I promised Mr. Weasley I'd take him home today, Harry said, shrugging the hand off his shoulder. I am sure that Arthur will understand, Albus said, once more trying to steer the teen to where he wanted him to go. And I said no, the man/teen stated, moving away from the headmaster. I have plans, and you are not going to interrupt them, he said with a note of finality. It is dangerous for you to linger in public, Dumbledore stated, looking around to see who was watching them, but they were alone. I'm not going to repeat myself, Harry said, moving towards the lifts. You leave me no choice, Albus said, lifting his wand only to be met with the amber eyes of Isobel. Go ahead, Mother Fudgear, make my day, she hissed, moving her head back and forth in an agitated manner. What is going on here? Amelia Bones asked, coming out of one of the rooms in the hallway. She looked at the restless snake and moved to Harry's side. The headmaster wants me to go with him, but I have other plans. He is not taking no for an answer, Harry explained, petting Isobel to calm her down. Does he know the nature of your snake? Yes. Are you an idiot, Albus? She asked, turning to the old man. She can kill with a look, she reminded him. As a bonded familiar, it would be legal as you have your wand drawn on him, and he is unarmed. An oversight on my part, Amelia, Dumbledore said, putting his wand away. I will see you when you return home, he told Harry, and then left in a flutter of orange and yellow. What are your plans that you didn't want to go with the headmaster? She asked, looking at Isobel, who had settled down. I need to go to the Department of Mysteries, he told her, which he just remembered he had to do, wondering if she wanted to go with him. Isobel coming up reminded him of that fact. Why? There's a prophecy, he said with a sigh. What? She yelled. That was bad news. Yes, about me and you know who, he expounded, still sighing. What? She said again. I'm coming with you, she stated, going to grab his arm only to stop upon seeing Isobel. Fine, he whinged. He didn't want to hear the stupid thing anyway. Maybe she'd think it was hooey too. She seems like the logical sort. With that, the two took the lifts to the Department of Mysteries, one reluctantly, the other with determination. Isobel was laughing at Harry the whole time. What's two more? Amelia and Harry made their way to the Department of Mysteries. Harry was still very reluctant to go. He hated the prophecy and everything connected to it. Amelia still wasn't taking his arm, but she really wanted to. She felt the need to hurry him along, so she walked along next to him at a speedy pace, hoping he'd match it. "Are you sure this prophecy is about you and you know who?" she asked, not wanting it to be so. That would mean the Dark Lord was still alive, and that Fudge was wrong. Not that that was a surprise. Fudge was often wrong. This morning was a shining example. "Yes, I know it is about me and him," Harry said, matching her pace. The sooner he got this over with, the sooner he could get back to Mr. Weasley in Grimmauld Place. "How do you know this?" she inquired, glad he was complying with her need to hurry. "Dumbledore told me." "He's the one who heard it," he answered with a shrug. "At least that's how he remembered it." "You mean to tell me that the headmaster knew about this prophecy all along, and he has not told anybody about it?" she asked in an angry tone. It riled her how many secrets that man had. This was vital information that would have saved many people many headaches, and possibly some lives in the last war. She's not sure how, but still. "Yep, oh, sometimes that man," was all she said, balling up her fists as she walked on. "Believe me, I know the feeling quite well," Harry said, happy he wasn't the only one frustrated with the old man. They got to the circle of doors, and Amelia immediately went to the correct door. She wrenched it open and marched right in. She had every right to be there, being the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She marched straight into the room of prophecies and pressed the rune that was right inside the doorway for one of the unspeakables to come and attend them. They waited about 3 minutes until somebody showed up. To her surprise, it was Croaker, the head of the department. He was cloaked from head to toe in a dark robe with a blood-red hood that covered his whole head and face. Nothing of him could be seen. The only way Bones knew it was him was because of the color of his hood and his stature. And his voice, of course. "What can I do for you today, Amelia?" he said in a calm tone. His voice was a rich baritone and carried throughout the room. "There's a prophecy about Harry Potter, and you know who here." "We need to hear it," she said, gesturing to Harry. Isobel was hidden in Harry's robes again. She still remained a secret to those not in the know. "I can take you right to it," Croaker said. He turned sharply and led them down aisle upon aisle of the bright, glowing globes. Harry looked around, but barely remembered the fight that he had had here at the end of this year in the last timeline. It was the last time he had been here. It had been him and his friends fighting the Death Eaters. This ended with Sirius dying, and him hearing this prophecy in the headmaster's office. He thought it would be a fight he'd never forget, but he had been in so many fights throughout his life since that they all kind of blurred together. Oh yeah, he fought Voldy too. Kind of. He remembered that. Now. That's when Fudge realized that the Dark Lord was back. He wondered if he had to do something like that again to prove to them that old Voldy was back this time. A question for another time, he guessed. They finally came upon the row with the prophecy in it, and Croaker led them to the correct one. He pointed up to one that said, "Espetito ape vube de Dark Lord." And, "Harry Potter, is this the one we're looking for?" asked Bones, peering at the sign. She figured the APWBD was Albus, since Harry had told her that he was the one who had heard it, but she didn't know who the SBT was. "That's the one. It says Harry Potter right on it," said Croaker, waving to the orb in question. "Who do you suppose the SBT is?" Amelia asked, peering at the globe. "Sybil Trelawney. I don't know her middle name," Harry said, glaring at the prophecy. "She's a drunk," he added mulishly. "Ah, her," Bones said, thinking that there might not be any validity to the prophecy, but wanting to hear it all the same. "Why has it got a question mark by my name?" asked Harry. He had always wondered about that. "Because at the time that the prophecy was given, we weren't really sure it was you," was the answer from Croaker. "You and the other person hadn't been born yet. After that, there were only 2 people it could have been," he explained. "And you're sure now?" asked Harry, knowing the other boy was Neville. At least he thought it was. He remembered the other boy's birthday was the day before his, so it must be. "Well," said Croaker, reaching under his hood to rub his chin, "there's one way to find out. Reach up and grab the prophecy." He said this in a daring tone. Harry, being from the future, already knew the prophecy was about him, hesitated still. He knew that grabbing the orb and it not being about him could have extenuating circumstances. Finally, he just sighed and reached up and grabbed the prophecy. Nothing happened when he lifted it down, making everyone realize that he was indeed the one it was about. "How do we hear the prophecy?" the man/teen asked, only ever having heard it in Dumbledore's pensive, he thought. He remembered seeing Trelawney's figure shimmering above the pensive, so that must be correct. "Throw the globe onto the floor and break it," said Croaker, mimicking a throwing gesture. "The orb will be fine." It was magical. Once the prophecy was heard, the orb would reform and go back to its place. So, Harry did that, and immediately the word started. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Bones started taking notes immediately on a muggle notepad with a pencil. She didn't cotton to carrying around a self-inking quill. Those things leaked something fierce. Isobel popped her head out of Harry's shirt and listened intently. She wanted to make sure she heard every word and could mull them over in her head. It had been her idea to come here. After all, Harry just went, huh. He already knew the gist anyway. He still thought it was hooey. Half of the prophecy didn't make sense to him. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. That didn't make a lick of sense. He knew that once the horcruxes were destroyed, anyone can kill Voldy. That, and he lived while Voldy was a wraith. Technically, the man was dead. He was considered a spirit. Croaker was also taking notes. He noticed the snake, but since she was under a glamour, didn't freak out as much as he could have. When Bones finished listening to the prophecy, she rubbed her forehead. "Dear Merlin, he is back, isn't he?" she asked, sagging in place. She leaned against the shelves, tired already. She didn't want to deal with the Dark Lord. There was no way they were prepared for this. Her department had been gutted over the years of peace. She blamed the former Death Eaters and Fudge for this. Now she knew why. They must have been preparing for this day. Well, the Death Eaters at least. She'd like to think that Fudge was just an idiot and not a sleeping agent for the Dark Lord. "That's what I've been trying to tell everybody since the last task," Harry said, perhaps a bit harsher than he had intended. "I could kill Fudge." "He's been telling everybody you've been lying," she said, looking around the room in a bit of a daze. She then shook her head and cleared it. She needed her wits about her. There was a Dark Lord on the loose and a minister in denial. That was not a good combination. I've already tried to kill the Dark Lord 3 times since my first year. And I told Fudge in 3rd year that Peter Pettigrew was alive, and he told me that I was confounded. He's been lying about me since that year," Harry said, petting Isobel, who was cursing Fudge under her breath. "Stupid idiot, pencil-dicked motherfudgier. I'll bite his dick off next time I see him," she mumbled angrily, making Harry chuckle quietly. She kept up her litany of curses. She really didn't like that man, and saw no reason to keep him alive. Harry was inclined to agree with her. The man was a waste of space. "What do you mean Peter Pettigrew is alive?" "Sirius Black killed him," Bones stated, twirling around from where she was staring at the broken orb. It had yet to be reformed. Perhaps it was waiting until they left. Who knew? "No, he didn't. And I told Fudge that in my 3rd year. That was the only year that I didn't fight Voldy. Now that I think about it," Harry said with a vacant look of remembrance. It was like grabbing a dream, trying to remember everything. He was still trying to get the timeline straight in his head. They were all unclear memories. Amelia rubbed her forehead again, trying to stave off the headache that she could feel coming. This was worse than she thought. Not only was the Dark Lord back, but Black might be innocent. She didn't know if she could handle many more surprises that this young man might be throwing at her today. "Do you have memories of all these things?" "It would make things so much easier," she said, hoping the boy would comply. Then she could watch them at her leisure. It was like trying to pull teeth from a one-toothed man to get them from him right now. "Yeah, about that," said Harry, rubbing the back of his head in a got caught with the biscuit jar look. "Is there somewhere we can talk?" he asked. He really didn't want to go into the whole time traveling thing, but she was going to need to know about it, because he couldn't really remember the things he needed to tell her. "Yes, I have an interrogation room that's completely isolated. We can talk there," she said, turning and leading him from the room. "Do you mind if I tag along?" asked Croaker as he followed her. Wanted to be in on this. He had a feeling it was going to be big. "Are you willing to take an unbreakable vow?" asked Harry, thinking that having an unspeakable in his corner might end the war a lot sooner. "Yes, I think for this, I am willing to take one," Croaker stated firmly. It might go against the code, but he was willing to bend the rules this once. And with that, the four of them, including Isobel, left the room. Behind them, the prophecy globe formed itself up again and put itself back on the shelf, still shining brightly, indicating that it was unfulfilled. In the interrogation room, Amelia and Croker took an unbreakable vow. Harry told them about his time travel and proved to them that he was indeed a time traveler. Then they got down to the nitty-gritty about why they were there. So, you're telling me that everything was fine before you came back and that you didn't come back because of some apocalypse? Inquired Amelia, after confirming that Harry was indeed a 38-year-old man in the body of a 15-year-old. She couldn't blame him for not remembering his school years. She knew she couldn't remember hers with great clarity. Well, you were dead, said Harry, waving his hand in her direction. You died in the war. I think Voldy killed you because you were too politically powerful. Fudge was out of office. Umbridge was up to no good, and you were primed to take over. I don't remember when, but it was sometime before my 7th year. Yes, but not thousands of people, said Amelia. Even though her own demise was somewhat mind-rattling. She did feel bad that Susan had been left behind without a family so young. And it was something she was going to take extra precautions against, so it did not happen again. No, thousands did not die. Just hundreds, said Harry, nodding his head that it could have been much worse. But there were quite a few deaths that should not have happened. Still, the Muggleborn got their equal rights, and we lived in peace and prosperity for quite a few years before some wannabe Dark Lord popped up. I didn't really get involved with that war. The man was a weakling. There was another hero, and I was not needed. How much have you changed since you've been back? Asked Croker. It was vital that the Unspeakables knew this information. Not that there was much he could do with it, but it was important. Paradoxes must be avoided. Quite a bit, actually. Since Isobel was not here when I was first here, Harry said, petting his snake. My trial was nowhere near what it was the last time, and I never talked to you or Amelia. Sorry, I mean Ms. Bones. So, I say quite a bit has changed. He really didn't care. What was done was done. That is unfortunate, said the Unspeakable. He was going to have to do some research. They must try to help the young. Not so young, well, Harry Potter. It can't be helped, said Harry with a shrug. But maybe you could help me find the rest of the horcruxes, he said, just dropping that bomb's heck. Horcruxes? Yelled both Amelia and Croker. They then looked at each other with horror on their faces, and then went back to Harry. Didn't I tell you about those? Asked Harry. He was sure that he had. He was having a lot of moments like that. No, you did not. How many did he make? Said Bones, rubbing at the headache behind her eyes. There really wasn't much more she could take. She was going to need to take a potion when she got back to her office. That and she needed more coffee. Tea would not do right now. Well, as far as I know, he made 6, not including the one in my head, Harry said, counting them in his head. The diary, the necklace, the snake, the one at Gringotts, the one at Hogwarts, and the one that the headmaster got. Yup, that was 6. You have a horcrux in your head? Said Croker, staring at the scar like he wanted to carve it out and examine it. Yes, Harry said, cringing back from that look. Isobel lunged forward, snapping her jaw, making Croker slam back in his chair. He held up his hands in an I surrender gesture. We'll have to work on getting that one out, said the Unspeakable, keeping a wary eye on the snake. Which other ones do you know about? And which ones do you have? Well, I've got one in my trunk, started Harry, counting them off on his fingers. A look of concentration on his face. Sirius is working at getting one today, and I know of one that is in Hogwarts. It's the rest that I don't know about. Well, I know one hasn't been made yet. Or at least I don't think she has. She might be. It's Voldemort's snake. So, there's really only one that's unaccounted for. By my count, that's only 5, Amelia said, looking at the boy's fingers and doing her own count. Oh, I got the diary in my 2nd year, said Harry, waving it away like it was a normal thing to do. You killed a horcrux when you were only 12 years old? Croker asked, tilting his head as if re-evaluating the man/teen in front of him. Yeah, at the same time, I killed the basilisk, the time traveler said, petting Isobel reassuringly. You'd better not kill me, Meanie, she hissed at him. She knew he wouldn't, but she had to threaten him to keep him on his toes. Of course not, darling. You are not trying to kill me, he hissed back, making the other two in the room shiver. You killed a basilisk? Asked Croker, still doing his evaluation. When you were 12 years old? At Hogwarts? He was having a hard time wrapping his head around this. Just what the bloody heck was going on at that school? Dark Lords every year, deadly tournaments, and escaped convicts that were innocent and dead people that were alive? Was Albus behind any of this? Or was he just senile? Didn't the wards prevent any of these things from happening? Yeah, a bloody big one too. I had some help from Fawkes and the Sorting Hat. Didn't Dumbledore tell you? Harry asked. He would have thought for sure Albus would have at least reported it to the Ministry. No, he did not, said Amelia, slamming her hands on the table. Well, you should probably have words with him about keeping secrets, said Harry, picturing the confrontation in his mind and smiling. Oh, believe me, I will, said Amelia with a glint of determination in her eyes. We need to talk about the prophecy, Croaker said, taking out his notes. Must we? Harry whinged as Isobel perked up. Yes, the other man said, looking it over. There really isn't much to say, Amelia stated, going over her notes. You were born at the right time to the right parents. Therefore, the prophecy is about you. Do you know what the power the Dark Lord knows not? She asked. Dumbledore thinks it's love, Harry said, rubbing his forehead, trying to remember if that's what saved his bacon the last time. He thought it was the Elder Wand and on the power of love. Love? That does make sense, Croaker agreed, nodding his head. It does? Bones asked, looking at the man like he was crazy. Yes. You know who is incapable of love. Harry here knows love. Hence it is a power the Dark Lord knows not, the unspeakable stated. He knew the Dark Lord's past and how he was born because of a love potion. Those born that way are incapable of love. Great, problem solved, Harry said, petting Isobel, who was still mulling over what they were saying. I guess, Amelia said, disappointed in the conclusion. How does one use love to fight a Dark Lord? Do they go up and hug them to death? That is just ridiculous. So, are we done here? Asked the man/teen, sliding his chair back and getting ready to stand. Because I really need to get back to Arthur. It's almost time for me to take him home. How can we get a hold of you if we have any more questions? Asked Croaker, picking up his notes and charming them for his eyes only. Amelia did the same to her notes. There were far too many spies in her department. She knew this but couldn't catch them all. That was the problem with politics. It was a pity it was her own government that was spying on her. Dolores was the main culprit. That's a good question. Where I'm at is under the Fidelius. I suppose you can pass messages through Arthur Weasley, Harry said, rubbing the back of his head in thought. He got up and went to the door, but paused there to finish the conversation. He's an all right bloke, and he won't look at them. Or you can call my house elf, Dobby. He will come to you after I talk to him tonight. I suppose that will have to do for now until you get to Hogwarts. And then we'll figure something else out, the unspeakable stated, also standing and gathering his notes. Well, I'm off to take a man to the underground. And with that, Harry and Isobel left the room. Amelia was left alone to think about everything. She soon got up and went back to her office. She had a lot of work to do if she was going to have to fight a Dark Lord. Harry and Arthur were laughing when they came into the house. Mr. Weasley had had a great time on the underground. He never had so much fun in the Muggle world before, and Harry had shown him many things that he needed to know, like how Muggle money worked. Who knew it was so simple and so much easier to count than magicals? It went by denominations of 10. Still, they were late for lunch, and everything that was made had gone cold by now, which was an easy fix with magic, so that was okay. However, Molly was not impressed. Just where have you been, Arthur Weasley? She demanded as soon as they set foot into the dining room. She and Hermione were there, but everyone else was gone. It looked like she was teaching Hermione how to knit. Not that Hermione needed to be taught. She was knitting last year. So, maybe showing her a new pattern? Why in the dining room? They didn't know. Probably lying in wait. Harry took me home on the underground, otherwise referred to as the tube. Isn't that marvelous? Arthur said, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He wasn't going to let her bring him down. The things the Muggles come up with. It is so much faster than the Hogwarts Express, he added, all but bouncing in place. And their money is just fascinating. Never you mind that. You're late for lunch, and you're going to be late back to work, she said, brandishing her knitting needle at him. I'll be back in plenty of time, Molly. Calm down, Arthur said as he took the seat next to her. He was not scared of his wife. She was all bark and no bite. Well, to anyone not her children. I will not calm down, she said, knitting something fierce. If she knitted any harder, she was going to mess up the tension. You're going to give yourself a heart attack before you're 50, my dear, he warned her as her face got redder. Magicals don't have heart attacks, Arthur. Besides, I am only looking out for what's best for our family, she said, flushing harder in frustration. I'm not going to get in trouble, Molly, he assured her one more time, this time putting a hand on her arm. Yeah, Mrs. Weasley, he has plenty of time. Besides, I already talked to Madam Bones, and she's fine with him being a little late, Harry said, taking a seat opposite of them. Isobel was peeking out of his collar. She better not fudging try anything, the snake hissed, resting her head on his shoulder. I have no problem turning her into a fudging statue again, she added with pleasure in her tone. And just what were you doing talking to Madam Bones? Molly asked Harry in a harsh tone. I had my hearing with her today, he reminded her, speaking slowly and methodically. I let her know I was going to take Mr. Weasley home on the tube. She said he could come in a few minutes late. He poured himself some juice and took a sip. Bleh, pumpkin juice. He really needed to get the elves to get some apple juice or something new besides this overly sweet stuff. Yes, that's right. I forgot, she said with a sigh. With that, Arthur and Harry served up what was left of the lunch, which was tomato soup and sandwiches today. The sandwiches came in two varieties, roast beef and ham. Harry chose ham, while Arthur went for the roast beef. Oh well, I got off scot-free, Harry said, blinking like he just remembered the verdict. Did it go the way you thought it would go? Was the next question. Only partially. I did get the hearing, and Madam Bones found me innocent, but then they turned around and tried to expel me through a trial. But Bones declared a mistrial, so it was okay, Harry said, once again without much enthusiasm. It's Madam Bones. And how did she declare it a mistrial? Asked Hermione, putting her knitting down and giving her fingers a rest. Don't correct me, Harry said, pointing his half-eaten sandwich at her. Not that it's any of your concern, but she declared it because there was no chief warlock, and I wasn't supposed to be brought up on charges in front of the Wisengamot in the first place, he said, taking a bite of his ham sandwich and savoring the taste. They put you in front of the entire Wisengamot? Hermione asked, flabbergasted that such a thing would happen. Then again, they had sent an innocent man to prison without a trial. She ignored his reprimand. He was just being cranky because of his ordeal. Yeah, didn't I just say that? Harry said flippantly. There's no reason for you to get snippy, she said, picking back up her knitting and finishing off her elf hat. She was still on her crusade. She would see the house elves free if it was the last thing she did. Well, I don't see why you have to question everything that comes out of my mouth, said Harry, not being nice about it either. I was only clarifying, she said primly. Anyway, the trial was considered a mistrial, and I was found innocent of all charges, Harry said, turning to his godfather and taking another bite of his sandwich. He decided he didn't want any soup today. Well, that's good to hear. We should celebrate, said Sirius, clapping his godson on the back. Even if technically the man/teen was older than him, he was still his godson. I don't feel like celebrating something so menial, said Harry, taking the last bite and reaching for another. Menial? You could have been expelled from school, said Molly, shocked that the boy was so blasé about it. That would have been no big thing. I would have just homeschooled. I'm sure Sirius would have let me stay here, Harry said, looking to his godfather, who nodded in agreement. Yes, I can see how well that would have worked, the woman said, rolling her eyes. She went back to her knitting and didn't spare them another glance. What are you trying to say, Mrs. Weasley? That I'm too undisciplined to be homeschooled? Harry asked in a low voice. Not that he needed schooling, he could pass his test today if needed. Isobel was saying, You're such a mean person, woman. If I hadn't promised to behave, I'd fudging kill you where you sit. And so on. That's exactly what I'm trying to say, said Mrs. Weasley, still not looking at him, but continuing knitting. Well, that's your opinion, and I didn't ask for it, said Harry as he picked up a second sandwich. Sirius, can I talk to you in my room for a bit, please? He headed towards the door, meal in hand. What do you need to talk to Sirius about that you can't talk to him right here? The older busybody asked, calling after him. That would be none of your business, Mrs. Weasley, he said, not looking back or missing a step. Molly, it's none of your affair, said Mr. Weasley, laying a hand on her arm. Let it go. Harry and Sirius went to Harry's room. The man/teen turned to him as soon as they got in and said, Did you get it? He took a bite of his sandwich, which he had been eating on the whole trip up, and was almost finished with. "Yes, I did," said Sirius, folding his arms and glaring at his godson as if he was upset at him for making him go in the first place. "And it took a lot to do it, too. I must have done 2 hours worth of parchment work," he said, flexing his hand at some phantom pain. "Oh, you poor baby," said Harry with mock sympathy. He shoved the last of his lunch in his mouth. He chewed and swallowed, then said, "Well, hand it over then." He made a few gimme motions. "I was thinking about that," the older and body man said, looking around the room as if trying to form his words correctly. "Perhaps you should leave them here while you're at Hogwarts. There are wards around Hogwarts that detect dark artifacts from entering the school grounds." He knew that from experience and watching others get caught doing the same. "Yeah, right, good job they've done lately, haven't they?" said Harry with a great deal of sarcasm, thinking of the diary getting in his second year. Not to mention Quirrell in his first year. Still, no sense tempting fates by bringing more in, was the surprisingly logical response. "I suppose," conceded the time traveler. "Do you have a safe or something we can leave them in?" he asked, not remembering anything like that from when he lived here. But there had been rooms he couldn't enter, not being a black. He could have broken them down after becoming a curse breaker, but he didn't really want to take the time, or he had moved out by then. "I do," Sirius said, moving towards the door. "Down in the study." "Who all is allowed in your study?" Harry asked, grabbing the necklace from his trunk with Isobel riding on his shoulders. She had been relatively quiet this evening. He tucked the necklace in his pocket and followed Sirius. "Just myself, and you when I let you in," the dogman said, looking at Harry up and down. He wondered if the room would let him in without issue. Harry was his godson and had some black blood, but not much. "So, Dumbledore and his lot aren't allowed in?" was the next question. "Not even Remus?" He wondered what happened to the werewolf. He'd not seen the man since he'd been back. "No, not even Remus," Sirius confirmed. He missed his friend. The man had been on assignment since Harry returned, and he wondered how the two would get along now that Harry was more mature. "Right then, let's take this other one down, and when I get the one from Hogwarts, I'll call Dobby and have him bring it to you," Harry said as they descended the stairs to put the necklace in its new temporary home. Harry had no issue getting into the study, and they put the necklace in with the cup. That was two they had. Now they only needed the one from Hogwarts and the one that they were unsure of. It was going to be trying to get the one Dumbles knew about, since they didn't know where it was. However, Harry would be diligent in his task. He knew how important it was. The headlines of the Daily Prophet the next day shocked the heck out of everybody, especially Harry. They literally screamed like a barker's call. "You know WHO lives?" The trivial fallout. The article that followed told how Harry had fought you-know-who every year since his first year at Hogwarts, bar his third, and how it was covered up, how there was evidence, and that the reporter had such proof. She went into great detail on his exploits and who did what to who each year, or at least what he had told Amelia and Croaker. How Rita Skeeter got a hold of this information nobody knows, but they were retracting everything they said about Harry all summer long, not to mention the years before. The article stated that he had been telling the truth the whole time, and that Fudge was corrupt. There were disparaging things being said about the entire government and how the establishment was going out of its way to put the burden on the shoulders of a 15-year-old boy. They didn't withdraw what they said about Dumbledore, though. They were still calling him a dozy old man that needed to retire and give up his positions to someone younger than him. If he let happen at school what was being reported, then he was senile. They too were calling him out about putting the responsibilities on those much too young to handle it. "Shite, I knew I forgot something," Harry said as he read the front page. He got up and went to his bedroom, leaving his breakfast on the table and many confused people behind him. He ignored the voices calling his name and moved to seek solitude for a moment or two to get his thoughts straight. "What did you forget this time?" Isobel asked, wondering what had her friend so upset. She coiled up around his shoulders so that her head rested on his. "This reporter is an animagus. I think she turns into a bug, something really small. I forgot all about her, and she must have been riding on one of us yesterday," he explained, pacing the floor. "I put my money on Bones, since you would have known if she was on me. I'll keep an eye out for her in the future," Isobel stated, knowing she'd eat the mean person if she saw her. What Harry didn't know, well, she liked eating bugs. Anyway, Why are you letting this upset you? What's done is done. There's nothing you can do about it now. Just don't answer any questions you don't want to, she said, giving him the best advice she could think of. He took a deep breath and sighed. He cleared his head and nodded. Okay, you're right. You're the best snake a guy could ask for. I'd better get back down to breakfast, Harry said, going back down to finish eating. He knew it was going to be a rough day. There were going to be so many questions. Everyone was still reading the paper when he returned, so he did the same. The breakfast was left to get cold on the table. Only the sound of rustling parchment could be heard. Someone had silenced the headlines. The only person eating was Ron, who never let anything interfere with the eating of a meal. There was also another article that said that Sirius Black was innocent of all charges. That Peter Pettigrew was alive and a Death Eater. Even though Black hadn't been declared so in a court of law, the reporter knew for a fact that he was blameless. It stated that he needed to be exonerated soon, or the public would be up in arms that the ministry had put an innocent man in prison for 12 years. Not to mention the kiss on side order. That there should be a manhunt for the real culprit, Pettigrew. Only a guilty man would fake his death and hide for over 12 years. It did mention that he had hid as a pet, that he had been at Hogwarts, that he had escaped under the nose of Dumbledore. Everything that Harry had spoken of yesterday, except the Weasleys. There was another article stating that there was a prophecy that only Harry Potter could kill the Dark Lord, and that he was the chosen one. It didn't quote the prophecy, but alluded that it was clear enough that it was Harry Potter, that they should rally around the teen and offer their support. However, they should not put the burden of fighting the entire war on this boy's shoulders, that they should gather support and fight by his side. And yet another one about his trial, and what a farce it was, and a waste of taxpayers' money. That they were trying to expel him for the small use of underage magic. Even how it was to protect himself from Dementors. The reporter questioned what the demons were doing in a Muggle neighborhood. It did state that Harry killed the monsters, but it was classified as a family secret as to how. And the last one was about Isobel. Only it was that she was a magical boa constrictor, one that could petrify with a look. That Harry Potter was a strong wizard to have such a familiar. It was a small article in comparison, but it was there. Harry was shocked that his cover story was printed and not the truth. He wondered why. Harry was also shocked to find that news of his time travel wasn't in there since all the other secrets were, bar Isobel. He was going to have to find Rita Skeeter and either blackmail the heck out of her or scare her. Or maybe she was already scared of his familiar. That might be it. He was going to track this woman down, and he was going to make sure that she maintained her silence about his secrets. Or let Isobel eat her. Either worked. There was a great deal of questions over breakfast after Molly heated it up. Harry answered them as best he could, but kept everything ambiguous. He flat out ignored the bossy questions and refused to answer any evasive ones. If it was public knowledge, then he had no problem answering. He let Sirius answer those that pertained to him. Ron and Hermione could answer those they knew. Anything else was his secret and would stay that way. They really didn't need to know. The only person he needed to talk to was Sirius, and he would talk to him in private. They kept bombarding him with questions, and he kept telling them it was none of their business. Everything they needed to know was in the newspaper. But, Harry, you need to tell us everything, said Hermione, reaching for his hand, only to be warned off by his familiar. Back off, mean person, Isobel hissed, snapping at her hand. She withdrew when the teenage witch moved away. She really didn't like the bossy witch. No, what you need to know is in the newspaper, said Harry, pointing to the many daily prophets littering the table. He was applying himself to his pigs in a blanket. He rarely got to eat these and wanted to savor them. Dobby made them special for him. How are we going to protect you if you don't let us know what's going on? She said, glaring at the snake. She was going to have to find a way to either get into the snake's good graces or get rid of it. She couldn't think of how to make the snake like her, so she'd settle for disposing of it. But how was the question? She couldn't kill it. That was against her nature. She'd have to find a legal way to make Harry give it up. There's a prophecy about you, she stated, like that changed everything. What makes you think I need your protection? He said, tilting his head in confusion. That was a new one. They had never thought that before. Of course, you need our protection. You've always needed our protection, she said in a condescending manner. They had always stuck up for Harry and protected him from the other students. even if he didn't know that. That's a bunch of twaddle and you know it, he said, shoving a pancake-covered sausage in his mouth and chewing. Were they doing things behind his back that he didn't know about? You've needed us to protect you since the first year, said Ron, eating with gusto and pointing his fork at Harry. They had been warning students off the boy who lived since day one. Well, he had. A lot of good you did, said Harry. Not that he really remembered his first year, but he doesn't remember Ron sticking up for him. He did vaguely remember being shunned during the whole 50-point loss thing and the forest. He partially remembered the forest. It was detention, right? Ron didn't stick up for him then. At least not that he remembered. Oi, I remember going to bat for you first year. Don't you remember the duel with Draco Malfoy? The redhead asked with a dreamy smile, like it was a fond memory. If I remember correctly, said Hermione with a glare at Ron, you're the one who goaded Malfoy into the duel in the first place. It was not a fond memory for her. It was the first time she broke the rules at school. She remembered trying to keep them out of mischief and almost getting eaten for her trouble. I like that, said Ron, shoving a pig in a blanket in his mouth. His mom never made these before. He wondered if she would now. They were wonderful. I'm the one who volunteered to be his second. Harry racked his brain, trying to remember that stupid duel. But try as he might, he couldn't remember that far back. He did remember that that's when they met Fluffy, because Draco didn't show, but he couldn't remember the events leading up to it. Well, it doesn't matter now, he said, waving the whole thing off. I don't need your protection now. I'm a big boy. What's done is done, and all my business is now out for the public to see. They will do what they do and say what they say, and there's little you can do about it. How much of this is true? Asked Hermione, knowing about 50% of it was, but wanting to know if the rest of it was as well. Quite a bit of it, actually, said Harry with a sigh, which is why I don't feel the need to tell you anymore. It was bad enough that the rest of the wizarding world now knew his business. They were going to be intolerable. Chosen one, indeed. Do you mean to tell me that your life has been in danger at Hogwarts every year? Asked Arthur, a bit hot under the collar. Yes, said Harry with a nod. How come the parents weren't notified about this? The father of 7 asked. He was very upset by this. His children had been in danger these last 4 years, and he had only known about 2 of them. What affected Harry could have bled over to his kids, especially since Ron was Harry's best friend. With the way the boy talked about it, he was next to Harry during all of these events. And according to the newspaper, only during the 3rd year was Harry not confronted by you-know-who. Did that mean Ron faced him too? You'll have to take that one up with Dumbledore, said Harry with a casual shrug. He had no problems throwing the man under the night bus. Oh, believe me, I will, said Mr. Weasley, slamming his fork on the table in a fit of anger. You'll do no such thing, said Mrs. Weasley, rounding on her husband. I'm sure Dumbledore has his reasons. There had to be a good reason for it, too. Dumbledore would tell them if her family would have been in danger. She was sure of it. Molly, it was bad enough that he almost didn't tell us that Ginny was taken over by the Dark Lord in her first year. But to learn that there has been danger at Hogwarts almost every year for the last 4 years is inconceivable, Arthur said, harshly. He wasn't going to back down. He had known about Sirius and the tournament, but he was told that everything was under control. Now, according to the Daily Prophet, it was not as under control as the headmaster made it seem. I'm sure he has his reasons, Molly repeated, though she didn't seem as convinced as she was a few moments ago. Nevertheless, said Mr. Weasley in a softer tone, I'm going to have words with him, as fate would have it. At that moment, Dumbledore came into the room, brandishing the newspaper. Ah, Harry, my boy, he said, coming in bright green and yellow robes that took on the shapes of flying birds, with matching hat, of course. I need to speak with you. I think Mr. Weasley would like to talk to you first, Headmaster, Harry said, cutting up his pig in a blanket. He was still hungry. Damn his 15-year-old body. It never seemed satisfied with the amount of food he fed it. Then again, maybe if he ate his fill, he'd be taller than he was last time. I'm sure Arthur would understand why it's more important that I speak to you post-haste, the old man said, looking to Mr. Weasley with a knowing look. Go ahead, Harry. I can have my discussion with Albus when he's done with you, Arthur said, waving the boy on. Mr. Weasley was always one to back down, much to Harry's disappointment. Fine. But save my breakfast, said Harry, getting up from the table and going towards the door. We can meet in the parlor. He made his way there, stomping the whole way, like a boy his body's age would. Harry marched his way down the hall and waited for Dumbledore to catch up with him, which didn't take long because the man's legs were much longer than his. The man/teen sat in a chair with Isobel around his shoulders in full view. Dumbledore came into the door with Sirius hot on his heels. "Sirius, I wanted to talk to Harry alone," the old man said in a chastising manner. "Too bad. If you want to talk to my godson, you're going to have me here with him," Sirius said, taking the chair next to Harry. He even pet Isobel once on the head. She snapped at his hand. He jerked it back, but smiled. "She's starting to like me. I can tell," he told Harry. Harry just nodded and smiled back. "If you are finished playing," Dumbledore stated, glaring at the childish man. "Now then, Harry, what is all this in the newspaper, and how did this news get out?" he asked like it was Harry's fault, and only his. "Beats me. All I did was talk to Madam Bones. I have no idea how that reporter got all that information." "I thought we were incognito," Harry said, slumping in his chair in a nonchalant manner. He wasn't going to take the blame for this. He was going to leave Croaker out of it for now, and the fact that they talked about the horcruxes. "You know Rita Skeeter, Albus, she's always finding a way to get her story. If you ask me, I'd say she is an animagus," Sirius said, rubbing his chin at the thought. "It's the only thing that makes sense," he added. He was thinking of Peter in his rat form, and how many times the man had spied for them as a teenager. Harry looked at his godfather and was shocked that he had hit it so close to the head. "Be that as it may, this is going to put a crimp on my plans," said Dumbledore, going over all the fires he was going to have to put out now that the news that Voldemort was reported alive and that there was a prophecy about him and Harry. "That's not my fault," said Harry heatedly. "I had no idea that the reporter was anywhere near us when I said these things to Madam Bones. We thought we were alone. We even took precautions to make sure we were unheard." He was not going to let the old man put the blame on him. "I'm sure you did your best, my boy. Nevertheless, secrets got out and things are going to go awry for a while. You must endeavor to make sure you are alone from now on," the headmaster said in his disappointed grandfather voice. "And pray tell, how am I supposed to do that when I am not allowed to use magic outside of school?" Harry asked with a bitter note in his tone. He just loved how the headmaster tried to give him unsolvable tasks. "I am sure you will find a way, young man," Dumbledore said in that knowing way of his, like Harry was the prize bull in his herd. "Whatever," said Harry, sitting up straighter. "I'm not going to let you pin this on me. You can use your disappointed grandfather's voice all you want. It's not going to work on me. I'm not going to feel guilty for something that was out of my control." He looked at Albus with such disdain that the old man actually flinched. "Perhaps I should go about this in a different way," were Albus's thoughts. "I have used my disappointment too often that it is losing its value. Mayhap I should praise instead of chastising." He mulled that over for a moment. Isobel took that moment to hiss at Albus. "You stupid prick. You leave my friend alone." She lunged at him, coming very close to biting his nose. Dumbledore yanked his head back, jerking it in such a manner that they feared injury. He actually banged it against the wall behind the chair. Isobel went back to resting on Harry's shoulder. "Stupid, shriveled up, pencil-dicked old man. Stay away from my Harry," she hissed, keeping her beady eyes on the old man. "You need to control your snake a little bit more, young man," Dumbledore stated, rubbing his nose even though she hadn't touched it. His other hand went back and touched the tender spot on the back of his head. There was a bump there, but no lasting damage. "She's just looking out for my best interest. Besides, she was just threatening you. She didn't hurt you in any way," the man/teen said, waving his scolding away. Dumbledore looked at the snake with a bit of hatred in his eyes. Then they cleared up and started twinkling again. "So, you know about the prophecy now?" he asked. There was something in his tone that Harry didn't like. It was like the man had received all he wanted for Yule and more. "Yes, we went down and listened to it yesterday," Harry said, slowly and with a casual shrug. "How did you find out about it?" the old man asked, leaning forward just a bit in curiosity. "Sirius told me." He could have looked to his godfather, hoping the man would play along. "Sirius, my boy, I wanted that to be kept a secret for a reason," the headmaster chastised the dogman. "I felt that Harry should know about it," said Sirius unrepentantly. He was not afraid of Dumbledore. He'd been arguing with the man about letting Harry know since the get-go. "Well, what's done is done. What do you feel about the prophecy, Harry, my boy?" Dumbledore asked, still in a tone that Harry didn't like. There was an underlying something that creeped Harry out. I think it's a great bunch of hooey, the time traveler said completely honestly. Sirius laughed uproariously. Isobel snapped at Harry's ear. She still felt that it was valid. Now, Harry, you must find that there must be some seriousness in this, came the reprimand. That disappointed tone was back, though it was toned down. No, I think it's a great bunch of words jumbled together that don't even make any sense. If it makes you feel any better, Isobel put some stock into it, Harry said, petting his snake who was still staring down the old man like it was her job. Why ever would your snake put stock into a prophecy, was the confused question. Don't ask me. I still think it's a bunch of bullshucks, the man/teen said, waving the question away. There is no need to be vulgar, Harry, my boy, the headmaster said, the twinkle in his eyes dimming. I don't like the prophecy, and I don't believe in it. Isobel thinks there's something to it, so I went and let her listen to it, Harry said, standing firm on his belief. Well, I put a great deal of validity into this prophecy, and I believe that you should too, Albus said, sitting up as tall as he could as if to impose his belief on the boy. There are powers that you do not know of that can greatly aid you, he stated, trying to sound ominous. You can't force me to believe in something, Harry said, not the least bit cowed. Alas, no, I cannot, Dumbledore stated, disappointed that his ploy didn't work. Are we done? Harry asked, already getting out of his chair. Yes, we are done. I do ask that you endeavor to try and make sure you are alone before you have any more private conversations. Especially those in public, the old man said, trying one more time to be imposing. Whatever, I'm not going to defend myself with you anymore. With that, Harry and Sirius got up to leave. Wait, before you leave, I do have something for Isobel, said Dumbledore, reaching into his robe and pulling out a small, stretchy necklace that had a bauble on it that was round and silver. It glowed, slightly silver with magic. This is the glamour ball that I invented for her, so that she will look like a boa constrictor. Oh, right, I'd forgotten about that, said Harry, taking it and putting it on Isobel. It fit right behind her head where the taper was the slimmest. Like at the ministry, it mostly just hit her crest and made her look like a normal snake. That fudging tickles, she hissed, shivering all over. I don't like it, she complained, wiggling her head back and forth, trying to shake it off. It slid down until it rested more comfortably in the right spot. It wasn't perfect, but it was better. The bauble was on her back, where it would not interfere with her movements. Do make sure that this stays on her neck the entire time you are at Hogwarts, warned the headmaster. His eyes were twinkling again. No problem, said Harry, vowing to make sure there weren't any other charms on the bauble. Dumbledore might think he was a naive 15-year-old teenager, but he knew better. He was a 38-year-old man who knew about curses. Isobel blinked a few times with her special eyelids and relaxed. This time, he and Sirius were able to leave the room unimpeded. They went back to the breakfast table and finished their breakfast. They were the only ones in the dining room and were soon splitting ways. Harry went up to his room and examined the jewel. He wanted to make sure that there were no extra charms on it that would hurt Isobel. So, he cast his wand over it, using all his curse-breaking knowledge, and found that there was one that was to make her non-aggressive. He took that one off immediately. He liked his snake the way she was, thank you very much. But other than that, it was just a charm to hide her crest. Time passed. More questions were thrown at him. He ignored them all. The Order members tried to throw their weight around, but they got the same treatment. Snape was the worst. His sneers were legendary. He tried to corner Harry, but Isobel snapped at him and his overly large nose. The man soon backed off and stayed far away from the boy and his snake. However, he sneered from across the room at them whenever they were in the same room at the same time, which was very rarely. Harry didn't care. He was more mature than Severus Snape. Harry and Sirius had a long talk, and he told his godfather about what he and the other two ministry workers talked about, which was pretty much what was in the Daily Prophet. They discussed what Croaker could do to help and how Sirius could now be freed, which was looking more and more likely. There were messages passed between Amelia and Arthur to Harry that Sirius was going to be exonerated soon. Dobby was in communication with Croaker about the horcruxes, which there was little news about, but there was contact. The ridge between Harry and his former friends got wider and wider, which was fine with him because he didn't feel that these teenagers had anything in common with him as an adult in a teenage body. And he didn't think they should have anything to do with the war. And if that meant that he had to separate himself from them, that was fine too. And they hated his Isobel and made that quite clear. Like the women in his last past, if you didn't like Isobel, you didn't have a part in his life. Ginny had gotten over her crush on him, which was great. She just couldn't get past his snake. Molly had gotten petrified one more time. And Harry had given Arthur the Mandrake potion, but told him the next time she got petrified, he was going to have to charge him for it, because those potions were not cheap. That kept Molly's tongue in her mouth, because there was no way they could afford the potion, which Harry was charging 2 galleons for. However, Harry did get closer to the twins. Try as he might, he just couldn't keep them away. They were just too much fun to be around. And they were deviously clever. They would be a great asset in the war effort with their inventions. Being the responsible adult that he was, he did tell them that they needed to up their game in their scholastic endeavors. If they did, then he would invest more into their company. And they would be better off for it in the end. When they told him that he had already invested too much in their company, he remembered that he had given them the prize from the Triwizard Tournament. He had forgotten about that. But he said he had more money, and he was more than willing to invest more if they got good grades on their newts. To which they agreed. About a week before school was supposed to start, Dumbledore came to Harry to tell him that he was to take clemency lessons with Snape, and Harry laughed in his face, which put an affronted look on the old man's face. "I'm not taking any lessons with that man," the man/teen said, guffawing loudly. Isobel was laughing too, but it was coming out as long hisses. She sounded like weak bellows that stoke fires. "But it is imperative that you close your mind," the old man stated, looking at the teen in front of him. He just didn't understand why the boy was laughing. The teen had been defying him all summer. Was it just teenage rebellion? Or was something else going on? Could it be the influence of the snake? Was there something he could do about it? "My mind is airtight," Harry stated, finally getting a hold of himself and looking him dead in the eye as if daring him to test it. Dumbledore took the dare and tried to look into the teen's mind and could not penetrate it. He was perplexed. "Wherever did you learn such a skill, Harry, my boy?" he asked, dumbfounded. He sat hard on the chair behind him. Harry was an open book just a few short months ago. What happened? This would not do. How would they know what Voldemort was doing if Harry could not see into his mind? "Isobel taught me," Harry said smugly. "It was his story, and he was sticking to it." "That is most unbelievable," the old man said, looking down his nose at the boy with doubt in his eyes. "Believe what you want," Harry said, with a shrug. "Snape isn't getting anywhere near my head," he stated and left the room. That was the last he heard on the subject. The letters for the school supplies came, and Sirius, who was finally exonerated thanks to the article, went with Harry to get his things. It had been a silent thing, but Sirius was suing the ministry for false imprisonment. He wasn't going to let it drop. Everyone steered clear of him and Harry, mostly because of Harry's snake, who was draped around his neck, and Sirius's reputation. They were done shopping in a matter of an hour. Harry thought that that was the quickest time he had ever done his shopping. Usually, he was bombarded by fans or schoolmates. This time, he and his godfather were left alone. He was happy about it. Molly had been most put out that they didn't trust her to do his shopping, and that he would put himself at risk to do it himself. The argument would have been epic had not Isobel threatened to petrify the woman again, via Harry. It was time to get on the Hogwarts Express. Harry was looking for a compartment while the twins went to find Lee. They were going to ride with their friends, and Harry was going to try and find someplace where Hermione and Ron weren't going to ride with him. He came across a little blonde girl and Neville. He vaguely recalled the little blonde girl, but for the life of him, he could not remember her name. Well, she wasn't so much a girl as a teen, but she was so slender that he couldn't help thinking of her as little. "Hey, Neville, how was your summer?" Harry said, stowing his trunk on the overhead rack. Isobel was once again wrapped around his waist. "It was all right, Harry. I read in the papers that yours was quite eventful," the teenage blondish male said. He had grown out of much of his baby fat and was looking good. He had shot up quite a bit, too. Yes, it was. Not that I wanted my summer to be bandied about in the papers, but there it is," the man/teen said, still standing but leaning against the door. "Oh yes, Harry Potter," said the little blonde girl. "How come I feel I should know you already?" she asked in an airy tone. And your name would be? I'm Luna, Luna Lovegood, she said, looking him straight in the eye. Ah, yes. How could I forget such a lovely name? Said Harry. Now he remembered her. She was with him at the ministry when Sirius died, and she'd been part of the DA that was supposed to start this year. They really didn't keep in touch after Hogwarts. If he remembered correctly, she went on to become a magizoologist. She married well too, but he couldn't remember who. Have we met before? Asked Luna, tilting her head, making her white blonde hair cascade down her shoulder. Only in my dreams, said Harry with a winning smile. He took her hand and kissed the knuckles. Oh, how delightfully romantic, said Luna, smiling back at him. I'm sure it is to you, my dear, he said, moving to sit, but just then, Isobel decided to come out and introduce herself, causing Neville to scream a little bit. Harry decided to stay, standing for a moment or two, just in case he was no longer welcome. Don't worry, this is my familiar Isobel. I'm sure you read about her in the papers. Isobel, meet Neville and Luna. He hissed the last part, causing Neville to shiver, but not Luna. Pleasure, Isobel hissed, nodding her head. Loyal Neville, kind Luna. For all the flirting, I don't think there will be any romance. He's 38, they're under 18. That's just icky. Right now, it's just harmless flattery. There was silence in the compartment for a second until it was broken by the small blonde. It's lovely to meet you, Lady Isobel, said Luna, nodding her head back. To her, the snake was beautiful. She's not going to bite me, is she? Asked Neville, trying to crawl up the back wall. He'd read about her in the paper, but to see her in person was daunting. She was huge, even wrapped around Harry. No, she's a boa constrictor. They don't bite. Well, they do, but they're not venomous, said Harry, going with the cover story. Maybe if they got to be better friends, he'd tell the two teens the truth, but that would be much further down the road. Oh, said Neville, not the least bit less scared, though he did stop trying to crawl up the wall. He was making sure he stayed as far away from the snake as possible. I promise you, I have her in complete control. I can talk to her, remember? She is my friend. She promised not to hurt any of my friends. And I consider you one of my friends, the time traveler stated, holding out his hands in a placating manner. He really didn't want to go and look for another compartment. That and he liked Neville and Luna. They both had good heads on their shoulders. We're friends, said Neville, a bit of doubt in his tone like that was news to him. He'd known Harry for almost 5 years now, and they had never talked as friends. At least he didn't think so. They never communicated over the summer like friends did. But then again, who knew what Harry considered a friend? Of course we're friends, said Harry. We've been mates since first year. He was shocked the other boy didn't think so. Oh, said Neville, realization dawning in his eyes. Perhaps Harry's definition of friendship was different. I didn't know that. Don't be silly, Neville. Of course we're mates. He waved the boy's confusion away. He had considered Neville a mate after the Department of Mysteries fiasco. They had been tight after that. The whole DA thing and the ending of Nagini had tightened that bond as well. When Neville had come out of his shack he had shown, gone was the shy boy that was under his grandmother's shadow, and out came a warrior. Not according to Ron. According to him, he's your only friend, the blondish teen explained with a grimace on his face. That's what he tells everyone anyway. Well, he was wrong. I consider everybody in our dorm one of my friends. Except for maybe Weasley now. He doesn't like Isobel, and anybody who doesn't like my familiar is no friend of mine, Harry stated firmly. He was going to stick to that. Isobel came first. I can see where that would put a damper on a friendship, said Luna. She was petting Isobel, who had her body stretched from Harry's to hers. It was like a long rope ladder stretched the entire length of the compartment. I see where you can see that, said Harry, moving closer so Isobel didn't have to stretch so far. Luna always had deeper insight than others. He was sure she was a seer of some type. He wasn't sure what type, though. She was keeping that close to chest. Smart girl. Seers were very much sought after, and not always for good reasons. So, are you sure she's not going to bite me? Asked Neville far less timidly than the last time. It was less daunting now that Luna was petting the snake like one would a dog. It made it look like any other pet and not a deadly animal. Then again, he was scared of dogs too. For the last time, Neville, I promise you, she's not going to bite you, Harry said, a bit of exasperation in his tone. Is she going to leave Trevor alone? The shy boy asked. It was his familiar, after all. He might not love the toad like Harry seemed to love his snake, but he was fond of it. He'd had it for so long, he was beginning to wonder if it was a magical toad. Then again, they do live up to 12 years, so he still had a few years left with his familiar. "Let me ask her," Harry said, gently bringing the snake's head back to him. "Isobel, will you leave Neville's toad alone?" "It's his familiar," he asked her. "I don't like eating fudging toads or frogs," said Isobel, miffed that her petting was interrupted. "They are slimy," she added with disgust in her tone. Who knew she had such a refined palate? "They are no more slimy than you are," Harry protested, with a chuckle. It had been one of the arguments he had had with Ron. He kept calling Isobel a slimy snake. Harry had proved him wrong by forcing his hand on her, which Isobel had hated, but prevailed for a brief second, before she snapped at him, making him scream and run away. However, Ron never called her slimy again. Just other names. "I still don't like them," she hissed, sticking her nose in the air. "She says she doesn't like eating toads," Harry said with a laugh. He released her head, and she went back to Luna for more petting. "That's so creepy," said Neville with a full-body shudder. "Something you're definitely going to have to get used to," said Harry with a shrug. It was something everyone around him was going to have to endure. "But she said she doesn't like toads, and she's not going to bite you." "Very well then," said Neville, relaxing in his seat more. "I'm going to take you at your word." "Great," said Harry with a huge smile. "Now we can get down to talking like normal people." And he took his seat next to Luna, so as not to freak Neville out any more than he already was. Luna started petting Isobel again, which the snake loved. In Neville's lap was a plant that looked like it was bulging out at the seams. He must have picked it up when they settled back down. "What's that?" he asked. "It's a Mimbulus Mimbletonia," said Neville, showing off the cactus proudly. It was an ugly pale green thing that had spikes on it, and it pulsated and shimmered a bit, like it was about to explode at the slightest provocation. Harry could tell it was a magical plant. "What does it do?" he asked. There was something niggling at the back of his mind about that plant. "Well, it's got a defense mechanism," said Neville, scratching his nose as if to remember what it was. He was about to prod it but pulled his hand back like it was a bad idea. He looked at Harry and Luna and shrugged. "Can you show us?" asked Luna, leaning forward excitedly. She loved watching nature defend itself. Wait," said Harry, vaguely remembering this scenario. Something about sap and stink. He remembered a keen sense of embarrassment. "Maybe you should wait until we get to school when there is more room," he suggested. "Probably a good idea," said Neville, knowing some plants made quite a mess when they defended themselves. He had done enough of them in the greenhouses at the manor, which is why he wore protective gear in there. It was about then that Cho-Chang decided to pay a visit to them. She looked like she had been crying, but Harry couldn't remember why. She looked at Harry with such soulful eyes that he flinched. Then he remembered Cedric Diggory and how the teen had died not so long ago to these people, but oh so long ago to him. How had he forgotten about that? He had been so riddled with guilt at the time. Diggory had died so needlessly as a contestant in the Triwizard Tournament. Voldemort's first victim in this war. Cho had been his girlfriend. "Hello, Harry," Cho said with a watery smile. "How was your summer?" "I'm sure you've read about most of it in the Daily Prophet," said Harry, trying not to come off as a prat but failing badly. He didn't want to give her any indication that he still liked her. His crush on her had ended in his 5th year, in his last past. Isobel was still wrapped around his shoulders, and Cho was looking at her with great fear in her eyes. That was something Harry was going to have to get used to again. Everyone was going to fear his snake. They were going to take days, if not weeks, to get used to Isobel. Isabel's beady eyes were latched firmly onto hers, like she was being territorial and marking Harry as hers. "Yes, I did read about it. I just didn't know how much to believe," said the Chinese girl, her eyes darting back and forth between him and his snake. "They didn't have anything nice to say about you in the beginning, and now they are spouting your praises. I don't know what to think," she added, fretting her sleeve with her right hand. "In the beginning, it was political bullshucks. Now most of it is true," said Harry, smiling brightly as if he was proud of what it said. "Though I don't like being called the Chosen One." He grimaced at the thought of that. Anyone who knew him knew he hated that kind of attention. "You don't want to be a hero?" she questioned with a wrinkled brow. "Who wouldn't want to be known as the Chosen One? She would die for that chance." "I hate being the boy who lived. I certainly don't want to be the Chosen One," he stated with a bite to his voice. It perhaps came off rougher than he wanted, but he was bitter about it. "Oh," said the depressed girl. Well, then I'll just be going then. Her eyes resting on Isobel, who hissed at her, making her recoil. See you later then, said Harry, grabbing his familiar and hauling her back so she didn't scare the girl anymore. Cho hurried away with a wary look. The three in the compartment looked at each other uncomfortably, not sure how to react to that interaction. Harry was upset that it went the way that it did, yet glad that he shot down the crush before it latched on. He remembered his first kiss and what it was. It wasn't a fond memory. She seems very depressed, said Luna thoughtfully, tapping a finger on her chin. Cho was not a nice person to her, so she wasn't overly concerned about the girl. Well, her boyfriend did just die, said Neville with surprising insight. That's very true, said Harry, trying to be supportive. Maybe we should give her a bit more time, said Luna, though there was a distinct lack of support in her tone. That's probably a good idea, said Harry, giving her a quizzical look. He vaguely remembered that she was bullied in her own house and wondered if Chong had anything to do with it. She just shook her head and looked away, and the three of them got to talking about mundane things. They had been talking quite a while when Neville asked, Harry, aren't Hermione and Ron going to be joining us? He looked at the door like the two would appear any minute. No, they're prefects now. They've got other duties that they need to attend to. Besides, we're not as close as we used to be, the man/teen said, as if he were discussing the weather. Oh, has the Golden Trio broken up then? Asked Neville, shocked to the core. He didn't think anything could break that group up. Then again, Harry did say Ron wasn't his friend anymore because of the snake. He just figured that Hermione would stick to Harry's side no matter what. She was his only supporter all last year, not to mention the years prior. I guess you could say that we had a difference of opinion, Harry said unashamedly. He really didn't care one way or the other. Mostly about Isobel, he muttered. We had a difference of opinion, mocked Isobel, still being petted by Luna. They're fudging idiots, is what she said. Hush, Isobel, Harry hissed, chuckling. He reached over and scratched her head where he knew her crest was. She liked to be scratched there. Fuck off, she stated, snapping at his hand. Don't you mean Dumbledore had a difference of opinion for you? Said Luna with great perception. She was rubbing under Isabel's chin and wondering about the necklace the snake wore on her back. And you have great intuition, my dear, said Harry, shamelessly flirting with the younger girl. He did feel a bit weird about it, she was so young. But it was so easy to do. He was sure it would not be taken seriously, so he continued to do it. What's Dumbledore got to do with it? Asked Neville, perplexed. He was only the headmaster. What did he have to do with Harry's friendship? Let's just say he likes to throw his weight around where it doesn't belong and leave it at that, Harry said, waving the question away as one he didn't want to answer. All right then, I'll not push it, the shy boy said. There were all the things in the newspaper that Dumbledore was barmy. Now Neville wondered if half of them were true. His gran never liked the old man. She said he had too much power. Neville was inclined to agree. No one should hold that many offices at one time, and then went back to talking about their summer. Harry told his story about Isobel coming to the Dursleys, the Dementors, and his trial. Luna talked about looking for strange creatures. Neville waxed poetic about his greenhouses. It was a great conversation that didn't have anything to do with Ron, Hermione, or Dumbledore. Then Draco Malfoy came to call. Potter, I see you've dumped the dead weight and picked up even deader weights. At least they're pure bloods, the blonde teen sneered. He was flanked by his two thugs, Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy, what can I do for you today? Harry asked, not looking away from his ministrations of his familiar. Isobel was ignoring the boy. He was not a threat. If he became one, she would let him know not to fudge with her or hers. I've made prefect. I wanted to let you know that, said Draco, pointing to his badge on his chest. His blonde hair was slicked back on his head, and his clothes were neat as a pin as always. There was a superiority in his blue eyes that was stronger than years before. Harry remembered when the superiority had vanished from those eyes. It had been after 7th year when Malfoy had come to the light side of the war. Well, come over is a strong term. It was more he left the dark side and remained neutral. Crabbe and Goyle were cracking their knuckles like they were about to start a fight. They looked like bruisers from a pub more than students on their way to their 5th year at a magical school. Isobel looked at them, and they stopped and paled. She was a large snake. She hadn't even hissed or anything. She simply stared at them. Bully for you, mate, said Harry, still not looking at him. He soothed Isobel into leaving the two bruisers alone. They were just kids and didn't know any better. There wasn't a brain cell to share between them. Nobody really cares, Malfoy, said Neville, glaring at the blonde. He wondered why Harry wasn't getting angry. The other teen usually was in Draco's face by now. Or was that Ron? It was hard to tell sometimes. You better watch yourself, Longbottom. I'll take points for you for making fun of me, the prefect said like that was a thing. Nobody cares about that either, Malfoy, said Harry with a negligent wave. Like it truly didn't matter to him, which it didn't. The point system was so abused it was laughable. I rather care, said Neville, shocked at Harry's carelessness. Points were important. Why would you care about points? They don't really mean anything, said Harry, looking at his friend and shrugging. I mean, all they do is give a trophy that sits in the head of the house's office. We don't see anything for it. He went back to paying attention to Isobel. He didn't want her to petrify Malfoy on the train. At school, sure, but here would be troublesome. Besides, Snape abuses it so much it's pointless, pun intended. Well, when you put it like that, I guess you make sense, said Neville thoughtfully. He then turned to Draco and said, Bugger off, Malfoy. That was something he'd been dying to say since day one of school. This boy had been bullying him from the get-go. Watch yourself, Longbottom. I'll have you in detention before you know it, Draco stated, pointing a finger at the normally shy boy. You don't have the power to put people in detention, Malfoy. You're all bluster, Neville stated, waving his hand at him in a dismissive manner. Wait till my father hears about this, Malfoy said, stamping his foot. One would have thought he'd have grown out of that by now. What does your father have to do with it? This is school, Harry said, turning to look at the boy for the first time. My father is on the Board of Governors, the blonde said, sticking his nose in the air. No, he isn't. He was kicked off in our second year, Harry said in a questioning tone. He was sure he remembered that. He could be wrong, but he was sure he wasn't. They put him back on, you moron, Draco said with some bite to his words. Well, they shouldn't have done that, that's for sure, the man/teen said, shaking his head in disappointment. The Board of Governors were pansies in his book. They were led around by their noses by those with the most money or power. They could care less about the school. They had let Malfoy Sr. bribe them into kicking Dumbledore out of the school during a crisis. That was just ridiculous in his books. The fact that they didn't replace the man was even more foolish. What do you know? Anyway, you had best watch yourself. I'm a prefect now, Malfoy stated again, as if they had not heard him the first time. Whatever, Malfoy. You're repeating yourself. Go away, Harry said, turning his back on him again, dismissing him as unimportant. Isobel took that moment to lunge at Malfoy and snapped at his nose. You fudging idiot. No one cares how important you think you are. You are just a fudging pussy in big boy pants, she hissed, coiling around and weaving back and forth in front of him. Malfoy screamed like a little girl and jumped out of the compartment door. I'll get you for this, Potter, he yelled as he and his two thugs ran down the corridor. Isobel, I didn't want you to do that, Harry reprimanded in parcel tongue, picking her up and putting her on his shoulders. Fuck off, she stated. I will tell off whomever I want to. He's a fudging prick, she said, coiling around his neck and settling down on his shoulders. The rest of her draped down his body, hanging like a living scarf. Yeah, but now you're going to get me in trouble, Harry whinged, sitting back on the bench, while Luna and Neville watched the two of them argue. What are they going to do? Yell at you? She asked, like he was whinging too much. You never know, they might just, he said with a sigh. You're a big boy, you fudging baby, she said, flicking his nose with her tongue. Whatever, what are you two talking about? Neville asked with curiosity. It still creeped him out, but he did wonder. I'm yelling at her for scaring Malfoy, and she's telling me to bugger off, Harry said, narrowing it down to a few words. Your snake tells you to bugger off? Luna asked with a laugh. That was just too funny in her books. In more colorful language, yeah, Harry said, joining her in laughter. Your snake cusses? Neville asked, not sure whether to laugh or not. Like a sailor, Harry said, laughing harder. The three of them chuckled and settled down to talk again. I wonder how she's going to handle Snape, Neville said, a dreamy expression on his face. We have plans for Snape, Harry said, rubbing his hands together like an evil overlord. Oh, do tell, said Luna. No, I don't think I will. You're just going to have to be surprised with everybody else, said the time traveler with a knowing grin. I think I've got the gist, Luna said, imagining a frozen Snape. She remembered the article stating that Isobel could do that. Ah, but not the details, Harry said, chuckling under his breath. The rest of the trip was spent talking about school and what they were going to be learning and how the rest of their summer went. It was uneventful. Nobody else came into their compartment, and soon enough they were pulling up in a Hogsmeade. All three of them got out of the compartment and went to the carriages. Both Luna and Harry could see the Thestrals. Harry was going to go up and pet them, but Isobel spooked them. They got into the carriage and rode up to the school and were soon at their tables, ready for the welcoming feast. Ron and Hermione made sure not to sit anywhere near Harry when everybody was sitting at the tables. This caused much discussion amongst the Gryffindors. Everybody was whispering how the Golden Trio had broken up. Harry didn't care. The other thing that caused much discussion in the Great Hall was the fact that Harry was carrying his humongous snake around his shoulders. Everybody except Neville gave him plenty of room. There were at least 2 body spaces between him and everybody else, bar Neville, who was seated next to him. This made Neville very self-conscious, but he stuck by his side anyway. Soon the sorting was over, and Dumbledore stood up and introduced the new teachers and gave the beginning of the year announcements. That's when Harry noticed that the pink monstrosity known as Umbridge was there. He glared at her. She glared at him. He smiled at her. She glared at him harder. He waved at her. Her glare got evil. She had missed her opportunity to give her great speech because she was too busy glaring at him. And if it was possible, her glare got even harsher. Then Dumbledore announced the beginning of the feast. "I really hate that mean person," said Isobel, staring at the woman in pink. "Are you going to let me kill her?" Her tone was almost pleading. "I really want you to," said Harry as he petted her under the chin, "but I really don't want you to be taken away from me and killed either." He was still smiling at Umbridge, just to piss her off. He was ignoring the food for now and enjoying the conversation with his companion. "I'm your registered familiar now," the snake reminded him. "I could legally kill her if she tries to harm you. What do you say we have a little bit of fun with her first and do like we're going to do with Snape, and you could just petrify her for a while?" The man/teen said, cutting his look to the man in question and grinning at him. Snape sneered and then frowned at the snake. Dumbledore told him the true nature of the snake, and he really didn't want to tangle with it. He thought of starting a rumor, like he had with Lupin, but the headmaster had warned him off that course of action. There would be dire consequences if he did, up to and including his being fired. "We can only have so much fun with that before it gets old and boring," she said. She flicked her tongue at the potion's master like she was trying to get his scent. Snape frowned harder and then pointedly went back to his meal and ignored them. "Oh, I don't know. It depends on where, when, why, and how," Harry said with a chuckle, looking at the other teachers, who were all looking at him and his snake as he talked to it so openly. He didn't flinch away from their stares. He just kept on talking to Isobel. "There is that," she sighed. "We'll do our best to make it as fun as possible until it does get boring," he promised. "She puts one toe out of line, and I'm going to eat her," Isobel stated, turning her gaze once more to Umbridge, who was still glaring at Harry. Her face matched her cardigan again. "Well, you are legally able to do that. I guess I can't stop you," Harry said with a sigh. He looked around at the students who were all looking at him with fear or awe. It depended on what house they were in. His own house was a mixed bag. "Damned right. You just watch me. That mean person touches one hair on your head and she's fudging snake food," the snake said, moving her head in an agitated manner. "Anyway, let's not talk about Umbridge anymore. When was the last time you ate?" the time traveler asked, giving her his full attention. He was tired of the stares. "That creature fellow gave me a ferret just last night," she said, putting her head on his shoulder and letting it rest there. "Okay, that's good. Then I don't have to feed you for another couple days," he said, doing some calculations on how he was going to get her some food here. "Hagrid?" He looked up at the table and didn't see the man. Where was he? Something about a brother? Well, that wasn't going to work. He'd have to ask the house elves. Right? "Was there anything else you needed while we were here in the castle?" he asked, rubbing her back. She seemed tense. "It's fudging cold. I need a sun lamp or something," she mean person, pressing her body tighter into his for the warmth. "I'll see what I can do," he promised. He could think of a few spells that would keep her warm, but they were short-lived. He had no problem casting them on her, but a more permanent solution would have to be found. Harry, are you going to talk to your snake all night? Asked Neville, getting very uncomfortable with all the looks and the sound of hissing next to him. Oh, sorry about that, Neville, said the man/teen. He usually didn't do that too long in mixed company. I'm just making sure that she's all right. It's cold in the castle, and she's a cold-blooded creature. Oh, I wonder if Trevor's too cold in the castle, too. He's cold-blooded, too. Maybe that's why he keeps running away, the shy boy said thoughtfully. You might want to, well, I suppose you can't ask him. You might want to see if you can find him someplace warm to settle, like a warm puddle of mud or something. Have someone magically heat it for you, or look up how to do it yourself, suggested Harry, thinking of what a toad might find comfortable. I'll see what I can do, Neville said, rubbing his chin in thought. I know he's always running towards the greenhouses. That's where he kept Trevor at the manor. The toad seemed to love it there, so maybe Harry had a point. Well, there you go then. I'm sure he just wants some warm mud and possibly more bugs, Harry said, clapping him on the back. There, problem solved. What do you think of the new teacher? Asked Neville, looking at Umbridge, who was finally looking elsewhere. Fun with Umbridge. Harry didn't even have to think about his answer. I think she's a right mean person, and you shouldn't listen to anything she says, the time traveler said, without hesitation. He pointedly didn't look in that direction, though Isobel did, hissing the whole while. I'll kill that mean person, she was saying, weaving her head back and forth, making Dolores wary. The other teachers weren't faring much better. Harry reeled her back to his shoulder and patted her on the head. Harry, Neville said, surprised at the vulgarity. He was looking curiously at Isobel and her strange behavior. No, seriously, I've met her before. She's really a mean person. She tried to get me expelled from Hogwarts, the man/teen said, looking Neville straight in the face to show he wasn't kidding. He was holding Isobel back from scaring the rest of the teachers. They would learn soon enough to put up with his feisty snake. How did she do that? The shy boy wanted to know. She and Fudge put me on trial in front of the entire Wisengamot. It was in the paper, Harry reminded him, giving him a knowing look. All right, I remember I read about that, the embarrassed boy said, rubbing the back of his head. He had such a terrible memory. Yeah, it was she and Fudge that did that, Harry said, deliberately not looking at the pink woman still. He didn't want her to know they were speaking of her. She would know his ire soon enough. Oh well, I'll keep my eye out on her, but I'm not going to just ignore her. She's a teacher, Neville said, shrugging like it was a given. He nodded his head decisively. That's no teacher. That's a bureaucrat, the man/teen said nonchalantly. She's the senior undersecretary of the minister. He wanted to make sure that Neville understood the difference. Oh, Neville said, getting what Harry was trying to tell him. She really couldn't hold both jobs at the same time. She was here on ministry business. Anyway, pay no attention to me. I'm being petty, Harry said, waving everything he said away. With that, the two of them commenced to eating the feast. Well, Neville had already started while Harry was talking to Isobel, but Harry was just beginning. He looked over what was there, which was comprised of many heavily greased foods. Fried chicken, fried turkey, fried pork, fried potatoes, roasted vegetables, and all sorts of other fatty foods. Harry missed the light foods that he got from Dobby already, and he only just got here. Oh well, it was going to be okay. He just talked to the house elves tomorrow and see what they could do about lightening up the diet while he was here. He knew where they were, and he knew how to talk to them. After the feast, they went to the dorms and Harry fielded questions again. The Weasley twins and Neville were his buffers, and Isobel, of course. Fred and George had joined them on the way up, apologizing for not being there during the meal. The Quidditch team were also there, fending people away and trying to get some semblance of order to the common room. However, there were too many idiots in there. Stay back, you motherfudgeers, Isobel hissed, snapping at anyone who got too close, while Harry held her back from going too far. She was very agitated with so many people pressing up to them. She was not used to this many idiots crowding around them. Usually, they would shy away from her. Don't petrify anyone, he said to her in English, making many back up as they remembered the article. Not many had heard of a magical boa constrictor that could petrify, but they remembered Harry's second year and didn't want to repeat. Why would you let her do that? Asked Lavender Brown, who was moving back as fast as she could. Because you are crowding me? Harry said in an innocent voice. I don't like to be crowded, and neither does she. Most of you should know this by now. So, if I were you, I'd keep my distance, he he added, moving away from the crowd. If you want, I can have a meet and greet at a different time, but we're knackered right now, he said, going to the stairs that led to the dorms. His dorm mates followed him. They all had questions they wanted answers to, and they wanted to see what Isobel was like and how the year was going to play out with the huge snake in their room. That was great, Ron said, going up to Harry like they were still best friends. Back off, you bastard, Isobel hissed at him, lunging forward and snapping at his face. You had your chance, you backstabber. She was swaying in front of him like she was going to strike any moment. Ron yelped and jumped back and moved far away from the duo. What the buggering heck, he yelled. What do you think you're doing? After this summer, you should know better than to approach Isobel, said Harry, looking at him queerly. We're not friends, he stated, making the others bar Neville look on in shock. What are you talking about? The redhead said nervously, looking at Seamus and Dean. We've been best mates for years, he said, rubbing the back of his head. That was until you let the headmaster lead you around by the bollocks, Harry said, chuckling to himself as Isobel said a few more colorful things. Just back off, Ron. You're not welcome around me and Isobel. I don't know how long I can hold her off, he stated, making a show of holding her back. He knew darn good and well that if Isobel wanted, she could tear away from him. She was much stronger than his puny arms. I'll just let everyone know what she is then, shall I? The other boy said, looking sly. His eyes held a bit of malice to them. Harry's facial expression didn't even change. He just looked at Ron and said, Oh, and what do you think she is? He knew the boy knew full well what Isobel was, but no one was going to believe him. Me and Hermione know that she's a basilisk, Ron said with a smug expression on his face. Harry just laughed at him. He looked at the other boys, cocked an eyebrow, looked at Isobel, looked at Ron, looked at the other boys, laughed again and said, A basilisk? Then how is everybody still alive? He chuckled some more, making Ron's face go redder than his hair. You're dead meat, Mina. One day when you least expect it, I'm going to be there, Isobel was saying. She knew Ron couldn't understand her, but it made her feel better to threaten him. She was weaving her head in her pattern that said she was mad. Seamus and Dean laughed, and Neville looked at Ron like he was crazy. That's a very good point, Ron. How is everybody still alive if that's a basilisk? Asked the normally shy boy, going up to Isobel and putting his hand on her head to prove a point. He was still terrified of the snake, but he wasn't dead. He had decided to stick up for Harry this year, especially since Ron wasn't going to be there. Now that the redhead was persona non grata, this was the year that everyone could try to befriend the boy who lived. I don't know. Magic, said Ron, going beet red and stumbling for an answer. Harry never told anyone at Grimmauld Place why they weren't dead around the snake. Hermione had come up with a few theories, but they never got close enough to test them. Everybody knows a basilisk kills on sight, said Seamus, looking at Isobel and winking at the snake. He wasn't nearly as scared of it as the rest. You're just trying to get Harry in trouble again. He had been torn about Harry. His mom had not wanted him to come back at first. Then the Daily Prophet changed their tune, and bam, she changed hers. It was quite a confusing time in his household. He loved his mom, but she was a nutter sometimes. Why would I want to do that? Asked Ron, looking everywhere but where Harry was. How would I know? Said the Irish boy, getting his night clothes out. But you always seem to be wanting to get him in trouble lately. Whatever, said Ron, going towards his bed, getting ready for the night. He ignored everyone after that, embarrassed that his ploy didn't work. Anyway, said Harry, going to the middle of the room. This is Isobel. Isobel, this is Seamus. This is Dean. Say hecko. He pointed her head at each boy when he said their name. Isobel nodded her head and said, Pleasure. She remained still and placid in his arms, looking for all the world like a sleepy cat and not a deadly snake. The two boys looked at Isobel, nodded their heads, but kept their distance. They had read about her in the paper, just like everybody else, and weren't sure they wanted to be anywhere near her where she could petrify them. Seamus might not fear her, but he respected her. With that, the other boys got ready for bed, talking about their summer all the while, and went to sleep shortly thereafter. Harry spent some time talking to Sirius over the mirrors that he had given him that summer. They discussed what had happened on the train, which wasn't much, and what Harry was going to do to get the horcrux out of the room of requirements. Harry decided he'd wait a couple days or a week so that way the teachers wouldn't roam the halls quite as much. They seemed to do that on the first couple days of school. He got out the map just to double check, and sure enough, there was Snape and Filch and 3 other teachers patrolling the halls. Those 2 were going to be a problem if he wasn't careful. Or he could just freeze them, but that would give the game away fast. Oh well, he'd just tread carefully. They talked for a few more minutes, and then Harry signed off and went to sleep. Isobel wrapped curled snugly on his chest. They slept like this all the time, and Harry was quite used to the comfortable weight. It was relaxing, and it gave Isobel the warmth she needed. The next morning, bright and early, Harry got up before everybody else. He decided he was going to spend some more time getting used to the curriculum. He had studied some over the summer and had done his homework, so he was nowhere near as far ahead as he should have been, meaning that he was dumbing himself down to where he should be. He hoped that he could pull this off. He really didn't need anybody to know he was from the future. He took Isobel and his satchel full of books and made his way down to the common room to study near the fire. Isobel needed the warmth. It was quite chilly in the dorms. She chased off a few of the castle cats that were sitting in front of the hearth and decided to bask in the heat there. She was still huge, even in her smallest form, and took up the entire hearth. She was making constant noises as the hotness of the fire heated her up. He really needed to think of a way to come up with a sun lamp or something. A heating charm, just for her? He'd have to talk to Flitwick or someone. Who was a runes professor? Bubbling? Babbling? Burbling? He couldn't remember. He hadn't taken that class. He had studied them a bit after the war for curse breaking, and he could probably whip up a lamp for his snake, but he wanted a second opinion. Harry was content to sit next to her in a chair, reading the book that he needed for Dada. They had only received it a few days ago, so he hadn't had the chance to read it yet. It was a mindless, stupid dribble of a book that didn't have a lick of practical use. But he read it anyway. It caused him to remember that they weren't going to use any magic in that class. Then he remembered that Hermione was going to want him to teach the other students. He didn't want to do that. He was going to have to figure out a way to get out of that. Then again, he wasn't really speaking to her at this time, so maybe she wasn't going to ask him. On the other hand, it was her grades, so she might just... As he sat there contemplating this, Hermione came down and sat right next to him. "Good morning, Harry," she said, as if everything was fine between them, and they had not been arguing all summer. "Good morning, Hermione," he said, not looking up from his book. "What can I do for you today?" His tone was neutral as he flipped another page and perused its contents. "Nothing. I just thought we'd get together and talk," she said, settling in the sofa a bit further now that he had not chased her away. "We are not on speaking terms," he said calmly as Isobel came slithering up his torso. She stuck her head on the shoulder closest to Hermione and hissed at her. "Get away from my friend, you stupid mean person," she said, bringing her head to Hermione's nose, making the girl shrink back. Hermione flinched back at the hissing. "Why doesn't your snake like me?" she asked as she stood from the sofa. "Because you're a backstabber?" Harry said in a questioning tone, still calm and collected. "You've been calling her names all summer? You have been arguing with me every waking minute? Take your pick." He continued reading the book, but wasn't really seeing the pages. They weren't worth the money spent on printing them. "How would your snake even know that?" was the disbelieving question. "If you haven't figured out that she understands English by this time, then you're not as smart as I thought you were," Harry said, finally putting the book down to arch an eyebrow at her, like he thought better of her than that. "How can a snake understand English? She's just a dumb animal," Hermione stated, as if that were fact. Isobel hissed at her again and said, "Who are you calling dumb, you bushy-haired mean person? I'm smarter than your fudging cat that you talk to as if it were a baby." She was moving forward and back like she was about to attack. "That's enough, Isobel," said Harry in English, clasping her around the top part of her body, so she had some wiggle room but couldn't launch herself at anyone. "What did your snake say about me?" the bushy-haired witch said indignantly. "What do you care? She's just a dumb animal, remember?" Harry said, looking at her blankly. He really didn't care for the fact that Granger called his friends such names. Isobel was smarter than everyone gave her credit for. Hermione just harumphed and walked away, her hair bouncing with every step. There were people in the common room now, and they were watching her go. Some were talking about the exchange. Others were watching Harry and Isobel. Everyone had their opinion on what was happening. There are times when I wonder how I was ever able to maintain a friendship with that girl, Harry said to Isobel in Parseltongue as they watched her walk away. There are times when I wonder how you are able to maintain a friendship with anybody, said Isobel with a great deal of snark. But yes, she is a stuck-up mean person, she added, coiling around his body for warmth. You're just being mean now, said Harry, tapping her on the nose. I'm always mean, said Isobel, sticking her nose in the air. You're going to have to learn that one of these days. She turned her head away like an aristocrat. Oh, believe me, I've already learned it, said Harry with a chuckle. That's one of the things I love about you. By this time, the crowd had gathered around the two and was watching them interact. Some of them were watching in horror, others were watching in awe, still others with curiosity. It was a strange sight to see the two of them talking to one another as if it were a normal day, which to Harry and Isobel it was, but to everybody else it was just bizarre. It was kind of like an icebreaker, though, to see them so innocently chatting. What are you lot doing? Said Neville, addressing the crowd as he came down the stairs. Leave those two alone. They're only having a conversation. He walked over to Harry and Isobel and said to them, Are you ready to go to breakfast? Well, I'm ready. I don't know about Isobel. She only ate just yesterday, so she won't be hungry for another couple of days, said Harry, smiling at the other boy, who made a face. That was information I did not need to know, Harry, the sandy-haired boy stated, shuddering at the thought of the snake eating. Well, you asked, Harry said unrepentantly. Let's just go, said Neville, waving towards the portal. And the two of them went down to breakfast. They got their schedule and enjoyed their time eating until it was time to go to their first class, which was Dada with Umbridge. Everyone was still giving Harry a wide berth, but the twins and the Quidditch team were there for him, and they had a good camaraderie. Laughter filled the air as Harry interpreted what Isobel was saying to them, cussing and all. Though some didn't quite like what was said, she was not kind to everyone. Harry vaguely remembered how the Dada class was supposed to go, but he wasn't going to let it go that way at all. This is going to be fun, said Harry as he hefted Isobel up on his shoulders even firmer. How do you reckon that? Asked Neville as he followed Harry down the hall. You'll see, said Harry. And with that, the two of them walked up to the Dada classroom. They got there before everybody else and took a seat in the middle of the class on the Gryffindor's side. They had class with the Hufflepuffs this time. Gryffindors were on the right, Hufflepuffs on the left. Slowly but surely, the rest of the classroom started filling up. Everybody came in either silently or talking as their personality dictated, putting their books on the table and getting ready for class. About halfway through the classroom filling up, Umbridge came in and stood at the front of the class, looking as if she were the Queen of England. She was replenished in her pink clothes from tip to toe. She looked like a giant pink toad looking for the juiciest fly. Harry looked cross-eyed at the woman, which made her glare at him, but she quickly put on her pleasant personality face again. When it was time for class to start, she looked over the sea of faces and said, "Hello, students," in her sickly sweet voice. A few of them mumbled back, and she said, No, that will not do. I said, "Hello, students." More of them said hecko back to her, looking at her as if she were crazy since she was speaking to them as if they were 5-year-olds. Harry looked at her and said, "We are not children," in a voice that would cut glass. "Then you will quit acting like a child," she stated in a voice almost as cold. "No, you will quit treating us like children." "We are teenagers," he said in a cheerful voice. The mood swing was confusing the rest of the class. Even Neville was giving him a weird look. "We raise our hand to be heard in this class, Mr. Potter," she simpered as if she were talking to a toddler. "I am 15 years old. I will speak when I think I have something to say," he said, very slowly as if he was speaking to somebody mentally impaired. "Then you will leave my classroom and serve detention with me tonight," she said, still in that saccharine voice of hers. There seemed to be a vindictive smile upon her face, as if that was what she had been planning all along, which Harry knew it was. "Gladly," he said as he started gathering up his books. "But before I go, let me just say one thing." He had a brilliant smile on his face, as if he held a secret. "Oh, and what would that be?" she asked pleasantly, thinking there was nothing he could do or say that would ruin her day. Isobel. Isobel unleashed one of her eyelids and petrified the woman. There was no hesitation or any cussing to be had. She just simply petrified her. Everybody looked at him, shocked that he would do such a thing at the very beginning of the very first class. There were even a few giggles and a couple of screams. "Toodles," he said as he picked up his book and left the room. He didn't even stop when Hermione yelled Harry. Of course, petrifying Umbridge's very first thing did not come without consequences. He was called immediately to the headmaster's office to explain his actions. He knew he was going to have to, and he knew he was probably going to have to serve detention, but he really didn't care. When asked why he did what he did, he simply answered, "She's a mean person." 5 points from Gryffindor. "Regardless of your feelings, that does not give you leave to petrify her," said the headmaster, staring at him with his disappointed grandfather stare. He was running his hand up and down his beard in an agitated way, as if he did not know what to do with the teenager in front of him. Harry had changed so much from last year. She was giving us a bunch of drivel and treating us like 5-year-olds. We're in 5th year about to take our OWLs, not in our 1st year with no studies under our belts, Harry complained, as he would do to any adult if he were really a teenager. "Again, that does not give you reason to petrify her," Dumbledore said in a chastising manner. "I don't like her," was all Harry said, slumping down in his chair. "Am I going to get no better answer from you than this?" the old man inquired with a heavy sigh. "No. Are you going to continue to petrify Madame Umbridge?" he asked again, sighing as heavily as he could. Perhaps he was trying to put Harry on a guilt trip. "Probably," Harry said gleefully. "Would it be best if I did not have you attend her class?" was the next question that came out of the old man's mouth. "Maybe," the man/teen said thoughtfully. "Then how would you endeavor to pass your defense against the dark art OWLs?" The headmaster wanted to know. It was not against the realm of possibility that somebody could self-study, but it wasn't done very often. Besides, he really didn't want Harry to alienate himself from his peers. "I could private study," Harry said as if the idea had just occurred to him. "I do not believe that this would be the best course of action," said Dumbledore, tapping his fingers on the desk as if he was trying to come up with a different answer. "I don't think you have much of a choice," said Harry with a bit of heat in his voice. "If I have to stay in the classroom with that mean person any longer, then I'm just going to keep petrifying her." It was a promise, not a threat. That will be another 5 points from Gryffindor. "You do understand that she does know the true nature of your snake, do you not?" "She does work at the ministry," the old man warned, as if it was a threat. "That is not my problem," said Harry, waving the threat away as if it were no consequence. "My snake is registered and perfectly legal." "Alas, that is true," said Albus, sighing once again. He seemed to be doing that a lot. "You will still have to serve your detention," he stated, shuffling some parchment around his desk. "You know that is not going to end well," Harry warned. "You cannot get out of your punishment," the old man said firmly. "On your head it be." "Are we done?" Harry asked, completely done with this conversation, since it seemed to be going nowhere. "You may leave. However, I ask that you endeavor not to petrify any more of my staff," the old man said, putting some authority into his voice. "If they leave me alone, I'll leave them alone," said Harry as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, which to him it truly was. He just didn't understand why everybody didn't get this concept. "Of that I have extreme doubt," Albus said, sighing deeply. "That's not my problem," said Harry, and with that he and Isobel left the room. His next class happened to be potions, and he was surprised when Snape behaved himself. Perhaps the man was smarter than he gave him credit for, though he did eyeball Isobel something fierce throughout the entire class. After potions, he had charms, and Professor Flitwick seemed to take Isobel as if she had always been there. Flitwick was always good like that. Harry stayed after to ask about a sun lamp for his snake, and the diminutive professor said he would look into it with Professor Babbling. Harry asked to sit in on that talk, and they agreed for that Saturday. Harry went through the rest of his day, not having any problems with anybody, though there were some people who looked at him with terror in their eyes because of what he did with Umbridge. The Weasley twins offered him congratulations on a job well done. "Good job on what you did with Umbridge," said Fred, coming alongside them as they were walking down the hall and slinging an arm over his shoulder. Isobel was around Harry's waist and up around his neck, so there was room to put an arm there. "Well, what else could I do?" said Harry, shrugging off the arm. There was already too much weight on his body. "She was treating us like children." "I'm not saying you did a bad thing," said Fred, dropping his arm but walking beside him. "I'm saying you did a good thing. Tell that to the headmaster." "I've got to have detention with her tonight," the man/teen whinged like any teenager would. Well, you were going to have detention with her anyway, said George, walking on Harry's other side. And how do you know that? Asked Harry, looking back and forth between the two redheads. It's all over the school, said the first twin with a shrug. Yeah, said the second twin with a matching shrug. We've all heard about it. I'm sure it's going to be a wonderful night, said Harry with a dreamy smile. I can see it now. Are you going to take Isobel with you? Asked Fred, reaching out and petting the snake, who snapped at his hand. Like I'd go anywhere without her, said Harry, tapping her on the nose to get her to behave. She just snapped at his hand too. Fuck off, she hissed and went back to her nap. You will not be taking that snake with you to detention, said Umbridge from behind them. Who knows how long she had been there? I'd like to see you stop me. She's my bonded familiar. She goes with me everywhere I go. It's the law, Harry said, smiling at her pleasantly, making the twins look at him queerly. And it's my school, she said, all but stamping her foot. And I say what goes on in it. I hate to break this to you, woman, the man/teen stated, looking at her with disdain. This is not your school. You are but a teacher here. This is still Dumbledore's school, and even then, he has to answer to the Board of Governors. You just wait and see, young man, she said as she marched away. How did she get unpetrified so fast? Asked Harry, watching her walk away. Seems they had the Mandrake restorative potion on hand, Neville said, coming up to them and clapping Harry on the back. They heard about your snake coming to school from the paper and decided to stock up on it. He had been there when Madame Pomfrey had unpetrified the woman. He was there to make sure they had his allergy potion for him. His Gran made sure that he checked at the beginning of each year. Ah, it seems the Board of Governors got some brain cells over the summer, said Harry, snapping his fingers in disappointment. Which is a good thing for them, because I was going to charge them for every bit of my supply that they used. It had been suggested by Sirius. I can see where you would make a good bit of money off of that, said George, laughing. Well, that was just a thought, said Harry. I could still make some money off the students if they piss me off, he said, causing many of those listening to shy away. Serve them right for eavesdropping. With that, the four of them laughed and continued their way to the Great Hall for dinner. The twins decided to join him and Neville for the meal, along with Lee Jordan and some of the Quidditch team. It was much like breakfast and lunch, and much laughter was had, making Ron and Hermione jealous. They missed being by Harry's side, but not enough to endure his snake. Soon enough, it was time for Harry to get to detention. He wondered if it was going to be like it had been last time. Nah, this was going to be fun. Bye-bye, Umbridge. I hadn't actually planned on killing her, but I'm a pragmatic person, so it just wrote itself that way. That and normally I would go with canon and have Umbridge be the inventor of the blood quill, but this time they will be the invention of the goblins. Harry showed up for detention on time, anticipating what was going to happen because he remembered the blood quill really well. Only because he sported the scars for it for the rest of his life until he came back in time. So, he was expecting to see it waiting on the table for him, and was surprised when he didn't. The table was bare. This was not going as he anticipated. He went up to the empty table and sat in the chair and waited to see what Dolores Umbridge was going to do. You will be writing lines, she said, folding her hands in front of her like the schoolmarm she was trying to portray. She failed badly. No true prim teacher would wear that much pink, for all that the clothes were the correct style. She was just a sadistic, mean person who was one step down from a dark lady. The only thing she lacked was the power to become one. Well, she did have some power, but not the right kind. I don't see a quill or parchment, said Harry, making a show of looking around for any writing utensils. All he saw was the kitten plates on the walls and the desks in the classroom. And of course, Umbridge herself. There was also him, Isobel, and his satchel, which he didn't make a move towards. Other than that, the room was completely stripped of anything else. Even her desk was bare. You will be supplying your own. It's not up to the school to supply your punishment implements, she said sweetly, like sugar wouldn't melt in her mouth. She even fluttered her eyelashes in a proximity of an innocent woman. That's bullshucks, and you know it, he said, folding his arms across his chest and making no move to gather any supplies from anywhere. Unlike her, he did have the power to back his plays. Not only did his name mean something to the correct people, but he also had Isobel at his back. Do not get vulgar with me, young man, she snapped, all signs of sweetness gone. Her eyes narrowed to slits. Her hair seemed to get fuller. and her cheeks got red. I'm not wasting my money on your detention. If you want me to write lines, you'll supply me with the supplies, he stated in a firm voice. Isobel was hissing in his ear, and he was trying not to laugh at her commentary. Let me fudging eat her, Harry. No one will really care, she was saying. He reached up and petted her on the head, but his eyes never left the woman in front of him. He didn't trust her one iota. She would curse him in the back in a hot second. He had no idea what she was playing at. For her, this was very petty. It wasn't the type of torturous power play she normally went for. You will do as I say, she said, heatedly. She was truly not even trying to be nice now. Or what? You're going to glare at me? Harry asked mockingly. He still couldn't understand why she wasn't torturing him. Was she too scared of Isobel? Was that why she was just being so malicious? I will see you expelled, she threatened, getting in his face. Her hands were braced on the desk, and she was leaning forward. First off, I'd like to see you try. And secondly, do I look like I care? The man/teen said snidely. He stared straight into her eyes, as if daring her to do what she was threatening. You don't care if you get expelled from this prestigious school? She asked, flabbergasted. It was the one thing she had to keep him in control. The shock was evident on her face. It was not a pretty sight. After all he had fought to keep coming when he was in the courtroom. No, but I can tell you a lot of people who would be up in arms if you do get me expelled. Or have you forgotten I'm now the chosen one? He said, though he was loath to use it. It was, however, a powerful tool. I don't care what the newspapers say about you. You are just an uppity little mudblood, she hissed, making Isobel snap at her and lunge forward. She jerked back and screamed a bit. The pill hat on her head flew off and went sailing across the room. She moved to put plenty of space between herself and the snake. She drew her wand, but only kept it at her side. Oh, you said a naughty word, Harry mocked, grabbing onto his snake, though he did pet her for a job well done. I can have your job for that, he said, laughing. Who's going to believe a brat like you over somebody as high up in the hierarchy as I am? She sniffed, dismissively, patting her curls down now that her hat was gone. There was a wariness in her eyes, though. I am the boy who lived, and now the chosen one. There are plenty of people who believe me, especially now that they think I'm the only one who can defeat the Dark Lord, he said haughtily. He hated playing these cards, but they would work in this case. You, on the other hand, are a bureaucrat. No one trusts a politician. I am the senior undersecretary of the minister. There are many people that will believe me, she said with a sniff. Besides, no matter what the papers say, you know who is not back. That was one of the reasons she was here. To snuff out that rumor. Cornelius wanted that gossip to be gone post-haste. He was losing the faith of the people with those lies. She would do anything to keep her darling Fudge in office. You mean there's many people you've blackmailed to get your position, Harry said under his breath. He remembered that now. Her life had been exposed when she went down in the future. She had blackmailed her way up. He didn't remember who or what, but there had been blackmail. Then someone blackmailed her. There was something about her wizard father and muggle mother. She even had a squib brother, if you remember correctly. It was a big ta-da and ran her to the hills when it all came to light. How did you learn about that? She hissed, leaning forward again, but staying out of range of his snake. There were a few desks between them. She stupidly felt safe there. That's my business, Harry said, not moving an inch. She wasn't a danger to him. Even without Isobel, he could take her. This body might not be much, but his spell list was vast. He had not been idle while on the job when he had been a curse breaker. He wasn't limited to the disarming spell any longer. You will tell me what you know, you little brat, she said as she came at him, her wand raised to cast. Isobel froze her again. I warned you, you fudging mean person. Can I eat her, Harry? She pleaded, looking at him with soulful eyes. Well, in a soulful tone. Her eyes were expressionless. Not for this, Harry said, shaking his head. He got up, picked up his satchel, and headed out of the room. If she had had the blood quill, I'd say yes. But this petty argument, I can't justify it in court. And the two went to leave. She's never going to learn, is she, Isobel? Harry said, stopping outside of the doorway and looking back at the woman he hated with every fiber of his being. That was one woman he never forgot. Her cruel deeds had stayed with him throughout his life. She was the magical world's Hitler in his eyes. Probably not, And she does seem to be the type of person who doesn't learn by example. The snake hissed, looking back at the petrified woman. I'm going to eat you one day, mean person, Isobel said ominously. You know what? I learned to never leave an enemy at your back. Go ahead and eat her, Harry said, waving at Umbridge, making Isobel make happy noises. He looked around to make sure they weren't seen by anyone or anything. They were in the clear. No one was about. About fudging time, the snake hissed, sliding down his back and going into the room. Harry moved off to the side to give her room, staying in the hall. He mostly closed the door. Isobel expanded to her largest form, which took up the entire classroom, and swallowed Umbridge in one gulp. She then shrunk back down and sighed. Magic allowed only a small bulge to show. No portrait from the hall saw a thing, as they were all asleep, and there were none in the classroom. Only those kitten plates. There's going to be trouble from this, isn't there? The snake asked, climbing back up his torso. Not that she really cared. She was the deadliest snake in the world. Probably, he said with a casual shrug. He turned and started down the hall again, his shoes echoing off the walls. He looked up and down the halls, making sure they were still alone. There was no one about. The ghosts were suspiciously absent as well. It was as if the fates were giving their blessings for this to take place. Oh well, we'll get through it anyway, she sighed, going to sleep on his shoulder. That was quite the meal. She was just glad that magic had shrunk the woman down when she had gone into her smaller form. That would have been a mean person to cart that fat toad around. Digesting her was going to be a nightmare. Harry just chuckled and went to the care of magical creatures classroom and commandeered a ferret from Grubbly Plank. He didn't feed Isobel, but let it go, and then went to the Gryffindor common room. He didn't say anything to anyone about what happened and talked normally to his dormmates. When asked how his detention went, he shrugged and said, I did lines. Isobel petrified her again and went back to playing whatever he was playing. No one was the wiser. He did hold a small meet and greet with a few of his classmates that were interested in meeting Isobel. Lavender, Parvati, Lee, the Quidditch girls, and a few others were there. Most of the younger years looked on and were soon coming up to meet the snake. Tension was lifted when it was seen that the snake was docile when unprovoked. Harry even translated a few of what Isobel was saying, sans the cussing. That got a few laughs. I want to warn you, Harry said to all of them. She understands English and will react if you upset her. He risked a glance at Ron and Hermione, who were watching with hateful and thoughtful eyes, respectively. Do all snakes understand English? One kid asked, looking at Isobel with awe. Not many were quite up to petting the giant snake, but they were okay with being around her. Magical ones do, Harry explained, looking at Isobel, who nodded at the kid. It was her way of showing that she was answering his question. Do all magical animals? Asked another kid, who edged closer. You'll have to ask the care of magical creatures professor. I don't know the answer to that one, the man/teen said, waving the question away. I only know about snakes, and this one in particular. Oh, was the disappointed answer. And the little meeting went on until Harry went to bed. He slept like a log. He held no guilt over his execution of Dolores Umbridge. She was a blight on society and needed to be put down like the mean person that she was. In his opinion, it couldn't have happened sooner. It was before anything he remembered untoward happening. Umbridge was reported missing the next day. Harry was immediately called to Dumbledore's office. He knew it was going to happen and was prepared for it. Harry, my boy, you were the last one to see Dolores before she disappeared. Do you know what happened to her? The old man asked, looking at him with great disappointment. Like he would confess, just because Albus Dumbledore was upset over the matter. No, I did my detention and then I went back to my dorm, Harry said with an air of innocence. Isobel was, as usual, draped over his shoulder. She was glaring at the old man with an air of malice. Well, she was hissing at him, and there was a hint of anger about her. Isobel did petrify her, he added. Somehow, I do not believe you, Dumbledore said, looking over his spectacles trying to make Harry squirm and failing. He was despaired as to what to do with the rebellious young man. That's not my problem, said Harry, petting his cursing snake. He knew he had to keep her from petrifying the old man. He didn't think Dumbledore's heart could take it. You have a snake that can hide the evidence. In addition, I can see that she has recently eaten, said the old man with an air of knowledge. He was staring at Isobel like she would confess to him that she had killed the woman in question. "Fuck off, old man," Isobel stated, weaving her head back and forth, ready to strike at any moment. "I'll kill you too, motherfudger. I don't like you, asshat. You are not good for my Harry," she was saying in an unending litany of words. "Again, that's not my problem that you don't believe me. I fed her yesterday, you can ask Grubbly Plank. She's the one who gave me the ferret. You have to prove that she did something wrong, and I'd like to see you do that," the man/teen said, keeping his hand on his snake's head. He didn't need her killing the old man. Not yet anyway. That would have far too many political consequences that he didn't want to deal with. "Alas, there is nothing I can do short of cutting her open," Albus said like that was an option. "I'm not letting you anywhere near my snake. We've done nothing wrong. We went to detention. I did my lines. Isobel froze her, and we left." "End of story," Harry said, gripping Isobel tighter. She was squirming something fierce now. "Let me kill him too," she was saying like the psychopath she was. Well, not truly, but she was bloodthirsty. It was in her nature. She was in essence a dark creature. "Do you have proof of this?" was the next question from Dumbledore's mouth. "What kind of proof do you expect me to have?" She disappeared the lines as soon as we were done. "I think she was being vindictive," was the answer with a negligent shrug. "Why ever would she do that?" was the genuine question. "That was not standard practice." "Because she's a petty mean person who gets her rocks off on torturing kids," Harry said with venom. 5 points from Gryffindor. "I really wish you would not use such vulgarities around me," the headmaster said with a sigh. He let the accusation go as the exaggeration of a youth. "You asked," Harry stated unperturbed. "You are not going to be cooperative, are you?" the old man stated, sighing again. This was not going the way he wanted. He was going to offer the boy a way out of his predicament, with himself being a savior of sorts. "I am being cooperative. You asked me a question. I gave you an answer. Just because you don't like my answer does not mean I'm not being cooperative," Harry said a bit incredulously. Was the man trying to be deliberately unhelpful? "Are you willing to take a vow to such effect?" the headmaster asked, hoping to catch the teen unawares. "No." "Then I cannot take you at your word," was the smug reply. "Again, that's not my problem. I can tell you that when we left the classroom that she was alive. I will confess that Isobel did petrify her, but she was alive when I left the classroom. And I can take a vow to that effect," Harry retorted. That part was at least true. He didn't re-enter the classroom before Isobel ate umbrage. "I see," said the old man, thwarted again. "Very well then. You may leave." There was an air of resignation surrounding the man, like a lifeline had been pulled from him right before it reached him, and he was going to have to wait for the next one. Harry and Isobel left the old man's office and went down to the great hall where lunch was being served. They moved to the table where Neville was sitting alone. The poor boy really didn't have many friends other than Harry. Dean and Seamus were tight, and Ron was such a prat that he never sat with anyone now that he and Harry weren't mates. "Are you in trouble?" asked Neville, looking around and keeping his voice low. He knew why Harry had had to go to the headmaster's office. He had been fretting the whole time. "No," said Harry, serving himself some toad in a hole. "They're just blowing smoke out their arses." He didn't bother keeping his tone low. He wanted everyone to think he had nothing to hide. "Why are they blaming you and Isobel?" the not-so-shy boy asked, not seeing the reasoning. "We were the last ones to see her before she disappeared," Harry answered with a shrug. He didn't care what everyone thought. They had no proof and only circumstantial evidence. "Do you think she's dead?" was the next question. There was a hint of worry in that question. "How would I know?" was the incredulous answer. "She was alive the last time I saw her," he added for effect. Again, completely true. "I guess you wouldn't," Neville said with a sigh. And with that, lunch commenced, and they went to their next class. It was quite a few days before Dolores Umbridge was considered missing and presumed dead. There was a manhunt out for whoever committed the crime, but it was remained unsolved. Fudge was up in arms and demanding that the perpetrator be found. He was all for blaming Sirius, who was all for suing him for slander. It would go nicely with his current case, which was still pending. Amelia Bones also liked Harry and Isobel for the culprits. However, like Dumbledore, she had no evidence. Unlike Dumbledore, she knew that Harry probably had a very good reason for why he did it. Besides, Isobel, being a bonded familiar, had lawfulness on her side. There was no legal way she could touch them. That and they found blood quills in the data office. They had no idea why the woman had the instruments in there. They were illegal to own. Only the goblins were allowed to have them. They were used for contracts and such and only for signatures. Saturday came and Harry got together with the two teachers and got Isobel another bauble for her necklace that would keep her warm in the cold castle. So now she was sporting two baubles on one chain. That's much fudging better. The snake sighed when they put it on her. Heat emanated down her body. It infused her like being in a hot spring without water. It's not uncomfortable having both those balls on your back? Harry asked, lifting them to make sure they weren't heavy. They were actually pretty light, like they were made of styrofoam. He was sure there was a featherlight charm in play. Nope. I'd carry a ton to keep this warmth, she said, curling around his shoulders and tucking her head under his chin so she could take a nap. She had been cold for far too long. All right then, he said, just glad that she was happy. Time went on, and they had a retired Auror to take over the Dada class. Harry didn't have to worry about Hermione have him start the DA. She was getting her education, and so no secret army was needed. She was keeping her distance, but wasn't being as pushy about reacquainting herself with him. Ron was still being a pain in the arse and goaded Harry and Isobel every chance he got. Isobel didn't petrify him yet. He was just being mouthy for now. If it came to blows or spells, then the gloves were off, so to speak. On one of his weekends, Harry did get into the room of requirements and got the horcrux and sent it off to Sirius. Dobby, he called. After 3 hours of searching for the darn thing, he finally found the fudging diadem. It didn't help that he couldn't remember what or where it was. He had only seen it in passing for a few seconds before the whole room had lit up the last time he was here. It had been on the bust of a head near where he had hidden that darn book. He remembered that now. What could Dobby be doing for Master Harry? Said the little elf as he popped in. He was still wearing children's clothing, only this time it was sporting a picture of a clown on it. The bright colors were almost blinding. If Harry were a weaker person, he'd be terrified of that. Scary clown. I need you to take this to Sirius, he said as he passed the diadem to the little elf. It was wrapped in a silk cloth, so the little being didn't have to touch it. It was vile enough without having to do that. Don't touch it if you can help it, he added, floating it down the little guy. Dobby can be doing that, the elf said, bouncing up and down in his many-colored socks. All the mismatched colors were hurting Harry's eyes, and he really hoped that Dobby would one day learn color coordination. Great. Let him know that we still need to find the one that Dumbledore was looking for, but he needs to talk to the head unspeakable. Or better yet, get Croaker a mirror so I can talk to him, Harry said thoughtfully. Dobby will be letting Master Sirius know, Dobby said with all seriousness. Never mind, Harry said, waving it away. I'll tell him when I talk to him tonight. Just get this to him, okay? It would be easier for him to relay the message, as Dobby tended to get his English all muddled. Dobby will be doing that. And with that, the little elf popped away with the diadem floating in front of him. Wizards really need to find a better way to communicate, said Harry to Isobel as they made their way out of the room of requirements. He made a mental note about coming back and seeing if there was any treasure among the junk. It might stave off some of his boredom. Who knew going back to school and pretending to be a teen would be so boring? They really fudging do, said Isobel, nodding her head on his shoulder. You guys are so far behind the times, it's fudging crazy. I don't know why your godfather doesn't sell the mirrors. How would you know about broad communication? You're a snake, he asked, laughing a bit at the image of a snake using a phone. He just wants them to be secret for now, he added, though he was going to talk to Sirius about selling them. They just needed to work out how to mass produce them, perhaps outsourcing them to the dwarves or the goblins, whomever did that type of work. I pay fudging attention, she said, thumping her tail onto his head. I guess you do, he said, rubbing his head where she had hit him. But it's not like you've ever used a phone. But I would if I could. Can you just imagine snakes calling each other up around the world? She said, dreamily, like it was doable. Now that's a funny sight. I'd like to see you try and utilize the phone. You don't even have opposable thumbs, let alone other fingers, he said, the image popping up in his head again. Sure, make fun of the handicapped snake, she grumbled, putting her head down and going about ignoring him. Oh, I'm just messing with you, darling, he said, cajoling her, lifting her head up and touching his nose to hers. Besides, I can see you using a mirror. I can see that too, but where would I carry one? She asked. "I'd carry it for you," he said, petting her head. "I'd even dial a phone for you," he added, making her feel better. And with that, the two of them continued their banter as they made their way back to the common room. There they got in touch with Neville and the twins and spent a relaxing day, doing absolutely nothing since it was Saturday. Easier with one. "Well, that sucks," Harry said over the mirror on the day they gave him the news. "It was in the last week of September. That means you're going to have to wait until Hogsmeade weekend till I can come and help you." There were already plans in his head on how to get away. "When is the next one coming up?" Croker asked, still covered from head to toe in his robes. Even over the mirror. I believe the first one is the second weekend of October," said Harry. Not quite sure. He was in the room of requirements at the moment, so it wasn't like he could check. "That's not too far off," said the head unspeakable. "I'll be sure to let you know when I check my schedule. I'm not in my trunk right now, so I don't have it out. But I'll give you a ring and let you know," the man/teen stated, picking up a piece of a trunk and noting the jewel under it. He cast his wand over it and saw that there was a small curse on it. Just one to make you return it to its owner. He removed the curse and pocketed the jewel. That's what he and Isobel were doing here. Hunting for treasure. So far, his coffers were going to be enriched greatly. There had been a ton of galleons and sickles in here, and all he had to do was accio them. They had all flown out of the stacks of junk without issue. That wasn't including whatever was in the trunks that couldn't come with the spell. "Give me a ring?" asked the unspeakable, unsure of the phrase. "That just means I'll contact you on the mirror and let you know," reiterated Harry, looking for more treasures. "Oh," said the unspeakable. "Anyway, I've got to let you go. I've got to get to class," said Harry, observing the time on his watch. He had had a free period during his time in the Roar. His friends all had other classes, even little Luna, who he never got to spend enough time with. They got to see each other during the weekends, but that wasn't much because they had homework to do. "By the way, do you know what happened to Umbridge?" asked Croker with a knowing tone. "I haven't got the slightest clue what you're talking about," said Harry with a completely innocent face. It seemed like no one believed him, that he was guiltless. "Sure you don't," said the hooded man, not believing it for one moment. However, it sounded like he didn't care either. "By now," said Harry, disconnecting the mirror. "They're never going to let that go, are they?" said Isobel. There was a hint of concern in her tone. She really didn't want Harry to wind up on the run or in prison. "Probably not. But that's okay. They're never going to pin it on us either," Harry said, picking her up and heading towards the door. "Still, it's going to follow you around for the rest of your life," she stated, not wanting him to take the rap for a murder. "Do you regret it?" he asked, wondering about her concern. She thought about it and said, "Nope." "Then quit bringing it up," he said, petting her crest, which was still hidden by the bauble. "All right." She preened under his petting. "I don't regret it either. She was a sadistic, mean person, and the things she did that I remember now were horrifying. Did you know she made things that were quite like concentration camps?" he asked, looking around on the map to make sure they were alone. They were. Not many came to this part of the castle. There were no classes here and nothing to really see. "No, I did not." "What's a concentration camp?" Isobel asked, curled around him to leech his heat. Her necklace was good, but she never said no to extra heat. "I'll let you know one day. I don't want to talk about it right now." He shuddered at the reminder of one of humanity's less than fine moments. "Okay, Harry," she said, going to sleep on his shoulder. And with that, the two of them went on to the next class that Harry had. Even though he hated downplaying his intelligence, he was getting on much better now, and nobody knew that he was a time traveler. Snape statue. Time went on as it usually did, and Harry was doing well in all his classes, underplaying his intelligence. It was both easy and hard. He found himself having to redo his homework many times because he added things that weren't taught for a few years yet. That was the hard part. The teachers were still giving him weird looks, like he was overachieving. His class rank was higher this year than it had been in years past. Oh well, at least he had not surpassed Hermione. That would have been a dead giveaway. It came time for the Hogsmeade weekend, and Harry snuck out to meet Croker. Neville was covering for him in the village, so he didn't have to worry about that. He went to the edge of town and simply operated with Isobel. No invisibility cloak needed. Magicals were so unobservant. Isobel hated it when they did that, but there was little he could do about it. There was no time for the night bus, and he didn't want witnesses. They met in the town of Little Hangleton. Croaker had given Harry the coordinates. Harry had never been to this particular part of that town in either life. He did vaguely remember it from the memories Dumbledore made him watch. They were so unclear, though, that he simply remembered the shack and the family speaking Parseltongue. The little shack looked like it could be blown down at any minute by a stiff wind. Magic must be holding it up. So, this is where the horcruxes, he said, gazing at the ramshackle house. Figures that Riddle would hide it here, at his mum's childhood home. Yes, said Croaker, standing next to him still garbed in his red hooded robe. It's being guarded by the snake nailed to the door. He gestured to said snake that was both dead and alive. Harry cast a few spells from his curse breaker days and decided that the wards on the outside were formidable. But the unspeakables probably already knew that, as they had dismantled quite a few of them. He broke the few that were left down that required a parcel mouth, and they made their way to the front door. On the crumbling wooden door was nailed a small dark green snake. The door itself was blue and faded. The paint was just a memory, as in you could see that it was blue once, but all the paint itself was gone. The snake hissed at Harry, who had Isobel draped on his shoulders. "Who dares try to enter this house?" hissed the nailed snake, its beady eyes trained on Harry. "Pathetic," said Isobel, who didn't feel sorry for the snake. For all she knew, the snake asked for its fate. "You should be fudging dead," she added to the zombie snake. She could sense it was alive, but dead. There was magic keeping it ticking. "I dare," said Harry, laying a calming hand on Isobel. "You are not my master," said the snake, still staring him down. "You cannot enter." The snake seemed to either not hear Isobel or was ignoring her. "Don't ignore me, you zombie bastard," Isobel stated, getting in its face. "Isobel, leave it," Harry said, then turned to the nailed snake. "I seek what is inside," he said, trying to reason with it. "I will see the end of your master and free you from this lonely existence." He was hoping the snake was tired of just hanging on the door. Isobel backed down, but was grumbling under her breath about stick-in-the-mud friends and such rot. "Only my master can enter this house," said the snake. "I survive only to serve my master," it insisted. It was becoming agitated and squirming on its nail, like it would jump off and attack at any moment. Seeing that he was getting nowhere, Harry cast his spells on the snake to see if there were any ways to get it off the door. There were not. He could yank the nail out, but that would cause en explosion. He also cast a password spell. However, it revealed nothing. It was too well warded. He cast a few more curse-breaking spells and found that the only way was to break down the door unless you had Riddle's magical signature. "Looks like I'm going to have to do this the hard way," he said to Croaker, gearing up to do just that. Meaning, he was stepping back and readying his wand. "And what's the hard way?" asked the head unspeakable, already moving away. He had worked with curse breakers before, and if they said the hard way, you ran the other direction. "I'm going to have to break the door down. I'm going to need you and yours to step back, because this is going to get messy," the man/teen said, moving away from the door. He put Isobel on the ground when he got about 10 paces and sent bombardment after bombardment onto the door in Parseltongue. The snake on the door screeched in pain as the door splintered into pieces and it flew off the frame. However, it did work, and the door was no longer. In its place was an empty doorway that just beckoned for them to enter. The dark space behind the doorway was not as welcoming. "I wouldn't just go charging in there if I were you," said Harry, as the unspeakable stepped forward. "We're not stupid," said Croaker, holding up his hands to stop his subordinates. "We'll take precautions." He moved forward with his wand raised and stepped carefully onto the front steps. Harry stayed back and let them put their lives in danger. He wasn't going to. If they needed him, they'd call him. He just sat on the ground and talked to Isobel and let them do their thing. He was in a 15-year-old body. He was in no shape to go crawling through any sort of dungeon. He heard quite a few explosions and spells being cast in the little hut. That poor shack didn't look like it should be standing up to the abuse that it was taking. But stood it did. It did rattle and shake, but the bones must be good because it did not fall. "Why didn't you let me kill the zombie snake?" Isobel wanted to know. "It wouldn't have done any good. The door would have still remained closed," answered Harry. "But I would have had some fun," whinged the snake. "You are such a baby sometimes," Harry said, tapping her on the nose. "Fuck you," she stated, turning her head away. The two of them continued to banter while the unspeakables searched for the horcrux. About 10 minutes later, the unspeakables came pouring out of the shack. Smoke came billowing out after them. They must have set off a trap. They were coughing and putting their heads in their arms. Croaker came up to Harry with the lead box and handed it to him. "Put this with the rest of them," he said. His voice was hoarse with the smoke. "That would be all of them," said Harry, beaming at him. It was one step further to ending the war. We're so close to making him mortal now. That was great news to him. He was so done with it all. "Except for the one in your head," reminded Croaker, glancing at the teen's forehead. He glanced around to make sure no one heard him. They hadn't. He had kept that news to himself. None of the other unspeakables knew about it. The only other people that knew were Bones, Black, and Skeeter. And for some reason the reporter was keeping that to herself. "Shite," Harry said, echoed by Isobel. He had forgotten about that again. He had also forgotten Skeeter. "Forgot about that one again, did you?" Croaker asked with a chuckle. "Have you come up with any way to get it out of my head?" asked Harry. He had been so busy playing teenager that he had put it out of his mind. Again, he really needed to get his priorities straight. To the library it was, "I'm working on it with your godfather. We think we've come up with a way, but we want to do a little more research first," the head unspeakable said, giving him a measured look. Not that Harry could see it, but he could feel the weight of it. "Well, that's always good to know," said Harry. He'd have to talk to Sirius about that tonight when they conversed over the mirror. "Can we go?" said Isobel. "It's getting cold out here," she whinged. Even with her bauble, it was still a mean person fighting against the cold of the British morning in the fall. "I should get back before I'm missed," said Harry, ignoring Isobel for the moment. He'd get her inside soon enough. "Well, your support was invaluable, and I thank you for coming," Croaker stated, looking at the box in Harry's hand. "No, thank you for doing this for me," Harry said, tucking the box in his robe. He'd give it to Dobby when he got back to the village. "We're all working towards the same goal." With that, Harry spun on his heels and disapparated back to the outskirts of Hogsmeade. "Dobby," he called as soon as he reappeared there. "Dobby is here," the elf said as he appeared in his colorful clothes. This time he was wearing a ski suit that would look good on a toddler. It was bright blue with little snowmen on it. "Here's another one," Harry told the elf. He handed him the box. "Dobby wills best taking this to yours dogfather," Dobby said, taking the box and holding it like it was a poisonous frog. "Tell Sirius I'll talk to him tonight," the man/teen said, patting Dobby on the shoulder. "Nice outfit," he told him, chuckling at the clothes the elf was sporting. He loved that Dobby put his money to good use, though he did wonder how he went shopping. "I will Harry Potter, sir." Dobby best liking his outfit, Dobby said with a beaming smile. He pirouetted to show it off and then popped away. Harry shook his head at the elf's antics, and then he and Isobel went to the Three Broomsticks and found Neville there holding a table for them. "Thanks for covering for me, Neville," he said, sitting at the table. "You're a great mate." He knew that Ron would have done the same at one time, but the other boy would not have kept it quiet. "Sure, but are you going to tell me what you were doing?" the not-so-shy boy asked, waving at the butterbeer he had ordered for him. "Just doing something to get rid of the Dark Lord," Harry said, picking up the butterbeer and taking a swig. He loved the stuff and savored the butterscotch flavor of it. It was like candy in the mouth. He never had candy as a kid, and now relished any type of candy when he indulged. "Why do you call him that when everybody else calls him you-know-who? And didn't you used to call him Vold?" "Vold, you know," the other boy asked, waving his hand in Harry's direction, not quite getting the Dark Lord's name out, but getting his point across. "I don't know," said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. "It's better than calling him by his made-up name. Someone pointed out that in the last war, he tabooed the Voldy name. So I won't call him that anyway," he added, taking another pull from his bottle. "Yeah, but only his followers call him the Dark Lord," Neville pointed out, looking around and seeing that it was getting late. He finished his butterbeer, put his bottle on the table, and stood up. He started towards the doors of the Three Broomsticks to the outside. "Well, if it upsets you, I'll just call him Riddle from now on," Harry said, taking his butterbeer bottle with him when he stood. He made sure Isobel was firmly on his shoulders and followed Neville out of the pub. "Why would you call him Riddle?" was the next confused question. "That's his birth name. And how do you know that?" the other teen asked, shocked at that answer. His voice squeaked a bit, and his eyes were blown wide. He looked around to see if anyone had heard him, but they were alone on the road. Well, there were people in front of them and behind them, but they were not within hearing distance. I'll tell you all about my second year when we're alone, Harry said, not wanting to get into it on the walk back. He was unused to explaining these things. He was so used to those around him already knowing them. They had been there, or their family had. He had no way of knowing that the twins didn't know either. He thought Ron had told the whole family the entire story, or Ginny had. I'm not sure if I want to hear about that, said Neville. He had heard the rumors, and they were scary enough. He was disconcerted as to what the truth might be. He didn't want to learn that his friend might have been in mortal danger. Again, if what the papers had said this summer were true, then it had happened every year these past 4 years. Well, let's just suffice it to say he's the one who told me, Harry said, looking both ways to see if they were being listened to. He was getting paranoid. He still had to find Skeeter and talk to her. He didn't see any bugs around, but then again, she was so tiny, he might not see her. She could hide anywhere, even in the pockets of robes or the cuffs of trousers. Oh, okay, Neville said, walking along. That was scary enough in and of itself. So, tell me about your day, said Harry, finishing off his butterbeer and tucking the empty bottle in his robe to be disposed of later. And then the two of them got to talking about the joys of Hogsmeade and how boring it truly is. Because once you've seen the stores, there really wasn't much else to see. But it was a satisfying break to get away from the castle. At least there were things to spend money on, and there was candy and such that one could indulge in, which the boy did do. They stocked up for the next month or so, even though it might not last that long. Harry did talk to Sirius, but there was no news on that front. Sirius told him that he and Croaker were working on a way to get the horcrux out of Harry's scar, but they hadn't come up with a concrete way yet. The way they had discovered was still in the development phase, and they were researching it. How's your lawsuit coming? Harry asked, changing the subject. He was glad they had something to start with, but wanted to do some research of his own as well. He was a curse breaker, and he had a few ideas that he wanted to get on parchment, so to speak. Perhaps he should ask Bill, but then again, his younger self didn't know the man well. He'd think about it. It's going well, Sirius said, grinning like a fool. I have a good chance of winning. My solicitor says that it's an ironclad case. He was ecstatic about it. Fudge was trying to get it thrown out, but was being thwarted every turn. The more he tried, the better Sirius's case was. That and Fudge kept trying to discredit him in the papers, which was hurting the other man's case. That's good to hear. How much are you suing for? He asked, never having gotten an answer to that. 10 million galleons. I was going for more, but I was told it would bankrupt the government, his godfather answered. There was a vicious smile on the dogman's face. Yeah, wouldn't want to do that, Harry said sarcastically. He didn't see a problem with that. It was less that went into corrupt government officials' pockets. Actually, I wouldn't. Then Amelia wouldn't get paid, Sirius said seriously. There was a glimmer in his eyes when he said her name that had never been there before. Maybe there was more at play here than just comrades in a lawsuit. Oh, she's Amelia now, is she? Harry asked playfully. He was actually glad to see that light in his godfather's eyes. The man had been alone far too long. Well, you didn't see her light into Fudge, the dogman said dreamily. That had been a sight to see. She had gone down on him like a ton of bricks. Fudge had folded like tissue paper, and Amelia had walked away the victor. That had also helped Sirius's case. I wish I could have, Harry said, wondering if he was going to witness her fight with Dumbledore, or if she'd already had it and he had missed it. That would be a shame. He really wanted to see that. Anyway, you'd better get to bed. You have classes in the morning, Sirius said, grinning like an idiot. He did so love to tease the time traveler. He knew that Harry was older than him, but he was stuck in school. Tomorrow's Sunday, Harry deadpanned. Good night, Harry. Good night. Arsehole. It finally happened in potions. One day Snape was looking at Harry, and he tried to read his mind for some unknown reason. Harry's mind was airtight, though. Snape frowned and tried harder. Harry just looked at him, which caused Snape to frown harder and try even more to get into his mind. Harry smiled. Isobel, he said quietly in English. Snape is trying to read my mind. Would you be so kind as to just freeze him for me? He made sure that everyone knew the reason he was doing this, so that there would be no doubt that he was justified. My fudging pleasure, she said. And with that, she got in between them and petrified Snape. Asshole, she said to the frozen man. The class gasped in shock, which they really shouldn't have been surprised by now. Not after what happened to Umbridge, but it had been a month or so since Isobel had frozen anybody. They were warming up to the snake and thought that Harry was keeping a tight rein on her. Then again, he had asked her to do this. They had all heard him. He had spoken in English. Well, looks like class is over. Finish up what you're doing to the point where it won't explode and leave, said Harry cheerfully. He looked around the room and gauged the reaction to what he had just done. It was a mixed bag. Who the heck do you think you are, telling us what to do? Said somebody on the Ravenclaw side. It was Michael Corner. He was a bit of a stuck-up git. Well, do what you want, I'm done, said Harry, which was true. He was at a point in his potion where he could leave without it exploding. With that, he put his utensils away, put his potion in stasis, and left without another word. The rest of the class murmured and talked about what they should do about their frozen potions master. Hermione decided for the rest of the class that they should go get Madame Pomfrey to come and unfreeze him. Harry braced himself for another stimulating talk with Albus Dumbledore. This time, unlike Umbridge, he did have a valid and legitimate excuse for freezing the teacher. Legitimacy was illegal. To use it on a student was even more so. The problem was proving it. There was no spell in the world that could prove that somebody had tried to enter your mind. It was your word against theirs. Still, he could say Snape tried to enter his mind, and he felt he was being violated, therefore had the need to freeze him. That's all he needed to say. He had some free time, so he went to the Room of Requirements and spent some time there looking for treasures. He found a few gems and a couple of magical items, but nothing was overly exciting. Isobel had fun weaving her way through the stacks of junk, looking for things that could be of use to her or Harry. She would call him over whenever she found something. But there were times she could get into spaces there was no way Harry could get into, so she would have to drag it out as best she could. Or Harry would just have to wait until the piles got smaller. They went about this for a good half an hour to 45 minutes until the next class started. Then Harry made his way to herbology. He was halfway to class when he got the message that Dumbledore wanted to see him. He fluctuated on going to class or going up to see the headmaster, and decided he was going to go to class. The headmaster could wait. After herbology, he went to the headmaster's because it was right before dinner, and he had an hour to kill. He went to the office to find the headmaster there, and Snape lurking in the corner. "I want him expelled," Snape was saying with great menace in that silky voice of his. He was pacing around the office, like he had been building up some steam the entire time Harry had been making them wait. "You know that is not going to happen, Sirius," said Dumbledore, sighing. "He seemed to be doing a lot of that this year." "Oh, and why is that, headmaster?" said Harry as he came through the door, Isobel draped on his shoulders. He had an inkling as to why, but wondered what the headmaster would tell him. "Assholes," Isobel hissed, staring straight at Snape. She was all for petrifying the meanie again. She never liked the man. He was a mean motherfudger. "Harry, my boy. Come in. Come in. Have a seat," the headmaster said, waving the teen in and gesturing to the chair that Harry usually sat in. His voice was jovial, as if he didn't have a care in the world. "I want to know why you're not going to expel me," the man/teen said, very interested in this tidbit of information. It sounded like Harry could murder someone and get away with it, which he had, but that was a different story. Albus Dumbledore didn't know that. "Well, he couldn't prove it. Because I know that you probably have a good reason for what you did," covered the old man, his eyes twinkling like they did when he was withholding information for someone's own good. "Oh, so I have a good reason for petrifying Snape, but I didn't have a good reason for petrifying Umbridge." "You really need to make up your mind, Dumbledore," Harry said, sardonically. It was interesting how the old man could just switch moods like this. "Do not speak to the headmaster this way, impudent child," said Snape, his tone threatening, yet he never raised it. "Whatever. You wanted to speak to me, headmaster," said Harry, dismissing the potions master. "I want to know what went on in the potions classroom that you decided that Professor Snape needed to be petrified," Albus said, folding his hands in front of him and placing them on his desk in an authoritative manner. He looked like the headmaster at that moment. "Oh, that's easy," Harry said, glancing at the dour man in the corner. "He decided he wanted to use legitimacy on me." He stared at the other man as if to dare him to deny it. "Is this true, Severus?" Dumbledore asked, turning to look at the man in question. He wasn't shocked that the man did it, just that he got caught. Severus usually was much more discreet in his use of mind reading. That brat is hiding something, and I want to know what it is, Snape said, not bothering to hide it. He had been itching to find out what Potter had been up to for months now. He thought the boy was an open book and decided that now was the time to find out. He just knew that he had something to do with Umbridge's disappearance. He was going to pin it on him somehow and see the boy expelled, if not in Azkaban. You know it is against the rules, Sirius. Never mind the law, Albus stated, still looking at one of his youngest teachers. We are to never use legitimacy on the children. 2 months ago, he was an open book, and now he has an airtight barrier on his mind. That is not normal. Something is going on, and I want to know what it is, said the potions master hotly. He wasn't going to mention Umbridge, since he had no proof. That's none of your darn business, Snape, Harry said, just as heatedly. Now, my boys, there is no need for anybody to argue. I've already had this discussion with Harry, and he has explained it to my satisfaction, Dumbledore said, raising his hands to ward off any more arguments. Headmaster, you can't possibly believe anything this boy has to say, Sirius said, pushing himself off the wall and looking at Albus in shock. I said, it has been satisfactorily explained to me, reiterated the old man in a firm tone. Yes, Snape, he said he gets it. So, you stay the heck out of my head, or Isobel's going to keep turning you into a statue, Harry said, smiling all the while. If I find you have petrified me again, I am going to turn your snake into potion ingredients, threatened the greasy-haired git. I could fudging do it now, Isobel stated, only to be stopped by a hand on her head. Damn Harry for making her promise to behave during this meeting. You touch my snake, and I guarantee you'll find out her true nature, the time traveler stated, the very air around him changing into a don't fudge with me field. It was as if magic herself agreed with him. I already know her true nature, you stupid child, Snape said, though he did step back from the aura that the boy was radiating. This only confirmed in his mind that the boy killed Umbridge and got away with it. Then why, in Merlin's name, are you even threatening me? Harry asked, honestly confused. Let me kill him, Isobel said from his shoulder, but Harry ignored her. Ever since Umbridge, she had been a bit bloodthirsty. Because I'm not going to let some stupid child threaten me, Snape said, sounding braver than he felt at the moment. His Slytherin side was telling him to shut up and leave the boy alone, but his hatred of all things Potter wasn't letting him. That will be enough threatening from both of you, the headmaster finally stepped in. This is a school, and you will act like a teacher, Sirius, and you will act like a student, Harry. There will be no more legitimacy, and there will be no more petrification. He laid the law down like the headmaster he was. Then tell your pet Death Eater to leave me the heck alone. I've said it time and time again. You leave me alone, and I and Isobel will leave you the heck alone, Harry said, making a slashing movement with his hands like he was done with the whole thing. I find, in this case, that you are blameless, Harry. You may leave, the old man said, sighing again and waving the teen to leave. Thank you ever so much, headmaster, said Harry sarcastically as he got up to leave. Motherfudging meanies, Isobel said, still staring at Snape like she had the whole time she'd been there. You're just going to let him go, without any punishment? Snape was saying as Harry went out the door. You are the one who is out of line this time, Sirius, Dumbledore stated with a heavy sigh. Harry didn't even hear the argument as he closed the door and walked away. He made his way back to the common room. He heard Isobel hiss in his ear. Harry, there is a bug on the hem of your robe. Do you want me to eat it? No, don't eat it. We're going to capture it, he said with a wicked grin. He turned away from the common room and decided to go to the room of requirements. He made it there in record time and searched around the piles of junk for anything he could capture the bug with. He came upon an empty potions vial with a cap. He hoped there wasn't any poisonous vapor in there. It was big enough for a large beetle. He nonchalantly took off his robes, put them on a busted-up chair, and just as the beetle was about to fly away, he captured her. Well, Miss Skeeter, whatever are we to do with you? Fuck. We need Snape. Harry is a bit darker than normal. I wonder where my mental state is right now. Harry looked around the room of requirements, trying to figure out how he was going to keep Rita Skeeter from disappearing. He needed to keep her tied up. Then he had a positively wicked idea and just looked for a chair. He found one that was only slightly broken and went towards it. He set it up in a corner, dumped the bug onto the chair, and told her to change back. Isobel, when she changes back, I want you to wrap yourself around her and keep her tied to the chair, he said, noting that the bug froze in fear. Yeah, it was evil, but it would do to keep her there, and he knew that Isobel wouldn't do anything without his say-so. My fudging pleasure, said Isobel as she slithered down Harry's body. She made her way to the chair and curled around the legs waiting for Rita to change. Rita Skeeter changed back into her human form, and Isobel immediately wrapped around her. She tightened her coils just tight enough to keep the woman from squirming too much. Don't bother going back into a bug, or she'll just eat you, said Harry calmly. He really didn't want to hurt the woman. He just wanted to scare her. Why are you doing this? Said Skeeter. Her eyes were wide with fear. They never left the snake wrapped around her. She knew what the snake was, and that it was very poisonous and could kill her with just a look. She had been following Potter for quite a while, and she'd been keeping his secrets, mostly for the fear of his familiar. I want to know why you're following me around, said Harry, tapping his finger to his lips. He had been wondering for quite some time now. She was quite an interesting character. She was going against everything he thought he knew about her. She had been a gossip monger for quite some time, but she had not written anything vile against him since his confession. With Amelia Bones, she had kept it all clean and neat, and he wanted to know why. She could have outed him and made him out to be the next Dark Lord. It is what she did best. You give me really good stories, said Rita, finally taking her eyes off the snake and towards Harry and giving him a vicious smile. I don't even have to make anything up, she said, giving him a winning smile. All I have to do is quote the truth, and you give me award. Winning stories. Her eyes were gleaming with the money she had made from his stories. Is there any particular reason as to why you didn't spill all my secrets? He asked, tilting his head to the side. Blackmail, and I'm scared of your snake. She confessed with as much of a shrug as her confined shoulders would allow. Well, at least you're honest, said Harry. Now we have blackmail on each other. What are we going to do about it? You must know that I have more pull over you than you have over me. He wanted her to know that he had much more power over her than she did him. He could care less if she wrote about him. His reputation could weather the storm. It always did. He usually only had to kill Voldy, and it came clean in the end. Oh, how so? She asked, squinting at him through her glasses. Well, if you ever print any of my secrets, I'll just have Isobel here kill you, he said in a pragmatic manner. It seemed common sense to him. He did wonder if she knew whether he killed Umbridge or not. That didn't seem likely, or she would be more scared than she was now. She didn't seem to be holding that over his head. There is that, said Skeeter with a sigh. She eyeballed the snake again and noted it had tightened its coils just that much tighter in some form of warning. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear. So, let's see if we can come to an accord. You don't print any of my secrets, and I don't have Isobel kill you, Harry stated, motioning for Isobel to let her go. Must I? The snake hissed. Yes, Harry hissed back, making Rita shiver. Fucking heck, Isobel stated, slithering down the body as slowly as she could, just to make a point. You are such a fudging pussy, she said to Harry. You are always letting them fudging go and never letting me have my darn meals, she stated. She went to Harry and climbed his body. You get your fill of ferrets, so quit complaining, you big baby, he chastised. I like human flesh, she whined. You are turning into a psychopath, Harry warned. I like being a fudging psycho, she said, resting her head on his shoulder and glaring at Rita. You would really do that just to keep your secrets? Rita asked, interrupting their conversation and shaking out her sore limbs. That snake squeezed just a bit too tightly. She got the warning, though. The snake could kill her in many ways, squeezing, look, and bite. Yes, in a heartbeat, the man/teen said with a nod of his head. He was very rational like that. However, she didn't need to know that he really didn't care. He wanted control over the information that the public got, and this was the way to have it. Rita was the best source of control there was. Everyone believed every word she wrote. You're not the little boy that everybody thinks you are you? Then again, you are a time traveler, she mused to herself. She kept forgetting that, looking at the teenager in front of her. She shook her head and looked at him. Did you really kill Umbridge? She inquired, not knowing if he did or not. She had only heard rumors. The Aurors thought he did, but didn't have any evidence. I have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't kill anybody, he answered in all honesty. His face was the picture of innocence. There wasn't a trace of guilt or lie there. Your snake, then? She reflected. She looked at Isobel, who was still staring at her. Though how could you really tell with a snake? They didn't blink. Isobel didn't kill anybody either. He lied, still stone-faced, though this time there was a telltale wrinkle around his eyes. Somehow I seriously doubt that, but I have no proof, she stated, but let it drop. She knew it was a story that would never happen. Even if she did get him to confess, he'd never let her. Write it. She'd be dead before the ink dried. And you're never going to because we didn't kill anybody, he stated as if it were fact. He started petting Isobel, who was threatening Rita again. Just try and print anything different, mean person. I'll get you something nice, the snake hissed, weaving her head back and forth in the special manner of hers. So, we've come to an accord. I'll keep your secrets. You don't kill me, Rita said still, shaking over the fact that she was threatened by a time traveler and his basilisk. She wanted to get out of this room and go home and get really drunk and then write what she could. She might just write a secret diary that could be found when she died that would expose this man. That was a thought, but a deadly one. If she was found out beforehand, then I want a vow from you. An unbreakable one, Harry stated, pulling his wand out. We don't have a bonder, Skeeter pointed out. There went the diary idea, she thought. I'll call my house elf. He can bind it, Harry said, and with that he called Dobby, and they bonded the vow between Skeeter and Potter, that she would not reveal any of Harry's secrets in any form of communication, on her life or her magic. Hey, what about my secrets? I don't think it's fair that I have to take a vow not to reveal yours. But you don't have to take a vow not to reveal mine, Rita stated, getting angry over that unfairness. Where, in all of your experience, did you think that life was fair? Harry asked her, pulling her chain a bit. He wasn't going to tell anyone about her being an illegal animagus. He was still going to keep it as blackmail, though. Rita grumbled under her breath about evil teenage time travelers. Do you want me to do this story about Snape using legitimacy on you? She asked, wondering if she was even going to be able to use this juicy bit of gossip. It would finally get the man out of the castle, something she had been wanting to do for years. Nah, I'm still having fun with Snape. I plan on petrifying him quite a few more times this year. If I don't out and out kill him, Harry said, smiling an evil smile. He got a dreamy look on his face over all the things he was planning for the unhappy man. Well, him and Isobel. His snake absolutely hated the man. How can you be so blasé about killing people? She asked, shivering at the grin on his face. She never met someone who talked about killing so openly to her. Usually, they were too afraid of her publishing what they said. Well, he's an evil git. He's a Death Eater. After all, Harry said with a shrug. Is he really? That would make a juicy story, she stated, reaching for her purse to jot that down. She was going to remember this bit of information for future reference, even if the boy didn't let her run with it now. No, he's on our side. He's just a greasy old bastard, he said, ruining her fun once again. Damn. Is there anything you can give me? She sighed, dropping her hand. Sorry, I'm fresh out of stories for you right now. You could do the one about Sirius suing the ministry. He tried to give her something for wasting her time. Not that he felt too bad about it, but that's old news, she huffed. Then I don't know what to tell you. You're going to have to pick up something else on somebody else. But if you stick around me long enough, I'm sure something else will come up. But if it's about me, I want you to get my permission first, he added, giving her the hairy eyeball. I think I'll stick around the ministry for a while and see what I can come up with there. You are too dangerous to stick around. That and your snake wants to eat me. I can see it in her eyes, she said, side-glancing the snake. That's right, you conniving little mean person. I do want to eat you, said Isobel, looking the woman in the face. Rita didn't have to understand what Isobel said. She could read the syntax and recoiled in fear. She really wanted to go home and get annoyed and perhaps drink some dreamless sleep. May I leave now? Skeeter asked, shivering from the look on the snake's face, which was normal, but she didn't like it anyway. Sure, go ahead. I've got your vow, Harry said, waving her to leave. Rita turned into a bug and flew towards the door of the room of requirements. Harry obligingly opened it for her. She went to the nearest window and flew out. Well, that was fun, said Harry in Parseltongue, petting Isobel on the head as he watched the door where Rita left. He wasn't worried that she would betray them. They had her vow. I don't know why you won't just let me kill these people, said Isobel, fussing at her empty tummy. I want 2 fudging ferrets, she demanded. Because they can be useful tools later, said Harry. That, and she's not really an enemy, and neither is Snape. He is on our side, he pointed out. I'll get you 2 ferrets, and I'll even make sure they are alive. He knew she preferred to hunt her food. He's in Meany, said Isobel. He may be in Meany, but he is an important member of the war effort. He's the only one of the Order of the Phoenix that's actually doing anything. I mean, the rest of them just sit around and gather information. He's gathering information from the enemy's side, Harry said, leaving the roar and heading to the common room. He'd had enough espionage for the night. I guess, said Isobel. Anyway, perhaps when the war is over, maybe then you can eat them, Harry offered. He really didn't like either Snape or Skeeter, and he was sure both of them would fudge up in the future. If they didn't get themselves killed in the war, that's if he didn't stop it before it even happened, which it looked like he could. Speaking of which, he turned and headed back to the roar. Hot darn, she said in a tone that stated she would be rubbing her hands together if she had hands. He called up a room for research and spent a while looking at spells that would help rid him of the horcrux in his head. He might find something before his godfather did. Even if he didn't, at least he felt like he was doing something helpful. Harry, I need you to come to Grimmauld Place, Sirius said one evening. They had just got in contact with each other over the mirrors, and his godfather seemed excited. There was a shucks-eating grin on his face. Oh, why? Harry asked, looking at Sirius questioningly. He had to wonder what had the man so hyper. We've got the ritual figured out to get the horcrux out of your scar, the other man said, all but jumping in place. Really, said Harry. That's great, he stated, getting excited as well. This was wonderful news. He had found a few things as well, but if they had a ritual that would work, he'd go with that. The sooner the better. Yes, we're going to do a ritual to get the horcrux out of your scar, and then we're going to destroy all of the horcruxes at the same time, the older and body man stated. His eyes were lit with excitement. Shouldn't we wait on that until we can figure out how to kill the Dark Lord? Harry asked, not wanting to deflate the joy, but not wanting to accept it either. He wanted to make sure this was the right thing to do. He didn't want to mess it all up by jumping the gun too soon. They didn't even have all the horcruxes yet. We deal with them all at once. Then that'll make him mortal. Then anybody can kill him, Sirius said, looking at him like he was crazy. He wanted this done now. His godson would be free from the prophecy and could finally lead a normal life. Well, as normal as a time-traveling, snake-talking man could. But we don't have Nagini, Harry pointed out, his head hanging a bit in disappointment. He really wanted it to be over too. Damn, that's right, Sirius said, slumping his shoulders in defeat. He was so happy about it too. So, we'll get the one out of my scar, and then we'll store it with the rest of them. Then we'll figure out a way to either kill Nagini or capture her, the man/teen stated, putting his thinking cap on and tapping his chin in thought. There had to be a way to get the snake. Maybe they could send Isobel after her, but they had to find out where Voldy was first. That sounds like a better plan, Sirius said, also coming up with scenarios. He was thinking of using the Order. They had to be more useful than just information gathering. Perhaps the information they gathered could finally be put to good use. Is there any way we can use Snape? Harry asked, looking at Isobel, who was sleeping. He really didn't want to put her in danger, but she was the deadliest snake in the world. She would come out on top in a fight between her and Nagini. Then he could fight Voldy. It would be epic. Snape could tell them where the Dark Lord was, and they could sneak in. That greasy git. Why would we use him? His dogfather wanted to know. The man was still so childish. He is a resident spy. It would make sense to use him, the older in mind man stated, giving him a do-grow-up look. He can give us the Dark Lord's location, Harry said, still going over his plan in his mind. I suppose you're right, but we'd have to talk it over with Dumbledore, Sirius stated, knowing it was not a task Harry wanted. Harry sighed. The last person he wanted to talk to was Dumbledore. I suppose I could go have a conversation with him, he said, but I don't know if he'll listen to me. He thinks I'm just a kid. Perhaps you should. He deferred the task to his godfather. No, he thinks I'm just an overgrown kid in an adult body. Maybe we should have Croaker talk to him, Sirius suggested, looking at a sheet of parchment with the man's name on it. It was a list of people in the know. It was a short list. Yeah, but he doesn't know Croaker knows anything about the horcruxes, the man/teen pointed out. Maybe keeping him out of the loop was a bad idea, the dogman said, rubbing his forehead. Maybe all 5 of us in the know should go talk to him at one time, Harry said, thinking that was the best idea. 5. You, Amelia, Croaker, me, Isobel, Harry said, counting them off on his fingers. I keep forgetting you count that snake is sentient, the dogman said, rubbing his forehead some more. She thinks and is smarter than half the people I know, Harry said, defending his snake. So, we should all 5 of us go and talk to him? He reiterated. That might be an idea. Christmas break is coming up, which we can go then, Sirius said, looking around the room for any other ideas. We can use the shrieking shack for your ritual. We have to use it, I just thought of that. Croaker can't get in here, he said as if he just remembered he can't invite people to his own home. And didn't that irk him? It was his house. The shrieking shack it is. However, I would like to get it done sooner than that. I think we should just go up there next weekend, Harry stated, looking around his bed for some clue as to what to say. He was getting sleepy and needed to rest. Let me talk to Amelia, and she can talk to Croaker, and we'll see if we can't get it arranged, Sirius said, seeing his godson was tired. You do that, and let me know, Harry said, yawning and stretching. All right, Harry, good night. Good night, Sirius. Before they confronted Dumbledore, they got the horcrux out of Harry's head. They snuck him out of Hogwarts to the Shrieking Shack and performed the ritual on him, which was much easier than they thought it was going to be. It was simply sucking the soul out of the scar and putting it in a piece of amber. Ecstatic. No one more so than Sirius for some reason. Harry was happy to be sure, but Sirius was overjoyed with this outcome. Harry snuck back into his dorm with no one being wiser. Neville had covered for him again, and Isobel had stayed behind in the bed to keep his cover of going to the loo. The whole operation took less than half an hour. The 5 of them decided to confront the headmaster in his office. It was a week before Yule break. They were hopeful that the whole thing would be over during the break. Amelia and Croaker took the lead. Sirius and Harry lagged behind with Isobel wrapped around Harry's shoulders. They were going to tell Dumbledore everything except about Harry's time travel. That was a can of flubberworms that no one wanted to open. At the door, they were asked to enter by name. Dumbledore was alone in the office. He wished them in and asked them to be seated. A few seats had to be conjured, but there were plenty of adults that could handle it. What can I do for you today? The old man asked as they took their seats. I was not expecting such auspicious company. He looked to Croaker and Amelia when he said that. We have something we need to discuss with you. Have the headmaster portraits go elsewhere, said Croaker, waving his hand to said portraits. He knew their function and that many of them had empty frames in the ministry. He didn't want them gossiping about this to anyone. They are my most trusted advisors, said Dumbledore, his brow furrowing in disapproval. This is not school-related. This is government-related, and they need to leave, said Croaker firmly. He wasn't going to change his mind or stance. Gentlemen, ladies, I must ask you to either go to sleep or leave your portraits at this time, said the headmaster to the paintings. The portraits grumbled and fussed, and some of them even yelled and shook their fists. But eventually they did yield and leave their frames or went to sleep. Croaker did a few spells to make sure that they were actually asleep. They were, just to be safe, he put a few spells on them to keep them that way. Now, to what do I owe the pleasure? Asked Dumbledore, placing his hands on his desk and giving them an askance smile. We came across the information that Voldemort has created horcruxes. We have all the horcruxes except one, and we are ready to confront him. We need the services of your spy to get the last horcrux, Croaker said, not blunting their request one bit. How did you come by this information? Inquired Dumbledore, his face paling. He glanced over at Harry and noted that the scar on his forehead was faded. He was concerned that this might interfere with some of his plans. Yes, we know about that one too, and I've already taken care of it, said Croaker, taking the role of spokesperson. Dumbledore paled even further. How did you get rid of it? Yes, this would indeed interfere with his plans. Harry didn't have the protection from death that he needed to confront Tom. There was no way the boy was capable of fighting the Dark Lord, and only by coming back from death could he win. That was only a theory on his part, but it was a valid one in his mind. Don't worry, we got rid of it. That's all you need to know. Now may we have the services of your spy? Was the question that brought the headmaster out of his musings. Croaker was going to keep this conversation on track, if he could help it. The headmaster had a way of diverting things to where he wanted them to go and not letting people get what they wanted from him. I believe that would be up to my spy. I would not endeavor to press his services onto anybody without his permission, the old man said. His eyes were shifty, like he didn't like where this conversation was headed. "Well, let's ask him then," said Harry as if that were the simplest thing and the most common sense one. "Why are you even here, child?" the headmaster asked, peering over his half-moon spectacles at the boy. He really didn't like what this implicated. It meant Harry had far too much knowledge of what was going on. "I'm part of the war party," said Harry, acting like a teenager. Isobel snugly wrapped around his shoulders and waist. "This is no place for somebody your age," said Dumbledore, looking at the adults with grave disappointment. They all ignored him. "I was part of this when I became part of the prophecy," said Harry. His tone and face became hard. Dumbledore should know this. He was the one who had brought it up to him. After all, "You know of the prophecy?" the old man asked. There was a dawning horror in his voice. It was as he feared. The boy was far too knowledgeable. "We all know the prophecy," said Sirius, cheerfully, as if it were a great thing to be shared. "It was in the papers," he added, looking at him strangely. Was the old man going senile? "Ah, but the full prophecy was not printed, only that there was one," the headmaster pointed out, looking at them fully. "Yeah, but still, we've known about it for ages," Sirius stated, laughing at the man. "Well, he didn't know the wording, the rest did. He didn't care. He knew the gist and thought, like Harry, that it was hooey. We had a conversation about it. Don't you remember?" he asked, looking at the man like he'd gone around the twist. "This is not good." "This is not good at all," said Dumbledore, getting up and pacing behind his desk. This ruined even more of his plans. He vaguely remembered talking to Harry about the prophecy, but that was when the papers came out about them. Did the boy mention that he knew the wording of it? Yes, he did. Damn it. This was not good. "Yeah, we've known the prophecy for quite some time," said Harry, smirking at seeing the man so agitated. Dumbles was getting on in years, and he thought he was the forgetful one. "But what if Voldemort gets that knowledge from your head?" said Dumbledore, stopping his pacing and looking at the boy with tension on his face. "You learned from Snape that my defenses are airtight," said Harry, tilting his head to the side, like the man was senile. "Not to mention the one time you yourself tried," he added. "Ah, yes," said the headmaster, relief flooding his face. "I had forgotten." He retook his seat and looked at the group and wondered if they all knew of clemency. He knew Croaker and Bones did, but did Sirius? He tried to peek in the man's mind and found himself blocked and sighed in relief. "Nobody's getting anything out of my head," said Harry, tapping the side of his head and then rubbing Isobel, who was keeping silent during the meeting. She was just watching and keeping track of who was saying what. "We are getting greatly off subject here," said Amelia. "We need the services of Snape to get the last horcrux. Are you going to ask him or not?" She hadn't wanted Harry here, but she had been outvoted. "I will endeavor to ask him if he is willing to risk his life to get the last horcrux." "Do you know what it is?" Dumbledore asked, taking up a quill and ink. "It's Nagini, his snake," Croaker said, his voice grave. "That is unfortunate," the old man stated, not even jotting it down. He'd indeed remember that. "Yes, we thought so too," the unspeakable stated, sounding gloom. "That would make life very much more difficult for my spy," Albus stated, rubbing his forehead and trying to think of any way that Snape could carry out such a mission. "There's no help for it. We must get that snake by either capturing it or killing it. We would prefer to kill it. Capturing it would give up the game too soon," the head unspeakable said, thinking that if they coordinated it correctly, they could make the Dark Lord mortal and kill him the same day. "If you know the prophecy, then you know only Harry can do this," the old man pointed out like it was a given. "Don't be a daft bugger. It says only Harry can kill him. It doesn't say anything about only. Harry can do everything," said Sirius, standing and putting his fists on the overcrowded desk. He was getting tired of Dumbledore putting everything on his godson's shoulders. "It says that only Harry's hand could kill Voldemort," the headmaster started, only to be interrupted by Croaker. "But it didn't say only Harry's hand could get the horcruxes," the head unspeakable stated, going over the words of the prophecy in his head. "Besides, we retrieved 2 of them without Harry's help," he added. "Well, when you put it that way," Albus said, looking at a smirking Harry. The boy seemed to be enjoying this. "Then can we use your spy?" asked Amelia, once again getting back to the reason they were there. It seemed she was the one to keep them on track. "I already said I would ask him," Dumbledore said, ready to call Severus and ask him to do what was needed to end the war. "Very well," said Amelia. We will take our leave and wait for your word. You may contact me or Croaker. Do not tell Harry, she added, not even looking at the boy. That made Harry look at her. That would put a crimp in his plans. He was going to have to see about how to change that order. Perhaps he'd have Dobby spy on them or Rita or something. He'd think of something, he was sure. Why ever not? Asked Albus, knowing that Harry was vital to ending the war. Voldemort had to die by his hand. As you said, he is just a child, she stated, cutting a look to Harry. He didn't look happy. We would prefer to have the news come straight to us. We are the ones who are doing the planning. We need to coordinate with your spy, so we know what's going on. She really didn't have the manpower or the backing of the government to carry out any covert operation, but she'd do it herself if she had to. I will have either myself or Severus contact you or Croaker. He spouted the words, but there was a gleam in his eyes that Harry knew from experience that said the clues would be there for Harry to follow. Thank you, she said. With that, the five of them got up and left the office. Bye, Tom. I don't know if y'all know this, but this story was being dictated. So if you saw capital letters and commas where there shouldn't be, that's probably why. I do go over it with visual and listening to it, but I don't catch everything. There is something wrong with my hands, and I have a hard time typing. So, dictation is what I must do. Editing is quite a mean person. I'm still learning to dictate a story. So, these stories are a learning process for me. If you catch an error, let me know, and I will do my best to go back and correct it if I think it's something that needs to be corrected. If it's a minor error, I might let it go, but if it's a glaring error, then I do go back and correct it. Anyway, I figured I'd let you know that I'm not a complete idiot. It is a matter of dictation. Anyway, thanks for the reviews. Harry and Isobel waited patiently for something to happen. Nothing did for quite some time. They spent most of their time playing at being a teenager and his snake. They went through the motions of going to school. Harry still downplayed his intelligence, which was really hard for him. He still had to fudge his homework. He still wasn't turning anything that was more intelligent than Hermione. Neville was still a stalwart friend. He would cover for Harry whenever Harry went to the room of requirements, which Harry did on a daily basis, hunting for treasure because he was bored. Sometimes he took Neville and Luna with him. Sometimes he didn't because he wanted to be alone. The two younger people had a great time looking for treasure as well. They kept a secret. Your wait is going to be over soon, said Luna one day when they were in the room of requirements. She was looking for Hummerdings under a lampshade. She didn't see any, but she was going to continue looking because she figured that if there would ever be a case of finding one, it would be in the room of requirements, since the case could be made that they would be found in a place of lost things. Oh, why do you think that? Asked Harry as he picked up yet another jewel. His coffers were getting quite rich from his treasure hunt in this room. He'd be able to live off his laurels for quite some time. Oh, just a feeling I had, she said airily. She did get these feelings from time to time, and she felt the need to tell Harry about this because he needed to be forewarned. If he wasn't told beforehand, he wouldn't know to keep an ear out for the clue he needed. Do you know how soon it's going to be over? He asked, looking her in the face to see if she was telling the truth. It looked as if she was, yet there was a vagueness about her face, like she was seeing something that he wasn't. Then again, he'd seen seers do that before. In about 3 days, she said, still focusing on that distance on the in-between. Then she shook her head and came back into reality. Do you know what the outcome is going to be? He asked, though he really wasn't concerned. He had great confidence in himself and his snake. He had been a great curse breaker and had just as much experience as Voldy now. No, the future is cloudy, she said with a shake of her head. That's too bad, he said. I would really like to know what's going to happen. It did make it easier to plan if he knew what type of outcome was coming. If you stay close to Isobel, then you're probably going to be victorious. Also, I would stick close to Snape too, she said vaguely. Though he might leave you, she said in an afterthought. Snape? Really? He asked incredulously. He wouldn't have put faith in that man. He listened for more. He knows the layout of where you're going to be better than anybody else. You might need a quick escape route, she stated, nodding her head knowingly. Though I wouldn't trust him to stay by your side, she added, still nodding her head in a knowing manner. Oh, that makes sense, Harry stated, knowing that it could go either way. Severus Snape was somebody who could not be trusted. He was out for numero uno and nobody else. He might have made a great show that he was going to protect Harry, but he was only out for himself. "What are you two even talking about?" asked Neville, who had been following the conversation and got the basic gist but wanted to know the facts. "The end of the war, of course," said Harry, as if it were obvious. "We're at war?" asked Neville, furrowing his brow in concentration. There has been nothing to indicate that they were at war. "I know it doesn't seem like it, but with the Dark Lord's return—" "Yeah, we're at war," Harry said, clapping the other boy on the back. "But there haven't been any killings or kidnappings or disappearances," said Neville, all but throwing his hands in the air in exasperation. "Those were the usual indications that a war was going on. That's because the Dark Lord has been laying low, making plans to steal a prophecy," the time traveler said with a snicker. He still thought it was one of the funniest things there was that the greatest Dark Lord of all times was holding off a war for the words of a prophecy. From a drunk. Then again, his snake held stock in it, so maybe there was something to it. He didn't think so. But what did he know? "That seems kind of stupid," Neville said with a shrug of his shoulders. "What kind of Dark Lord held off killing over a prophecy?" "Well, nobody said the Dark Lord was smart," Harry said, laughing aloud. "Actually, they say he's quite intelligent," said Luna, a bit of a reprimand in her tone. "You're right, Luna, they did say that. And he was known as the smartest student of his time. But I think making all those horcruxes mess with his brain," the man/teen stated. He figured if she could see that there was an end to the war, then she knew all about the horcruxes too. If not, then she wouldn't know what he was talking about now, and she would ask, and he could brush it off. "Damn right it did," said Isobel from her place on the floor. She was hunting vermin in the room. It was chock full of mice and rats. "That stupid motherfudger doesn't know what the heck he's doing." She thought anyone who made soul containers was insane. "You're right, Isobel. He doesn't know what he's doing," Harry said in Parseltongue. Then he said in English, "Let that be a lesson to you too. Don't ever create horcruxes." He said this in a grave tone, like he was imparting sage knowledge. "What the heck is a horcrux?" asked Neville, genuinely confused. Everything they've been saying since the beginning of this conversation just confused the heck out of him. Then again, sometimes hanging around Harry just seemed to do that. "It's where somebody takes a part of their soul from killing somebody and puts it onto something else," said Luna in that airy, vague way of hers. It was like she was grasping knowledge from a cloud. "That's essentially correct, but how would you know that, little Luna?" asked Harry, wondering where she got her information. While it was technically correct, there was a lot of context gone, which was good, because he really didn't want her to know how to create a horcrux. "Oh, I just know things," said Luna, looking at him with vacant eyes, which creeped him the heck out. "It's creepy how you do that," said Harry, looking at her with wary eyes. "Well, I'll never do it," said Neville. "That sounds just downright evil." He shuddered. "It is," said Harry. "First of all, you have to kill somebody, which in and of itself is an evil thing to do." He wasn't going to confess that he didn't consider Isobel evil for killing Umbridge. It was that mean person that was evil. "Are you calling me evil?" asked Isobel, slithering up his legs so that she could come up to his torso. She squeezed a little bit to show her displeasure. "You yourself said you're a dark creature," said Harry in Parseltongue. He chuckled a little bit. "You're right. I am an evil creature," said Isobel, completing her climb and resting her head on his shoulder. She really didn't mind being called an evil creature. She was a dark one, and she did so enjoy killing. Even if it was just vermin, and now that she'd gotten a taste for it, she enjoyed the taste of human flesh. She just wished Harry would let her eat more of it. Maybe she could turn him into a Dark Lord. "And you seem very proud of it, my dear," Harry said, tapping her nose. He knew what she was thinking, and he wasn't going to go dark. He might let her eat a criminal or two, but that was about all. "I really wish you two wouldn't do that around us," said Neville, doing a full-body shudder. It really did weird him out when they did that. The sound just sent shivers up and down his spine. "Like I said, it's something you're going to have to get used to," said Harry, caring less, whether it freaked friends out or not. He wasn't going to stop talking to Isobel, because they were uncomfortable around it. "I quite like it," said Luna with a sense of serenity. "It's kind of soothing." She liked all things natural, and to her, speaking to snakes was just as natural as speaking English. "You're weird," said Neville, though there was no malice in his tone. "So, I've been told," said Luna with a decisive nod of her head. "Don't call her that," said Harry, perhaps a bit harsher than he should have. "Oh, it's all right. I've been called much worse," said Luna, placing her hand on his shoulder that Isobel was not on. To her, it was perfectly acceptable being called weird. "It doesn't make it right," said Harry. He was still sensitive about being called freak growing up. He didn't like it when people called other people names. "No, really, it's okay," said Luna, giving that shoulder a squeeze, helping to calm him down. "I'm sorry," said Neville, making placating gestures towards Luna and Harry. He really hadn't meant anything by it. It's just really weird for somebody to say that. Anyway, let's just drop that subject. You're just going to have to get used to me and Isobel talking to one another. Because we're not going to stop, the man/teen reiterated, hoping to get back to the original subject and away from Luna's oddness. "All right, Harry," Neville said, hoping to smooth down the awkwardness. With that, the three of them got back to looking for treasures in the Room of Requirement. They searched for a better part of 45 minutes and found many interesting things. While the two younger ones wouldn't make it rich, they did find enough that they wouldn't have to work for quite some time. They were only there a few times out of the month, unlike Harry, who was there daily. For now, the war and the ending thereof was put to the wayside, and they just continued to be teenagers for the next 3 days. 3 days later, Harry finally got the clue that he needed, and it came from Draco Malfoy. He overheard the boys saying that Severus Snape was going to be leaving the castle for the day. The boy didn't know why his godfather was going to be gone for the day, but Draco was complaining because he had wanted to spend the day with his godfather going over potions for OWLs. Harry was sure it was a setup by Dumbledore somehow to get him to follow Snape. That was okay. He wanted to follow him anyway. So, he snuck upstairs to the common room and his dorm and got his invisibility cloak. He went back down the stairs and waited for Snape to leave his office. Once the man did, he followed him out of the castle and down to the gate. Isobel was riding his shoulders the entire time, of course. He never went anywhere without her. "Snape," he said, startling the other man since his voice seemed to come from nowhere. He chuckled as the man twirled around. "Potter," Snape said, spinning around looking for the teen. His wand was pulled, and he was ready to fire a stinging hex at the boy. Anything to get back at the child for scaring the heck out of him. "I want you to take me with you, so I can kill the Dark Lord when you kill the snake," Harry said, still hidden with Isobel wrapped around his shoulders. "Are you daft, boy? This is not a game," the potions master said with such venom. He couldn't believe that the child wanted to come with him, like it was some sort of adventure. He knew the boy was stupid, but he didn't think he was just bravely stupid. Then again, the boy was a Gryffindor. They were known to blindly follow where angels feared to tread. "Do I look like I'm playing a game?" asked Harry, lowering the hood of the invisibility cloak and showing his face, and that he was no way joking. "Go back to the castle, you stupid dunderhead. This is not a time for tomfoolery," the older embodiment said. He thought the boy was joking or playing a prank. "No, look, it's part of the prophecy," Harry insisted, trying to sound as mature as his mental mind was. "I'm the only one who can kill the Dark Lord. I need you to do this for me. I've got my invisibility cloak. I've got my snake. I've got my wand. I can do this. This is the only time that this can happen. Nagini is the last part of the puzzle. We need to get this done now, or it'll go on for months, and who knows how many people will die." He said all this in great earnest and with great conviction. Snape put his hand to his face and ran it down the front of it, and he thought about it really hard for a minute. He did not want to do this, but the boy had a point. As much as he hated Potter, he knew that the prophecy stated that the boy was the only one who could kill the Dark Lord. Dumbledore was sure of this fact. He's been raising the boy up for slaughter since his birth. He finally relented after many minutes of thinking about it. "Very well, Potter. I will take you with me, but you'd better remain hidden under that cloak of yours." Who cared if the boy got himself killed? Nobody knew that the child was with him at this time. They could not put the rap on him if the boy died. "Not a problem," said Harry. He put the cloak back over his head, grabbed Snape's arm, and held on. The portkey went off, and the three of them jolted. It felt like a hook snared his belly button and jerked him off his feet. They twirled in the air for a few minutes, and then landed with a thump outside of Malfoy Manor. "Stay hidden," hissed Snape as he started walking towards the manor. "Like I was going to do anything else," said Harry in an undertone. He really hated it when the adults treated him like he was stupid. "Stupid motherfudger," said Isobel. "You should let me kill him," she said to Harry. "All I really want to do is just eat his ass. He is such a greasy meanie." She continued with this litany for quite some time. I told you, if he messes up after the war, you can eat him all you want, Harry said. He was becoming a bit dark in his old age. True, he was only going on 40 mental-wise, but he was only 15 body-wise. So, either way, he wasn't old by any stretch of the imagination. He wondered where this darker side was coming from. Maybe he was hanging around Isobel too much. Nah, he loved his snake. Still, he might want to meditate on this. They walked up to Malfoy Manor as easily as you pleased. Snape bold as brass, while Harry walked up behind him under the invisibility cloak. Neither one of whom were making much noise or saying anything to one another. The path was immaculately designed and kept in good repair. If there was one thing you could say about the Malfoys, is they knew how to keep their things looking nice. Isobel was eyeballing the albino peacocks as if they were her next meal. She really wanted to go off Harry's shoulder and eat those annoying birds. They were making quite a ruckus. However, they were on a mission, and it was an important mission. They made it up to the manor, and Snape went inside and was confronted by Lucius Malfoy. Snape, what are you doing here? The Lord of the Manor demanded. He was not used to people showing up unannounced. The Dark Lord let him know when people would be coming to his manor. I have important news for our master, the potion's master stated with a small bow. He did not suffer delusions in any way, but he decided that a small show of courtesy would be prudent. You know better than to come unless you are called, Lucius said. He hissed at his friend. He did not want to see Severus punished for his pertinence. The Dark Lord was not in a good mood. And when he was not in a good mood, people tended to get hurt. Badly. I am a spy. I come when I have news. And I have news of Potter. You know the Dark Lord wants me to come whenever there is news of that young boy, Snape said, trying to put urgency in his voice. Harry had to give it to the bloke. He really knew how to convey a lie. He was a really good spy, and he knew what he was doing. He just hoped the man knew how to kill the snake and get away with it. I will inform our master that you are here, Malfoy said, hoping the man knew what he was doing. He really would hate to see the godfather of his son get tortured. With that, the man twirled around and left. Snape immediately left the vicinity and looked for Nagini. He had no plans on being anywhere in the area when Voldemort discovered that his snake was dead. Dumbledore had given him a portkey that would go through the wards. He was going to leave Potter here to his fate. He just hoped the boy was smart enough to know what he was doing. He did have that great ruddy basilisk. The snake was the deadliest animal on Earth. It should save his life. Severus knew that Nagini liked to rest in the sun, so he was going to go and find her where the sun was at this time of day, which should be in the southern part of the house, seeing as it was noon. So he headed in that general direction and found her in the morning sunroom resting in the sunbeam. Nagini raised her head as soon as she sensed him in her area. She hissed and weaved her head, bobbing up and down, looking for all the world like a snake that was ready to pounce. She knew her life was in danger the minute the man entered the room. There was just something about the way he came in that said threat. Harry stood in the doorway, waiting to see what his dour professor would do. Imagine his surprise when Snape pulled out a gun and shot the snake in the head. The sound of the gunshot reverberated throughout the household, which caused many people to start running towards the room. That's okay, because Snape pulled an emergency portkey and was gone. The deed was done. The snake was dead. There was a wisp of smoke rising from where Nagini's dead body lay. The horcrux came out screaming its denial. Harry just stood there in the doorway, flabbergasted for about 3 seconds, and then plastered himself against the wall as Death Eaters started pouring into the room to look at the dead snake. He was still under the invisibility cloak, so they didn't see him. He began to wonder if Isabel's petrifying stare would work under the invisibility cloak, so he asked her to try, and sure enough, it did. Suddenly, there were statues of Death Eaters standing around the room. It was to this that Voldemort came upon. Statues of Death Eaters and a dead snake. Potter, he called as he looked around the room at all his frozen men and women. I know you're here. He continued roaming around the statues until he came to Nagini, and then he fumed. At first, Harry didn't say anything, and then he said, "Sure, why not? I'm here." He took off his invisibility cloak and stood there in front of Voldemort with his wand raised and his snake at his side. "You killed my snake. I should kill yours," the Dark Lord said to the boy, raising his wand as if to do just that. "Go ahead and try, Motherfudgear. I'll kill you where you stand," Isobel said, knowing the Dark Lord understood every word she said. "Oh, Nagini?" "I didn't kill Nagini," Harry said, waving in the general direction of the snake. "If I had to kill her, she would be dead by Isobel, not by gunshot." He petted Isobel on the head with his free hand. "That's right, Mina. I'd fudge your snake up something good. I wouldn't need no fudging gun," the snake hissed. "Oh, who did kill my precious Nagini then?" Tom Riddle asked. He nodded his head towards Isobel, acknowledging that he had understood her. "Why do you need to know? You're going to be dead soon anyway," asked Harry with a casual shrug of his shoulders. It was as if he was discussing the weather. "Oh, and who's going to kill me?" "You," the Dark Lord asked, laughing uproariously as if that was the funniest thing he had ever heard. Here was this boy claiming he was going to kill him, though the snake did give him pause. He had heard it could paralyze, and obviously it could, given the room of frozen Death Eaters. The boy could freeze him and then kill him, but his horcruxes would see to his survival. "That's right. That's what the prophecy said that you're oh so worried about," Harry said, waving the prophecy away dismissively. He still thought it was hooey. He just knew he was going to kill the Dark Lord because he wanted to kill him. It had nothing to do with the prophecy. "And how do you know that, boy?" asked Voldemort, immediately sobering up and getting very, very cautious. If the boy knew the prophecy, then maybe there was some truth to it. "Because I heard it," Harry said in a dove voice that only teenagers can really pull off. "Do not take that tone with me, child," the Dark Lord said, trying to sound imperious. Truth be told, he was getting rather upset and scared, something he had not been in quite some time. "You know, you really are a special kind of moron," said Harry, tapping his wand against his leg in a casual manner. "First you make those horcruxes, then you hide them where anybody can find them, and now you're mouthing off to somebody who has a deadly snake pointed straight at you. Do you really think that I would be facing you if I didn't know about your horcruxes?" he asked with a tilt of his head. "Well, they hadn't destroyed them yet. They could after he killed Tom, and he'd be just as dead." "I am immortal," said Tom Riddle. He was really starting to get worried now. If the boy knew of his horcruxes, then he was in fact mortal. That and he called his snake deadly, not dangerous. "You were immortal," said Harry enthusiastically, throwing his hands in the air as if he were making a great discovery. "Now you're just a person. All your Death Eaters are frozen. Your snake is dead. Your horcruxes are destroyed. And I'm going to kill you. I don't even know why we're talking. Isobel, lunch. It's about fudging time." With that, Isobel swelled up to her full size, pushing all the Death Eater statues to the floor, and swallowed Voldemort in one gulp. She then shrunk back down, crawled back up Harry, and said, "Why did you even bother having a conversation with him?" "I don't know, closure," Harry said with a shrug. He was unsure why he had the conversation with the Dark Lord to begin with. He thought maybe that he would find some things out about his family or something, but it was just a lame conversation that didn't need to happen. Now he was sorry he even had it. The Dark Lord was just crazy. "What kind of closure did you get from that?" the snake asked, flicking her tongue into his ear. "None really, but I was hoping for something better," he admitted. "Well, you'll know better next time, won't you? Dark Lords are insane. You'll get no kind of closure from them," she hissed. "There better not bloody well be another next time. I'm hoping that the next Dark Lord that came in last time won't pop up this time, because I'm going to try and change the world for the better," Harry proclaimed, smashing his fist against his hand. "Since there was no blood war this time, there will be nobody to follow. At least I hope not. We'll keep an eye on it. I have you with me this time. We'll just kill the next one that pops up." He was determined to make sure that there was some type of interaction between him and the public. This time, he was not just going to sit back and let it all play out. Maybe not. Who knew? He was pragmatic like that. "That's more like it," said Isobel. She was a live and let live type person. "Well, Snake." As long as the Dark Lords didn't bother her and hers, she didn't care. Well, maybe if Harry let her eat them, it would be a different story. She could stand being a hero as long as she got to kill the bad guy. Does that make her an antihero? Well, we better go tell everybody that we killed Voldemort. Or, do we really want that kind of notoriety? Harry said, turning to leave Malfoy Manor. "I say we tell them. They're going to know it anyway," Isobel said, indicating the statues with her tail. "I guess you're right," he said, shaking his head in a knowing manner. Just then Narcissa Malfoy came down the stairs. She saw them and froze. "If I were you, I'd call the Aurors," he told her. "What have you done, boy?" she demanded, pulling her wand, ready to curse him until she saw the snake on his shoulder. Then she backed up to the wall and pointed her wand at the snake. "Just go to the flue and call the Aurors," Harry said with a negligent wave of his hand. "Did you kill them?" she asked, her voice shaking. "Only the Dark Lord," he confessed. "Thank you," she said, closing her eyes in supplication. She might not love Lucius, but he was her husband. He just waved her off, and she hurried away to call the Aurors. Harry sat himself down on the stairs and waited for the magical cops to show up so that he could tell them what went on here. He didn't know whether he was going to tell them about Snape's part in it or not. Probably, if only to get the man some type of recognition. Until then, he and Isobel went over their story about what they were going to tell the DMLE. Happily, ever after, I was reading this again and decided to go back and edit it. If you're picking up from the last chapter, you might want to reread the entire story. I changed a bit of it to be consistent. It flows better now. A short chapter, but I realized the story was over and I was just putting off the ending. The first person to show up was Amelia Bones. She took one look at Harry and knew exactly what had happened. The telltale bulge in Isobel was a dead giveaway. That, and Narcissa's frantic call, gave up the game as well. She had come alone, wanting to cover up anything that might be incriminating. She called the Aurors if need be. But for now, she talked to Harry about what happened. "So, you finally got him, did you?" she asked Harry, coming up to him where he waited on the stairs. He looked happy with himself. The snake looked like it was sleeping. "Yep, dead as a doornail," he said with a look of smug satisfaction. Then he looked at Isobel and said, "Well, I actually didn't get him." He petted Isabel's head, causing her to stir. "You let your snake eat him?" Bones asked, already knowing the answer. She was more than content with that outcome. Even though it wasn't the prophecy, it was close enough. "Yes," was all he said, still smiling that smug smile. "Is that what happened to Umbridge?" She just had to ask. She wasn't going to arrest him for it. His snake was his legal familiar, but she really wanted to know. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Harry said, his face going cold. "Umbridge was alive last time I saw her. He was never going to cop to that crime. So you keep saying, you know this is not the end of it, don't you?" Amelia stated, knowing that they still had things to do. "I know. We still have to kill the horcruxes," the man/teen said with a sigh. He was okay with that. It would be an easy thing to do. All he had to do was milk Isobel and drop the venom on them, and Bob's your uncle. It was done. "Why don't you call your godfather and let him know you're on your way?" she said, getting up and dusting her trouser leg off imaginary dust. As clean as the floors were, there would be no dirt on her legs. The Malfoys would never have dirt on their floors. "Are you going to arrest me?" Harry asked, quirking an eyebrow at her. He wasn't worried too much about that. If she tried, he'd freeze her and go on the run with Sirius. He was sure they could disappear into the Muggle world easily. "No, as far as I'm concerned, it was self-defense," she stated, getting out her notepad and pencil and making notes about what she saw. Which wasn't much. There were some frozen Death Eaters, Narcissa, and a dead snake. Narcissa was just watching them. She wasn't going to interfere. She knew she could be arrested for harboring criminals in her house. She never wanted them in there in the first place, but this was her husband's home, and his word was law. She was just glad they hadn't executed their plan to raid Azkaban yet. She could just imagine the charges if those criminals had been here. "What about all those statues in there?" Harry asked, jerking his thumb at the room full of Death Eaters. They had all fallen due to Isabel's expanding, but they were still whole and alive. "Just petrified. Can they be revived?" was Bones's question. She hoped so. She wanted them all in Azkaban. "Yes, with the Mandrake Restorative Potion," was the answer. He could sell it to them, or they could brew it themselves. "I have some to sell," he offered. "Then I'll just take them to St. Mungo's and restore them. Once they are revived, I'll haul them in for questioning. They're all wanted Death Eaters. I'm sure we can get their list of crimes out of them," she said, ignoring his attempt to get money out of the ministry. Mungo's would do it for less, she was sure. At least they would do it on credit and charge the people themselves. It was their own darn fault for getting petrified in the first place. Sounds like a sound plan to me. "I'll just take Isobel to Sirius and see what we can do about the horcruxes," Harry said, standing and adjusting Isobel, waking her up. "Did you want to talk to Croaker?" he asked, not wanting to talk to the mysterious man. "Yes, you'd better let me take care of that," she said, knowing the man would want to know the truth, and he would try to get all of Harry's secrets out of him. "What about Dumbledore?" the man/teen asked, wanting to talk to him even less. He really hated that man now. This year proved that Dumbles didn't have his best interest at heart. "I'll take care of him as well," she offered. She knew how to handle the headmaster. "Don't you want to know who took care of Nagini?" Harry asked, wanted to give credit where it was due. "I thought you did," she said, confused. She looked at the snake in question and noted its head had exploded. That was strange. It was as if it had been hit with a bombardment spell. Only the target was too small. "No, it was Snape," the man/teen said. That smug look was back on his face, like he had a secret that he was about to spill. "Oh, and how did he do that?" she asked, lifting an eyebrow. "Believe it or not, he shot her." "Shot her? What do you mean by that?" she asked, unfamiliar with the term. "With a muggle gun," he elaborated. "Oh, well, I'll see that he gets recognition for it," she said, writing it down in her notebook. "That's why I told you," Harry said, going towards the doors of the manor. "If you don't need me anymore, I'll go off and see what we can do about the horcruxes." He really wanted to get those taken care of sooner rather than later. "No, I don't need you anymore. We'll clean up here," she said, waving him off. She then went towards the flue to call for backup. She was going to need a team of Aurors to get all the statues to St. Mungo's. "What's going to happen to my husband?" asked Narcissa, worrying her hands. "He's going to go to prison," said Amelia as she threw flue powder into the fire. Harry let the conversation fade behind him as he walked out of Malfoy Manor. "Can I eat one of these fudging peacocks?" asked Isobel, eyeing the white birds that were still making a lot of noise. "Sure, go ahead," said Harry, wondering how she could still eat after consuming the Dark Lord. They made their way to Sirius's house, and it didn't take very long for him to milk some venom from Isobel and take care of the horcruxes. One by one, they dropped the venom on each horcrux and had them melted. The screams that were heard were music to Harry's ear. In a matter of 15 minutes, it was all over. "Well, now what are you going to do?" asked Sirius as they were sitting in the kitchen. Dobby was making them tea. Molly was at the Burrow for the school year, and there was no one else in the house. "I don't know. I don't really have to go back to school now that this is all over," Harry said, really tired of being there and playing at being a teenager. That, and the looks he was getting from some of the teachers, said he wasn't pulling it off as well as he thought he was. "You really should, because you have to have your education if you want to go back into curse breaking," his godfather pointed out. "You have to at least pass your OWLs, then you can test out of your newts." "There is that," Harry said, thinking he could do just that. "I don't have a paper trail in this reality. But it's really hard dumbing myself down all the time," he whinged. He was too smart for all of this. "You do have your friends to think of," Sirius reminded him. He thought it was important that Harry be around people and not just a snake. "There's that too. Neville and Luna have been really good friends, and I do have a good reputation with the twins and the Quidditch team," he conceded. He was having fun in the roar. It would take at least to the end of the year to go through it all, if not longer. "Are you going to continue to play on the Quidditch team?" was the next question. "Yes. If I'm going to remain at Hogwarts, then I'm going to continue playing. Though it's been many years since I've been on a broom as a seeker," he said, dreaming of being in the sky again. He had been to a few practices, but they hadn't played a game yet. "I'm sure it'll all come back to you," Sirius said, clapping him on the back. "I certainly hope so," Harry said, hoping that was true. He'd hate to let the team down. "What are you going to do now that you're a free man?" "How's your lawsuit going?" he asked, hoping to change the subject. "I go to trial tomorrow. My lawyer says it's an ironclad case that I'm sure to win," the dogman stated, grinning like the fool that he was. He was going to be richer than anyone in the wizarding world. Not that he already wasn't, but, "Well, good luck to you," Harry said, putting a hand on his shoulder and squeezing. "You better get back to school. I'm sure you've been missed by now," his godfather stated, knowing the boy really didn't care, but he was trying to be the mature one. "I need to get in touch with Skeeter first. I want to make sure that she prints the truth. That means I need to get to Diagon Alley," he said, though he wasn't sure about that. He didn't want to vet what she did print. "Well, you know where the flue is," Sirius said, waving his hand in the general direction of the fireplace. "All right, Sirius. I'll see you later," Harry said, picking up the quiet Isobel. She had been really quiet today. It was like the Dark Lord had given her indigestion. Are you all right, Isobel? He asked her in Parseltongue. No, my fudging stomach hurts, she mean-personed. I shouldn't have eaten that fudging bird, she griped. She made a moaning noise and then went back to sleep. Harry adjusted her over his shoulder and went to the fireplace, where he threw some flue powder in the flames. Okay, Harry, you have a good time talking to Skeeter, Sirius was saying. Make sure you know how to get her to behave. Oh, believe me, I've got that woman's number, Harry said, waiting until his godfather stopped talking. He could always throw more powder in. It wasn't like the man couldn't afford it. What? A confused Sirius asked. Don't worry about it, Harry said, waving it away. If that mean person doesn't behave, I'll just eat her, grumbled a sleepy Isobel. That's right, Isobel, if she doesn't behave, you can have her as a tasty snack. Though I don't think your stomach can handle any more right now, Harry stated, rubbing the bump in her coils. Fuck off, the grumpy snake stated, lolling on his shoulder. With that, Isobel and Harry went to Diagon Alley to find Skeeter. They found her in the offices of the Daily Prophet. Rumor had already gotten out that the Dark Lord was dead, and she was writing up her exposé. Rita, I need to talk to you, said Harry. He made quite an impression coming into the office with his snake wrapped around his shoulders and waist. Everybody was quick to get out of his way. Potter, what do you need to talk to me about? She asked, wary about what he wanted. The last time she saw him, he had threatened to blackmail her and have his snake kill her. I want to give you the inside scoop of what happened, he said, making her salivate. Really? She said, pushing aside what she had been writing. This could make her career. Yes, I want to make sure that you print the truth, he said, though once again he was torn on that. Okay, come over to my desk and tell me what happened, she said, leading the way. The other reporters were looking on with jealousy. They wanted to get the scoop. Why did it always have to be Skeeter that got the bylines? So, Harry went over and told her what went down in Malfoy Manor blow by blow, including what happened with Snape. He didn't leave anything out, knowing she wouldn't print what he didn't want her to. You mean to tell me there was no all-out and out battle of you two blazing wands? She asked, completely disappointed. She was imagining something very different. This wasn't going to sell newspapers. This would sell kitty books. No, it was a simple matter of Isobel opening her mouth and swallowing him, he said, making it sound even lame to him. He could see her point. Damn, that's not really going to sell any papers, she lamented, tapping her quill on her desk, making an ink spot form. She was trying to come up with a way to make it sound better. That's right, and I really don't want anybody knowing Isobel couldn't get that big either. We really need to come up with a better cover story, he said, petting Isobel and trying to think up some way to get her to look like she was just a snake that petrifies people. Well, there wasn't a body, so I don't know how you're going to cover that, Rita pointed out. That was something that they were going to have a hard time proving. There wasn't a body last time either. Just robes. This time there wasn't even that. I could say that Isobel froze him, and I banished him somehow, Harry stated, though that sounded lame too. He wasn't really good at lying. That would match your cover story. I can embellish it, and you can go with what I say. I am very good at making believe, she said, knowing this to be true. She had made a career at it. She had ruined many of men and women on her lies alone. As long as you don't get too elaborate, Harry warned. He didn't want to have to remember too much. That wasn't something he wanted to keep straight for the rest of his life. I will get it to you first, and you can approve it, she said, waving away his concerns. She would make sure to keep it simple. That only fifth-year spells were used on his part. I can live with that. However, make sure you mention Snape, he stated. He wanted the man to take his credit. You better make him look good, or I'll bite you, you mean person. Isobel stirred enough to threaten the woman, who flinched back when the snake lifted her head long enough to do so. Isobel really wasn't feeling well. Now, Isobel, she's trying to help us, Harry said in English. He rubbed her aching tummy and tried to soothe it. She was just so cranky. That's right, I'm trying to help, Skeeter said, raising her hands in supplication. Don't worry, as long as you comply with our vow, Isobel won't eat you, he said as he continued to rub the poor snake's coils. He vowed to never let her eat another Dark Lord. Don't worry, I plan on staying alive as long as possible, Rita stated, knowing that if she fudged up, then it was her life on the line. Anyway, I thought I'd get this story to you, and now I have to get back to school, he said, dreading the days to come. It was going to be a nightmare. It just seems so weird that you're a 38-year-old man going to school. Don't you feel uncomfortable around all those teenagers? She asked, knowing she would. She was the oldest person at the office, and she felt out of place here. I have to get the paper trail somehow, he said with a shrug. I suppose, she conceded. Anyway, let me get started on this story, she said, making shooing motions. All right, goodbye, Skeeter. Do me proud. Later, Potter. She sent him the story later that night, via house elf, and he sent it back with his approval. It was out there, but easily rememberable. He laughed at how heroic it made him look, but the public would eat it up. The next day, the headlines of the Daily Prophet shouted like a barker at a carnival. The Dark Lord is dead, for good this time. The article went into a glorified story about how Harry Potter had an all-out battle with a man known as Tom Riddle, aka Voldemort, aka you-know-who. It was quite an elaborate story. The way she told it, Malfoy Manor shouldn't have even been standing. Since all the Death Eaters were petrified, the only one who could negate the story was Narcissa Malfoy, and she wasn't talking. There was the backstory of Riddle in the following article that Harry had sent to her last night as an afterthought. He thought it might make a good tidbit to get the public's eye off him. It worked kind of. So, Harry, tell me what really happened, said Neville, not buying the story for one moment. He'd seen Harry come back yesterday, and he didn't look like someone who had come from a battle. Isobel ate him, Harry said with a shrug. They were in the roar hunting for treasure. Isobel was curled up by the door, still digesting the Dark Lord. Then why is this elaborate story in the paper? Asked the not-so-shy boy. He picked up a chest, but there was nothing under it, so he put it down and went to the next article of junk. Because Rita wanted a more spectacular story, Harry said, lifting a jacket and rummaging through its pockets. There he found a pocket watch and some loose coins. He pocketed the coins and ran his wand over the watch. It was clean, so he put it in his bag. I didn't think your snake was big enough to eat anybody, Neville said, looking at the lounging snake that definitely had a bulge. She's a magical snake, Harry stated like that was obvious. Well, what are you going to do now? Asked Luna, changing the subject away from Isobel before Neville could get too curious. Go to school, get my papers, go back into curse breaking, the man/teen said with a shrug. It was his plan after all. He might only stay this year, but he might stick it out to his 7th. What do you mean back into curse breaking? Asked Neville, catching that turn of phrase. He knew something was different about Harry this year, and he had an inkling as to what it was, but he wasn't going to voice his opinion. He didn't want to lose his friend. I mean, go into curse breaking, said Harry, cursing his slip of tongue. He was so stupid sometimes. Is there something you're not telling me? Asked Neville, innocently. He gazed at Harry with big eyes, like he was a kid asking for a biscuit. There are many things I'm not telling you, but there are my secrets for now, Harry answered with a chuckle. His friend could be such a kidder sometimes. Go ahead and keep your secrets. There are things I don't tell you either, the sandy blonde stated, waving his hands in the general direction of Harry. He didn't need to know what the other teenager wanted to keep to himself. He liked Harry for who he was. It's good to have friends that don't push, the man/teen said with a grateful sigh. That was one thing he didn't miss about Ron and Hermione. He got his privacy with Neville and Luna. Sometimes that's what friendship's all about. Knowing when to push and when not to, Luna said with wisdom. She was doing that stare into mid-space thing again. I have a feeling that your godfather is going to win his suit, she said, coming back to reality. That's great, Harry said, knowing that the man deserved it. I think he's sweet on Amelia Bones. He was going to sue the government for everything, but he wanted her to be able to get paid. He elaborated, making doe eyes. Ah, that's sweet, said Luna. She only hoped it worked out for the escapee. It's about time he got out and about. He's been a cranky old man since he got out of jail, Harry said, knowing that his godfather would need to get some love in his life. Molly really messed his views on women up for him, being the only example of wives that he'd seen, besides his mom. Maybe Amelia would change that for him. Well, there's nothing like romance to get one's bones brewing, the little blonde stated in a dreamy voice. She hummed a little tune and swayed back and forth. What about you, Harry? Is there any girl you like? Neville asked, never having seen Harry even look at anyone besides Cho Chang, and that was last year. I can't find anybody who likes my snake, Harry stated with a shrug. He had resigned himself to bachelorhood ages ago. I like your snake, said Luna. There was a bit of hope in her voice. "You are too young for me, little Luna," he stated, looking down at her with a sad look in his eyes. She was far too young for him. "Oh, drat," she said with a pout. "Maybe when you get 10 years older," he said, bringing back that hope in her face. "I don't know if I can wait that long," she said with a teasing grin. "We'll have to wait and see," he said, not really believing that she was serious. Sure, she liked Isobel, but there was his mental state to consider. "What are you two even talking about?" "You're only a year older than she is," said Neville. Sometimes being around these two was like being in a foreign country. He needed an interpreter. "That's just one of those secrets that I'm just going to have to keep for now," Harry stated, laughing his arse off. "You're a very strange man, Harry Potter." Neville just shook his head at the two of them. "You have no idea, Neville Longbottom. You have no idea," Harry agreed with him as he went to gather up his snake and go back to the common room. So, Harry stayed in school until his 7th year and got his papers and went on to become a curse breaker. Luna did wait 5 years, but then convinced him that she was the correct woman for him. And they got married and had 3 children. She went with him on many of his expeditions until she got pregnant with their first child. And then he settled down and became an evaluator for cursed objects for Gringotts. And they all lived happily ever after. Isobel outlived Harry by 1,000 years, but stayed in the family as his descendants familiar, as they were all Parselmouths. She was never caught as the killer of Umbridge, but she never did get to eat Snape or Skeeter. She did, however, get to eat 5 other Dark Lords and ladies in her lifetime. They all gave her belly aches.